Hello, I just want to make sure that you can see me and hear me. Hello, my friends. Can you see me and hear me?
Good morning, Dr. Helen Marshall. Can you hear me?
Yes, someone muted me. Hi, how are you? Yes, I can hear you.
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm good.
Okay. So we'll be starting at 9:30.
Yes, that's in 20 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
Good. I just wanted to come in early because I wanted to make sure that you can see me and hear me.
Yes, you're just right.
Good. Thank you.
I'll in another few minutes. I'm getting things ready. Okay.
Okay, no problem. I'll
Yeah.
be here.
So everything is fine. Your audio and video is fine. So we'll join at a few minutes. Okay. Another few minutes. Fine. Thank you.
Morning, Albert. Nice to see you. Shravan?
Morning,
Anita?
sir.
Yeah, Shravan. Just now I got a message from Professor Mahapatra.
Mhm.
Suddenly he has taken ill,
Oh,
so he may not be able to give the talk.
okay.
I'll forward his message to you.
Okay, sir. Okay.
WhatsApp message. He's on message. So I'll also have to tell Pandey and Jatin Naik. I'll do that.
Okay.
Just now I got the message. Huh?
Okay. And we'll manage accordingly. I'll talk to you over phone, sir. I'm calling you.
Yeah. Because we get that half an hour gap. We'll see how we can use
Yeah,
that.
I'm calling you, sir. I'm calling you.
Oh,
Yeah, sir.
good morning, Navina madam. How are you?
I'm fine. Good morning to you all. And I welcome you in this session.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nigam ma'am, good morning. Are you calling me?
Yes. I'm here available and
Okay.
I'm able to, I'm audible, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
May I please request Helen to check her audio and video? Dr. Marshall?
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine. How are you, ma'am? Are you audible?
Good.
Visible? No problem there?
So my name is Helene.
Yes.
Helene.
Helene.
Helene. Yeah.
Helene. I know it's a hard one, right?
It must
I don't
be
know. I mean,
midnight
your
then.
name. I'm not sure if I have your name correct. You're chairing the session, right? Naveen Mohini.
Yeah,
That great
I'm here.
professor?
Very good morning.
You're
Very good morning, Helene.
okay. And you have another name, Nigam? Is that or just?
That's surname.
Okay. So I'm ready anytime. I'm just going to turn everything off for now.
Is it too early for you, Helene? In the morning?
Oh, sorry. For
is it?
me, it's going to be 11 p.m.
Okay.
to
Oh, no,
midnight.
that's fine. No, I was wondering
Very
whether it was whether it was inconvenient for you. Sorry that because of the time zones.
It's okay.
Thank
I
you.
presented last week. 2 weeks ago. I presented in Japan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was even harder.
Okay. Oh,
It's
we
okay.
appreciate
Not a
we
problem.
appreciate that. Yeah.
It's okay. I'm here. I'm wide awake. I had coffee.
Hello? Hello, Professor Mohan Raj, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyway, today the entire thing is being handled by Shravan, and I think his colleagues around. Okay, they are doing it. I'll
That's
be sort of in the background.
sort of support for the whole session.
Anita there is doing a wonderful work. She is the real backbone, actually. She is taking care of everything.
Congrats
Yeah.
to Anita.
Yeah.
It's all teamwork.
I know,
And,
yeah, it is.
yeah. So we are going to start just at 9:30.
Yeah, exactly at 9:30 we begin.
Yeah. So I'm here available, and as soon as you start, I'm there. Right.
Yeah.
So I request organizers not to mute me.
No, I don't think you will be muted.
Okay.
Don't worry. I think
We
Shravan
will make you co-host, ma'am. Don't worry. Then you can mute and unmute anytime as per your convenience.
Thank you, Shravan. Thank you.
Yeah.
Namaste, sir. Yeah, good morning.
Hello,
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Shravan, do I have to start or?
No, ma'am. We will introduce you. Just hold on for
Oh.
1 minute.
Okay, no problem. They're not audible, sir.
Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ankur Sharma, your host for this morning from School of Liberal Arts, Uttaranchal University, Dehradun. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on the fourth day of the 15th International and 51st Annual Conference of English Language Teachers Association of India. The first 3 days of this conference have been remarkably productive in understanding the new trends in teaching and learning of English language for fulfilling new needs and meeting new demands in the context of present-day global scenario. The theme of this plenary session is fostering social presence through synchronous online flipped learning approach. And I'm sure today's deliberations would take our knowledge to even higher and bigger milestones. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me now to introduce Professor Naveen Mohini Nigam, our chairperson for this session. Professor Nigam is presently the president of the Kanpur chapter of ELTAI, and she has retired as the principal of MMV PG College, Kanpur. To her credit, she has 3 successfully completed research projects, and she has also published 5 books. On that note, on behalf of everyone present, I take the privilege with profound happiness to welcome Professor Naveen Mohini Nigam to preside over this session now. Respected ma'am, it's over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ankur Sharma. And I'm thankful to Uttaranchal University that they have sponsored this program. Very good morning to all present here. My heartiest congratulations to the host institutions and above all to English Language Teachers Association of India for a very successful conference on new needs, new demands, new trends. Very appropriate. We have been enriched by the lectures of eminent professors and creative writers all through this conference. New vistas have opened, new methodologies have been discussed. These have created interest in further researches and implementation process of teaching methodologies. It has been very well said. It is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken joy in creative expression and knowledge. So continuing with the chain of innovations and researches, we have with us today Professor Helen W. Marshall from LIU Hudson, New York, who loves to facilitate the process of teaching and learning. She is an avid learner herself and a keen researcher. She is carrying on her innovative experiments on newer methodologies to make the process of learning and communication more focused and more effective. Professor Helen's special areas of interest are linguistics, multicultural education, blended and synchronous learning. She has been deeply involved in culturally responsive, sustaining education, with the education of students with limited, interrupted formal education, non-traditional teaching of grammar, etc. With this motive in mind, Dr. Marshall has developed a model of online flipped learning. She has published a book titled Meeting the Needs of SLIFE, a guide for educators, co-authored with Ilka Koska. And today, she is going to speak on SOFLA. SOFLA is an acronym for Synchronous Online Flipped Learning Approach. With these words, I welcome Professor Helen here to address us.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. I'd like to first thank the organizers of this wonderful conference. I've been in and out of some of the sessions. It's very exciting for me, even though the time zone is a little challenging. I'm speaking to you from New York, where it's 11 o'clock at night. So you're in the morning and I'm at night. I'd also like to thank the officers of the organization, ELTAI, the English Language Teaching Association of India. In addition, I'd like to especially thank Dr. Anitha Devi, who originally contacted me and invited me to join you and speak at this conference. And then thank you, Professor Naveen Mohini Nigam, for introducing me and for chairing this session. And make sure that I keep to my time. And if people have questions, whatever other responsibilities you have as chair, thank you very much for chairing. And then the university, Uttaranchal, if I said that correctly, thank you very much for hosting and sponsoring today's events, day 4 of the conference. So I'm going to share my screen, but before I do, you can see I'm surrounded here. I have, to my left, I have SOFLA, and you see it says above it, creating fertile spaces, which is kind of a mantra for me, which is why I have the plant over here. So this is a bit of a theme that I'll be developing as I speak. So I wanted you to take note of that. And now I believe I have the ability to share my screen. Okay. So this talk is going to focus on social presence. The synchronous online flipped learning approach actually can be presented from many different perspectives, and I have done that. But for this conference especially, I wanted to focus on social presence, and I think you'll see why as I go through the presentation. So here is a quote from one of my students at the end of the semester. I loved attending every class. Every class you were able to learn more about each other without even asking. We became a family that supported each other. All right, this is our dream, right? We want this to happen. What I'd like you to note is that this happened in an online class. So this was online, and the student is saying we became a family. How did that happen? So I'd like to take you on a journey with me to show you how this happened, how we got to this point. And I want to start with a word cloud. This represents about 200 or so teachers that I've been polling over the last year or so as to finishing the sentence, online learning is, and I asked them to give one adjective. And you can see online learning for most people is challenging, right? It's challenging, but you can see also there are a lot of other adjectives: useful, effective, interactive, convenient, and there are some negative ones too: boring, difficult, you know, there's a mix, okay? So I'm sure if I polled this group, there would also be a mix. And I'm guessing that challenging is something that many of you think of right away when you think of online learning. So I'm going to try to show you an effective way to meet that challenge and to be successful at it. This is a QR code and a URL where you can find all the links to everything that I am talking about today, okay? And I'm going to put that in the chat for you so that you have it. But there is a QR code for those of you who want to grab that. So that is the short URL. And in case you can't do a short URL, I've also given you the long link in the chat. Okay. So as we go forward, I'd like you to realize that online learning, it doesn't mean you're starting from scratch. So you're already teachers, and this is about responding to change. And how are you going to respond to change when you move online? And I know that many of you had to pivot very quickly to online learning. And I was fortunate because my students and I just continued what we'd already been doing. So I'd like to show you a frame that I use. First of all, there are many equivalencies. There are things that you do in person that you can still do online. For example, group work, breakouts, breakout rooms, group work. It's pretty much similar to what you do in person. The second is limitations. It's true, there are things that you're not going to be able to do that you could do in person. Particularly as language teachers, we like to do role plays, simulations, and have people use nonverbal communication. You know, right now you can see me. Yes. So we only have that from, you know, the neck up if we're synchronous, although we can be innovative with that. But there are limitations. And the third is that there are, in addition, advantages to teaching online. So there are things that we can do even better. So for now, those of you who are writing each other in the chat, you can be talking in the chat and it doesn't disturb me. Whereas if we were in person, if everybody were having private conversations while I was speaking, that would be somewhat disruptive. So that's an example of an advantage, okay? And then last of all, there are innovations. So I believe that SOFLA, the synchronous online flipped learning approach, is an example of an innovation. So this is a frame that I like to use when I try to encourage people to see themselves as online teachers. And what it calls for is having a growth mindset. Now, I realize growth mindset is a bit of a buzzword, but I wanted to talk about it briefly today because of your conference theme, right? Your theme of new new needs, new demands, new trends. Well, it takes a growth mindset to be embracing and accepting that we do have new needs, new demands, new trends. So I have a way that you can think of your growth mindset as you begin to take a look at SOFLA with me. First of all, be patient. Second of all, be persistent. And third of all, reflect. And finally, renew yourself. And this is really not just linear, but a kind of a cycle that you go through. You know, be patient with yourself and your students. Don't give up, keep going. It might be difficult to shift your frame of the way you've been taught before and the way I'm going to ask you to teach now. But if you keep working on it, you'll get to a point where you reflect on your teaching and reflect on how your students are receiving it. And then you renew yourself and come back again to again be patient. So this is a frame for a growth mindset, which I encourage you to have, and be brave and come with me on a little adventure. So what is our overarching role as language teachers? What is it we're really supposed to be doing? Are we supposed to be covering curriculum, delivering instruction, meeting standards? I know you do all those things and they're important, but what is our overarching goal? Our overarching goal, I believe, is something very different. And I mentioned it before I started sharing my screen. It's to create fertile spaces. So this is what I always tell people. Whoa, I don't want to go to that next slide. Okay. Create fertile spaces. So why do I say create? Create, if you think of Bloom's taxonomy, right, of different ways of thinking, going from comprehending all the way up to creating. It's the top of the critical thinking that Bloom takes us through, the hierarchy. And so we should think of ourselves as creators. We are creating our lessons, our units, our instruction. And we're making those in spaces. So the spaces are physical, yes, the classroom, but also cyberspace, also socio-emotional spaces, psychological spaces for our students. So spaces can really be anything, any place that is either abstract or concrete. And what do I mean by fertile? What makes these spaces fertile? So in my mind, what makes it is essentially SOFLA. The synchronous online flipped learning approach is how you make the spaces you create fertile so that learners can engage. And I'm going to quote here Sir Ken Robinson, who also speaks about this, that the gardener doesn't make a plant grow, the job of a gardener is to create optimal conditions, right? And so what are the criteria for these optimal conditions? I suggest there are 3 conditions for creating fertile spaces. And SOFLA, in all of the 8 steps that we're going to go through, has these 3 conditions met. First, structured. Second, multimodal. And third, interactive. So all of the steps of SOFLA contain these 3 elements. And as we go through SOFLA, look for them. Look at how I've structured it. Look at how it's multimodal, and look at how it's interactive. Okay, so SOFLA is a blend. What is it a blend of, right? We put 2 things together. What do we put together? First of all, flipped learning. And I know many of you have heard of flipped learning. Some of you may not have. We're going to talk about it momentarily. The second is online learning. And for that, I use the Community of Inquiry framework, which again, many of you may be familiar with. If you are not familiar with either of these, then the links document that I put in the chat before has places you can go to learn more about the flipped learning network and Garrison, Anderson, and Archer's work on community of inquiry. To give you the basics of flipping very quickly, you need to ask yourself 4 questions if you're going to engage in flipped learning. All right. The first question is what to move out of class and what to put in class in why. So when you flip, you're putting something out of the classroom that you used to do in the class, and you're putting something into the classroom that you used to do out of class. What does that look like? And we'll see that in the steps of SOFLA. The second is out of class. When you put something out of class, you want to make sure that the students are going to understand and retain what it is that you've put out of class. And so you don't want to come into the class and teach it all over again. So you want to make sure that you've built in structured, multimodal, and interactive activities that they have to complete out of class, not just presenting them with content. And we'll see what that looks like. The third question you want to ask is how you can maximize interaction and differentiation, right? We're language teachers. We want our students to interact, and everyone learns a little bit differently, and we want to make sure that we're taking that into account when we work with our students. So we want to maximize that now that we've gotten our direct instruction out of class and done it as pre-work for the flip. We want to make sure that we take advantage of that in class. And last of all, we want to make sure we build in accountability and feedback, both in class and out of class. If we don't build in accountability, we risk having our students not be as motivated to do their work, because we need to be honest about that accountability is a motivating factor. Also, feedback. If they don't get feedback, then they tend to stall and not engage as much. And the feedback is not just from us, it's peer feedback as well, which I'll be showing you. And the citation of that article on the screen now is also available in the links. Everything I'm showing you is in the document of links. Okay, so what can ESL, EFL teachers flip? So what do you put outside of class? This is a chart that gives you a lot of suggestions. Now, this is a quick presentation that I'm doing with you today, so I'm not going to go in great detail on these, but I wanted to show them to you so that you can take this and later you can think it through and meet together and discuss it. But for example, flipping language itself, give them authentic samples like TED Talks, do explanations of concepts and structures. That's probably the most common one, is actually doing a direct lesson with them. You can also have them practice low-level skills, learning strategies. They can do listening passages that you don't want to spend time on in class. These are things they can do on their own without you. Also, peer work. They can work together outside of class. That's another important way that you can use the flip. Instead of using that for class time, they can do that out of class. And then there's still a lot of teacher talk. When we give course procedures and assignment instructions, some of that can be given outside of class as well. You can still do it on a video with you speaking, but they can check it outside of class. Also, that way they can access it anytime they want or multiple times. So this is a general idea. But the most common thing that people flip is an actual direct instruction lesson. And that's what I'm going to focus on in the rest of the presentation. We're going to take a look at what SOFLA does when you have taught a language lesson outside of class. The second part of the framework of SOFLA is community of inquiry. And you can see the community of inquiry consists of 3 presences: social presence, cognitive presence, and teaching presence. Now, the teaching presence, there's an article in the links doc that I wrote with Ilka Kostka, and that particular article focuses on teaching presence. Today, we're going to focus on social presence. And one of the reasons I want to focus on that is it's the most difficult one to create in an online setting. And yet, if we don't have social presence, students tend not to engage. When you teach in person, it happens naturally because they see each other in the building, in the hallway, before class, after class, and they're people interacting. It's harder to get that going online. And as you saw from the quote at the very beginning, I have been able to get that going in my SOFLA classes. Remember the line, we became a family. So the social presence, according to Garrison, Anderson, and Archer, has 3 elements: open communication, group cohesion, and affective expression. Okay, I'd like you to look at another quote. And when you look at this quote, think about those three elements. Think about open communication, group cohesion, and affective expression. I'll give you a chance to read this one yourself. So as you looked at this quote, I think you can see open communication by the student and talking about group cohesion, and affective expression is there as well. Okay. This is another comment from the end of the semester from my SOFLA class. Okay, and here again, because I know some people weren't with us at the beginning, here again is the QR code and the link to the links document. And I'm going to share it in the chat again. I want to make sure everything is accessible to everyone. I'm also going to share, now that everyone is here, I think, the slide deck. The slide deck is also in the links doc, but here it is. That's the slide deck if you want to follow along. Okay, so are you ready for SOFLA? So here are the steps. Here they are. These are the 8 steps of SOFLA. Now, when you do SOFLA, it's very important to do all 8 steps and do them in order, not to skip steps. I tried, it doesn't work. And you don't have to do them all at the same time. When you're meeting students, you can split them up. You can do the first 4 and then the last 4, depending upon the age and the attention span of the students you have and how much time you have in your language class. So just remember, though, that it's a cycle. Here's the cycle. You see, it goes around. So I like to look at it this way better than the list. All right. Notice that the pre-work is yellow. That's intentional. The pre-work is yellow because it's a metaphor. It means caution, be careful. Because if you design the pre-work really well, then all the other steps will be smooth. It's a green light. You can go right through them and it will work very well. But if you're not careful about the pre-work, then everything kind of falls apart. Okay, so we're going to go through these steps. I'm going to show you the basics of each step. All right, so the first step, and this graphic is also a separate link of its own, this graphic right here. Okay. So I want to say something about tools. I know there have been a lot of presentations, people mentioning particular tools, and I'd like to say I am tool agnostic. It doesn't matter to me what tools you use. I choose the ones I like, you choose the ones you like, as long as within the tools that you use, you remember our 3 elements: structured, multimodal, interactive. Keep those 3 in mind. So I use PlayPosit and Perusal. And in fact, at the end of the talk, I'm going to give you a link to join me in PlayPosit and join me in Perusal for asynchronous ongoing courses in Flip Learning and SOFLA. No cost, by the way. It's just show up. It's okay. All right. So this is what I use for the pre-work. So on the left is PlayPosit. So PlayPosit, like it says on the little ad there, is interactive video. Okay. And Perusal, it doesn't actually say on their ad what it is they do, but it's shared readings, if you're not familiar. I'm going to show you a little screenshot of each one. So this is what PlayPosit looks like. So you have a slide. You can also have your video, of course. And then it pops out with a question. So the question has to be answered by the students, and you can preload feedback to them. And they have to submit the answer before they can move on, and you get the data, you download the data, and the data tells me what they've understood and what they haven't understood. So it helps me to plan my lesson. And this is the pre-work that I have flipped outside of class. All right. This particular slide is taken from a course I teach. I teach teachers, so I'm talking with them about hand raising and how many of our language learners don't raise their hand. 80% of the time, only 20% of our students do. So but that's another topic, but I'm kind of against that way of that display of raise your hand, because I know many of us, and I bet many of you, were not necessarily hand raisers. Okay, separately. This is what perusal looks like. Perusal is shared readings, but you can have audio. There's also an audio version of the readings. So on the left are the readings, and on the right are the conversations that you have. It's like social media. You can upvote, you can do emojis, you can talk to students, they can talk to you. And this is a conversation they're having. What you do is you highlight, I'm just going to zoom it now. You highlight, you can see the pink one is what this entire conversation is about, that one pink highlight. The yellow ones are also ones other people have highlighted. And if you click on those, they'll turn pink, and then you'll see the conversation next to it. It's really phenomenal, perusal. There are many other tools out there that do the same thing. I happen to use perusal. Okay, so that's step one. That's the pre-work. Okay, so I hope you are clear now about step one and how to design the pre-work. So now the students are coming to class. Here they are, they're in class now. So how do we start class? Well, I don't start class. The students know when they come into whatever the interface is, whether it's Zoom or some other place, they come in and there'll be a sign-in activity for them. And they put their name and they answer the sign-in. So the sign-in is a question you ask that relates back to the pre-work, but it cannot be a question that has only one answer. It has to be a question that asks them to give an example of something or give their opinion about something. It's an open-ended question, but it's a question they can answer in a sentence or two, very short, okay? And then you can look at the question and see what people answered. They can see each other's answers. You can see the quote here, the person who benefited from seeing other people's answers, okay? So this is how class starts. I have students who come early because they want to know what the sign-in is that night. So I don't start class, my students start class, okay? This is the first activity, sign in. Next activity is whole group application. So in here, it's a dangerous step because you don't want to end up being the teacher. You've already taught your lesson. They're coming here and they're going to apply what they've learned. So the whole group application can be a product that they co-create together. Now, if you have very large classes, you might have to divide them. But I say whole group, up to say 25 or so, you can handle together. It depends upon, your class size. But ideally, this is everyone working together. They create a graphic organizer, or they come up with a brainstorming session with ideas to work on something later that they're going to do. Or they might have a class discussion led by one of them that has prepared ahead of time, and they have questions where they can answer with audio or in the chat, but it involves them. All the while, you are paying attention to what they're doing. You're taking notes, you're observing, you're informally assessing, and you're noting misconceptions. And if there are misconceptions, you will clarify them. You don't have to be non-participatory. It's just that you don't want to be taking over, right? So that's the whole group application. The next step, step 4, is breakouts. There's not a lot to say about it because, as I said, it's an equivalency. You're teachers, you know how to do group work, so you do group work. Now, how you organize them can be in whatever kind of heterogeneous, homogeneous groups, whatever you want, a high-low learner, or some that are better at listening, speaking, others reading and writing. However you want to divide your class, you do that. They might all be doing the same thing during the group work, or it might be a jigsaw where each group is doing something different. In any case, you visit them, you see how they're doing, if they need your help, and you make sure that all of your directions are very clear ahead of time. And I have, for each step, I have a separate workshop that I do just on that step. So today I'm just going through each step very, very quickly, but there's a lot more about breakouts that we could talk about. I just feel as though you get the general idea because you probably work with groups already. Now, the next step is the share out. And this is where we get into accountability and feedback. You remember my point about that question about accountability and feedback that you have to ask, because they know when they come out of the breakouts that they're going to be sharing. They're responsible for whatever the product is they produced. They went off on their own, but they're going to be showing what they did when they were on their own to the other groups in the class. And what I've added in here is from a colleague of mine in Morocco, Khalid Fethi, who has developed something that seems very simple on its face, but the students love it. And it's called SHAC protocol. So SHAC is share, help, ask, comment, as you see. And the point of SHAC is that students will be able to feel comfortable giving each other peer feedback, because, you know, sometimes they don't want to do that. Well, oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm learning the language too. And, you know, they hesitate to give each other feedback. That's an issue, right? But if you think of a continuum where you tell them exactly, I want you to give feedback on this, that's very controlled. Or you might just say, give them feedback. This is in the middle. So students can decide, I'm going to share an idea I have with the students, or I'm going to help them in some way, or I have a question to ask them, or I'm going to give them some kind of comment, some kind of reaction about how their presentation and sharing from the breakout, how it hit me, what I learned from it, okay? So everybody participates in step 5. It's not just, you know how sometimes students present and people don't even listen because they're just thinking about their own presentation? Well, here in my class, they can't do that. They have to listen to each other because they have to use SHAC. Okay. So that's step 5. Now, essentially, class is over. And you're going to say, class can't be over. We're only at step 5. You said there were 8 steps. Yes, that's right. But the other 3 steps are not new material. This was all the new material that came from the pre-work. Steps 2, 3, 4, and 5 are different ways of processing that pre-work lesson that they did outside of class. Now we're going to go on to something else. Step 6 is preview and discovery. Now, what do I mean by that? This is a very difficult step. In fact, I get a lot of email about SOFLA, and one of the common questions is, I don't really understand step 6. So I'm going to do my best today and tell you what I intend by it. This is your insurance policy. This is the step that's going to guarantee your students are going to do the next pre-work. So one of the complaints about flipped learning is students don't do the pre-work, and then they come to class, they're not ready, and the teacher has to teach it all over again. Well, I say no, because if you do a preview and discovery with them, they will be ready, they will be motivated, affectively and cognitively, they will be familiar and ready to do the next assignment. So I like to think of it as a movie trailer. So, you know, before you see a film, you look at the trailer first. It's just a few minutes, but it's clips from the film. And you say, oh, I really want to see that film. So what you're going to do in step 6 is you're going to show a little bit of your video lesson, maybe the most compelling 30 seconds of it, and get them interested in it. Maybe ask them a question about it. And they're going to get more motivated to engage. And when they go to see that, they're going to say, oh yeah, this is the clip she showed us. Also, if you're doing shared reading, you show them a passage, an excerpt from the reading, and you pre-teach some of the concepts, some of the terms. This is a chance for you to actually give a mini lesson that's preparing them for the whole lesson that they're going to do when they go home. But if you really prepare them well, they'll say, oh yeah, this is how she explained it in class. They'll feel connected to the next pre-work. So step 6 is the most important step other than the pre-work itself. And I think it's missing from what a lot of people talk about when they talk about flipped learning. So now you have an arrow in your quiver. Okay, I like to think of it that way. Okay, next step is what I call the boring step, the assignment. You have to give the assignment instructions. Now, as I said, that can also be done out of class, but I do it in class as well, because I want to be interacting with them around the assignment instructions. I want them to be able to ask me questions. I want to actually take them to the assignment. I show it to them in class. I talk to them about it. But basically, that's all I'm doing is giving them instructions. You really need to do it 3 ways. Do it in class synchronously. Also put it on your LMS where you always put your assignments and all your documents. And then in addition, send it out as an announcement. It's important to, go and send it out to them so they have it, so they don't have to go and get it, right? So that's step 7. Can you guess what step 8 is? Do you remember what step 8 is? Step 8, the last step?
Reflection.
Reflection. So it's important to reflect. Now, the thing about reflection is it's just like the sign-in, it's bookends. So I don't end class. My students leave class after they reflect. They reflect and they go. I don't say, okay, class is over. It's their class. You see, they're taking ownership. But if they reflect by saying, great class, I learned a lot, you know what I do? I erase it. Because I don't want them to just say it was a great class. I want them to think about what they learned. So this is accountability, actually. This is telling me I was here the entire lesson, I paid attention, and I learned something. What did I learn today? And they need to put that with their name. Just like when they sign in for step 2, they put their name. So I think of these as bookends. Also, they look at what other people put. And that helps them. They see, oh, this person put that, they learned that. Oh, I see. And this is a time where I'd like to make it clear to you that everything is preserved. It's transparent. It's all up online. So they can go back. They can look at the sign-ins, the reflections, the whole group applications. They can look at the products from the breakout rooms. Everything we do in my courses is there. And I make little folders for each class so they can go back and look inside the folder and review and see what we did. And that's an advantage of online learning. So I hope I've convinced you about SOFLA, but sometimes it helps to see some data. So I just want to show you a tiny bit of data from one of my classes. Now you'll notice that this is a literacy methods course. Because although I was a language teacher for many, many years, the last few years I have been teaching teachers. So I'm very interested in the data that you are all going to be collecting, I hope, in your language classes. And my students are doing that. So I have students who are teaching English, they're teaching Japanese, different Spanish, different languages, and they're collecting data on their use of SOFLA for language classes, okay? So for out of class shared readings, this is perusal. You can see that 80% of the students said they agree or strongly agree that they learned a great deal from the shared readings. And you can see some quotes there too. Enjoyed interacting and reading. They want to be there because their peers are there. They're reading together. They're giving each other comments and help. They're using Shack inside of perusal. I didn't discuss that today, but I use Shack not just in breakouts, but also in the pre-work, in the perusal. In-class activities, again, we have a huge, like 90% were feeling that they benefited from the in-class activities and exchanges with peers. You see, I'm focusing on the peers here because this is the social presence presentation. So the data I'm showing you relates to social presence. So this is what we're talking about here. So that's the data that I'm showing you. And the last one is the course structure itself. And again, we've got almost 3/4 of the respondents are saying they agree or strongly agree. And remember, all of this material is accessible to you, the entire slide deck, and all my links are available. Now, the next question is this just a flavor of the month? Oh, SOFLA, everyone does SOFLA and then goodbye. No. One of the things I do with my students is I say, you want to ask yourself when something new comes along, you want to ask yourself 3 questions to decide whether it's just a flavor of the month or if it's going to stay. And I'm going to give you those 3 questions and show you exactly how SOFLA addresses them and why I think SOFLA is here to stay. We talk about what's the new normal. I think SOFLA can be adapted. I have people who are adapting it to blended learning, high flex learning, hybrid. adapting it for elementary, older kids, adults. It's so adaptable. You just keep the 8 steps, but what you do with them is up to you. So I'm going to show you, by the way, this is my favorite flavor of ice cream, which is butter pecan. Okay. All right. Why? The first question is, why do instructors like it? Why do instructors like SOFLA? Why? Because they cede control, but not authority. So ceding control is something that's difficult for teachers, right? But you still have authority. You notice you are structuring the steps. You have freedom within the structure. So even though you have to follow the 8 steps, you are free to create within each step what you want to create. So you're still creating those fertile spaces. And you are shifting from teacher-centered instruction, which doesn't really help language acquisition, as we know, to observation, feedback, and assessment. Those are your roles. You're there to observe, provide feedback, and assess. Your direct instruction is out of class now, right? Except for that little mini lesson in the preview and discovery. The second question, why do students like it? Why do students like SOFLA? Okay, students like SOFLA because they're active in class from start to finish. I think you saw that in the steps. They're taking ownership of their learning. Again, they go home, they watch the video, they do the shared readings, but they're interacting with that material, right? And it's multimodal and structured. They're able to take ownership of it. And at the same time, they're getting ongoing support from peers and instructor, both out of class and in class. So students really like this. And the research supports it. Now, I do have to say we have very little research. I will say that. Most of the studies so far involve me. You can see at the bottom there. I do have researchers working in the Czech Republic, in Australia, in Japan, in Lebanon, in France, in Colombia, in Mexico, all over the world, basically. But I don't have anyone doing this research in India that I know of, but I would like to know if someone is. But so far, what we're seeing is students are more likely to attend, be motivated, and participate. They're more likely to do self-directed learning, increase in their mastery of concepts, and increased critical thinking. Metacognitively, more self-assessment and awareness of the learning process. This is just preliminary data from just selected classes here and there. We don't have any large-scale studies yet. So I'm hopeful there will be more. But this is a little bit about why the research supports SOFLA. So those are the 3 questions. Always ask these questions whenever something new comes around and you want to know if it's really, really going to work and stay. Why would teachers like it? Why would students like it? And what does the research say? All right, now I've convinced you, right? So you want to get started? So here's how you get started. This is the hyperdoc. So it has the 8 steps. I just zoomed it out so you could see, or zoom it back. Now the link to the hyperdoc, this is for students. You fill in, if you're familiar with a hyperdoc, this is how you start using SOFLA. You fill in each of the boxes with a link to whatever that step is, all right? And you can go to the hyperdoc and make a copy. See where it says click here to make a copy? You make a copy. You can have these documents, just keep the citation. Please always respect, I'm sure you do, the fact that SOFLA is a registered trademark with a circle R, and all of the rubrics, I have a number of rubrics, which I don't have time to show you today. I'm just showing you the hyperdoc. But the rubrics, the hyperdoc, all of that is a Creative Commons license, but please put the acknowledgement at the bottom, okay? And you're free to use and share all of these. This is the one I'm showing you now, but if you go to the links document, everything is there, in addition to articles about SOFLA, okay? So, all right, let's go to the next. So this is another social presence quote, and you probably wonder what the picture is. My point there, well, the quote first, I've really gotten to know each and every one of you, which is the foundation of this class. Building genuine and effective relationships, I will reflect on from this point on. So my point there is that this photo, which I have transparently into the background, was taken in a hotel hallway. And you can see these plants are doing pretty well considering there's just a window down at the end. And I took this at a hotel I stayed at. I actually went to the Czech Republic and gave a plenary talk live there. Don't ask me why I did that, but I did. And this was my my hotel. So I wanted to say you can create fertile spaces anywhere if you are creative and you're using SOFLA. So here again is the QR code and the URL to get where you want to go. And I promised that I would invite you, and I do invite you. So here is the PlayPosit link I'm going to give you in the chat. The PlayPosit, come join me in PlayPosit and take the self-guided video course. It's interactive. It'll be me talking to you with asking you questions that pop out, okay? It's a bunch of videos. And also you can find me in Perusal, and here, and I put that in the chat too. Come on into Perusal and read the articles, and there'll be tons of other people in there interacting, doing Shack protocol, and it's all free, you know, just you have to use the code to get in, and you have to make an account, a student account, all right? So those are ways that you can follow up. In addition to that, if you're interested in following up, you're free to email me, of course, email me. And, you know, everyone has a Facebook page. I'm not great with that kind of stuff, but I did make a SOFLA page in Facebook. So feel free to go to that page. And that wraps it for me in terms of my actual presentation. And then I have a little time left, I think, if you have questions or you want to know more, before we need to stop and this session needs to end. I wanted to leave a little time for conversation if people have something they'd like to say.
Hello.
And thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Helene. It has been awesome and amazing address. The expanse cannot be, you know, expressed in a few words. There's one question I would like to ask you, that you had been involved in facilitating the process of teaching with such students whose education had been interrupted. So what does your module, SLIFE, exactly mean, and how successful you have been in this?
Okay, so first I need to say that I do have a colleague who is working on SOFLA for SLIFE. SLIFE is students with limited or interrupted formal education. And essentially what it means is students from rural areas, many of them immigrants and refugees, to more industrialized areas, and they have not had the experience or the exposure to the type of education that we expect. They're not used to textbooks. They're not used to taking tests. They're not used to taking notes. They need to learn all the basics that are normally taught to young children. And they come in older. They're not adults yet. They're still in school, but they're past the time in school where all of these things are taught to them. In addition, they haven't learned some of the formats that we use. So for example, we ask questions like multiple choice questions, and they don't understand what that is. What are these choices? Just tell me. Their approach to learning is more that they want to know the information. Just give me the information and I'll learn it, I'll memorize it. But I don't want to be asking questions or you asking me questions. They're not used to that. So, so I've developed a model that meets them halfway in terms of their learning. The way I do it is I use schema theory. So schema theory means that in this context, it means that when I'm working with them on something new that they do not have experience with, I make sure that I'm not also giving them new content and language that's not familiar. So I try to use very basic language that they already know and content that they've already brought with them from their own backgrounds or content that I've taught them earlier in the year, because my focus is taking notes, or how to take notes, or my focus is how to answer test questions. So those are the kinds of things they need to be taught. So when you're teaching them those things, you have to get out of the way the language and the content that would be, it's too much overload if everything is new. And other students already know how to take tests and take notes and have class discussions and things like that. They already know all that. They've been to school. So that's the background. There's so much more to it, but I don't want to go on too long on answering one question. So I hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Helen. So should I understand it like it's a bridge between formal and non-formal education?
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's very, very difficult for me to summarize everything that you have said. So I would like to put forward a few points that you have focused on. The first thing that I appreciated a lot, that we always feel that there should be a bond between the teacher and the taught. And you have said the word like family. So you create a family and an effective relationship with the students who come to you. And there lies the role of the teacher. That is the social presence of the teacher. When students become inquisitive, they're curious to learn more and more. So here, one question again comes to my mind, that when you talk about audio and video lessons to the students, are they formal ones or random choice?
So there's two ways that you can do this. You can create and you can curate. So I do both. So sometimes I create the lesson myself, and other times I find it. And I take someone else's lesson and I have my students do it. And that's okay. It doesn't always have to be you, because if you create everything, you're going to be exhausted.
No, that's
so it's
right.
important. Yeah, it's important that you find high quality audio and video, but it's perfectly okay to curate it. You just make sure that it's accessible for your learners, and that when you import things to the site where you're working, that you still embed interactions. Remember, you never have them just sit there. They have to interact with whatever it is. Even if you didn't create it, you have to find a way to embed something. Does that answer?
Thank you, Helen.
Yes.
Here I come to your the first part of your address, that the role of the teacher is not the role of a dictator. The role of a teacher is that of a creator, and he has to create spaces, prepare the soil, and create an environment of learning. That is the one part of social presence of the teacher, and he has to create interest in the students, arouse their curiosity, and be together with the, how do they share, how do they, peer criticism, and all these things. When they are there, they sit like a family and they support each other in the learning process. That is, I think, one of the success of your module, SOFLA. Certainly, SOFLA is going to help a lot, because online teaching has been a challenge to the world. So initially, they have come over the basic hiccups, but focusing on online teaching and completing it like offline teaching, that 100% offline teaching and online teaching, still there is a little gap, and your module is going to fill up that gap to some extent. And then, ma'am, you said about SOFLA is an innovation, and I already had said that you are an innovator, and you have gone deep into the problem of online teaching and communication, and how how perfectly information can be communicated and set in the heart and mind of the students that is very, very important. We don't just have to lecture. We have to experiment with them at every spot, at every point. So of course, online teaching is a limitation, but at the same time, it is advantage too.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Because, yeah,
Naveen Mohini, ma'am.
tell
There
me.
are a few questions on the chat box.
Okay, perhaps I have missed. Can you read them out? Or you
Yeah.
speak? You can ask the question.
Yes,
You
yes,
ask.
ma'am. The latest question from Dr. Shaila Mahan, in continuation with Mohan Raj sir's query, just read out sir's query also. Does SOFLA work with slow learners? And Shaila Mahan ma'am has asked, can SOFLA be used with differently able learners too?
Okay. So it does depend well, slow learners is one, but the differently abled, it depends on what their particular difficulty might be, because that's a big category. Okay. What I will say is, as far as slow, the out of class work can be done at any pace. Students can go at their own pace. Remember, they control it. All right. Also, you can provide additional supports when the students need that. Sometimes in the preview and discovery, step 6, I notice there are students who don't have the background for the next lesson, and I give them something to do also to fill in a gap they may have. So slow learners can do the out of class work. As far as in class, they have so much transparency in the sign-in and the reflection. They're seeing the other students, so they're learning a lot from each other. And when you do breakouts, you can differentiate. So if you want to work with the slower ones, sometimes I make a whole breakout group just with the ones that are having difficulty, and I sit there with them. They don't do it independently. I'm there in that room sometimes if they need it. And again, for the differently abled, it's really dependent upon what their issues are, whether it's like any other method, SOFLA, that you'd have to do it by the individual student and differentiate depending on what their issues are. Otherwise, I don't have anyone doing research in that area, but that's definitely something to take a look at if that's something you're interested in.
Yeah. Thank you. There is another question by Sujata Priyadarshini. She says, a very interesting session. Loved the eight-step teaching format. Have you used SOFLA with blended format, online and face-to-face sessions is her question.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're asking about blended learning?
Yeah, have you used SOFLA with all these blended and in a face-to-face session? That's what she's asking.
I got it. Okay, so I have used it exclusively in online classes. That's what it was developed for. But I actually have a meeting next week with someone who came to me so excited to say, I use it in my blended instruction. It works. I got to talk to you about it. So I think one way to do it is that you have rotation. So one group might be doing, steps 3 and 4 and 5, and the other group might be doing the pre-work, and you can then switch them, something like that. They don't all have to be doing the same thing at the same time. If some of them are online, some of them are with you, or if they're all in the class, sometimes if it's in person, you can still do the rotation and go through the 8 steps. It's just that you're going to do it with them in the classroom. So but I haven't done it, but I know that people are planning to try that. So I'd be interested in how it works. But the idea is that you can be flexible as long as you do the 8 steps. You can still do it, whether it's everyone's in person or some are and some aren't. Or you meet them once in a while, you meet them in person, and other times you meet them online. You can do that. I haven't because of COVID. I just do it online now, but we'll be back.
Yes. Thank you for answering those questions. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Anita. Going over to Sofla, ma'am. Some of the things are very, very attractive. Like you have said, you're using pre-work, and pre-work means they have to study, they have to listen to the audio, and they have to see the video, understand it, and then come back with questions. And you are asking questions to them, whatever they have learned. And another exercise that they have to write also a few sentences. They have to give a feedback also. So it's more so student-centered learning, instructor-led learning. You are motivating, I hope I'm clear. You are motivating the students to come up with questions, come up with problems, and instructor is there to just lead them into asking questions and finding solutions. So I appreciate this thing a lot, because that's how you ignite the minds of children to learn, to understand, and to pose problems and come up with questions, and also try to find out the solutions also of their own queries. You're just shaking their minds, and the teacher is providing that environment there. Is it okay? And
yes,
then
I couldn't say it better. You have distilled the essence of SOFLA so beautifully. I mean, the way you're describing it is exactly what I was intending. So I think I got through. That's great.
And then one part of teaching is repetition. And that repetition is coming in the second part of starting from number 5 to 8. So, I mean, it should be successful. And it has been truly our pleasure. And a lot of, we have disseminated a lot of information through your lecture. Hope to listen to you again, ma'am, and hope to connect with you for more focused teaching and better understanding of the language. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity. This is the first time I've presented to teachers in India. It's very exciting for me, and it's really thrilling, I have to say.
Our privilege, ma'am, our privilege.
Okay, and please contact me, everyone. If you follow up with SOFLA, I'd like to know about it. And there's a group of us internationally that are discussing it together. So if you want to be with us, just let me know.
We'd like to. Over to you.
Creating fertile spaces and building genuine and effective relationships that were the tremendously benefiting, pieces of knowledge and wisdom from Dr. Helene Marshall. And I would like to thank her now. I would also like to thank Professor Dr. Mohini Nigam for all her contribution and time. Thank you very much, both of you, from everyone, on behalf of everyone present here online.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, we'll wrap up this session now, and we'll meet again at 10:40 sharp for the next roundtable session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Good morning, sir. Ujwala here.
Good morning. Albert here.
Hi, good morning, Albert sir and Ujjwala ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Good morning, Dr.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Talitha. Dr. Hemangi Rao.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Professor Nagendra Kumar. This is the first time we are meeting, I think. Albert here. Hi, Talitha. Good morning. Talitha, you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, Professor Nagendra, I haven't seen you either, though we have talked in the WhatsApp. Very nice to see you in the morning. Oh, you should be able to, sir. Yeah.
Talitha ma'am, you're not able to unmute yourself.
Perhaps when we start, the organizers will do that for us.
Just let me just
That'll be
check.
great here.
Okay, I think
Yes,
it's fine.
yes. Yes, now
Talitha,
you
we
can
can hear you
unmute.
now.
How can you unmute?
All
Yes.
good now.
Hi,
Hello, Albert,
Good
sir.
morning, good morning,
Hi,
everybody.
good morning.
good
Yeah,
morning.
it's a pleasure
Morning,
meeting you.
Ujjwala.
Good morning.
So initially I was not allowed to unmute, so
Yes, yes. I think the host had.
Technology is controlling us.
Yeah, they have
We
just.
have to control technology now.
Yeah,
No, they have just made it as
sometimes it's
not to unmute themselves. Just now I released it. That's okay.
sometimes it's needed also. We realize it in the classrooms.
Yes. Good
Students
morning, Hemangi ma'am.
play pranks.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning,
No,
Anita
this-
ma'am.
The
morning,
Nagendra Kumar ji, that is sweeter the uses of adversity. Talitha ji, you must be quite, it's midnight for you.
Yeah, it's midnight. Yeah, it's midnight, but it's fine. We're normally up at this time, so that's fine.
Oh, okay, okay.
Good morning, Shravan sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Mohan Raj sir.
Good morning, everyone. But,
Yeah.
I didn't see you in the gallery, so I sent a message. to you.
Oh.
Anyway, that's fine. That's
Yeah. I joined at 10:15 actually, around
okay.
10:15.
No, fine.
So-
No, because my anxiety is for my anxiety.
Yeah.
Morning and welcome to everybody.
Good morning,
Hi,
Mohan
Raman
sir.
sir.
Good morning.
Hi,
Good
sir.
morning.
Mohan Raj sir.
Waiting. I'm waiting for this session to begin.
One minute is too long.
I'm waiting for sparks to fly.
Ankur ji, I think you can begin. We are right on dot.
Right, sir, right. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Albert, Professor.
Good morning.
Engage, enlighten, encourage, and especially just be yourself. Social media is a community effort and everyone is an asset. With these words by the noted writer, Susan Cooper, which very aptly describe the essence and spirit of the theme, integrating non-literary writings with mass media, social media, and English studies. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again extend a very warm welcome to all of you in this second session on the fourth day of this conference. We are privileged to have with us today as the chair of this session, Professor C.A. Lal from the University of Kerala, an alumnus of the International Visitor Leadership Program of the US State Department. Professor Lal has also been involved in English language teaching related academic activities engaged in different countries like UK, Indonesia, South Korea, Nepal, and Qatar. I would now request Professor Lal to take over the session from here. Respected sir, it's over to you now.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful opportunity for us all to be here. virtually from different parts of the world. Perhaps had it been an actual conference, maybe such variety would not have been possible. So sweet indeed are the uses of adversity, as Albert a while ago pointed out. So today this discussion that we are going to have will be on integrating non-literary writing and mass media, social media in English studies. So traditionally, in fact, ever since English learning happened in our country as we know it, it has always been structured around literature. It's either a poem that we are dealing with, or a play, or a prose passage, or a novel that we are looking at. And traditionally, we have memories of wonderful teachers who have performed in the class, maybe whom we call the Shakespeare of the year, and teachers who draw pictures of in the minds of the readers of the wonderful the waterfall in Tennyson's Ulysses, and Lotus Eaters and all those things. But one problem that we consistently face, particularly these days of globalization or whatever we are right now in, there has been the increasing need to focus on communication, at least in the preliminary level, which this preliminary level seems to extend a lot these days, particularly because we find a lot of inadequacies in the tertiary level as well when it comes to basic communication skills. So in the CLT broad paradigm scheme of things, in communication-based sessions and fluency-oriented sessions, which are much needed part of our English language teaching, we need to work with more contextual and purposeful material so that the students can really involve with all their, what shall I say, breaking all their inhibitions and involved in the use of the target language. And for that, perhaps a poem will certainly be helpful. We are not in any way putting aside literature, because that would be very unwise. But because of the thrust of our session is on non-literary material, and it is of great importance, we will structure our discussions around using authentic material in the class. When we talk about non-literary material, it would be kind of brochures or extracts from logs, newspaper extracts, logbook, the guide how to use this machine kind of books, how-to books, and how this washing machine can be used. And even a railway timetable in the class or a railway ticket in the class would be a very good context to generate a lot of communication. So the authentic material is a very important, rather neglected area that we need to talk about. And coming to social media and the mass media context, you have television programs, you have blogs, vlogs, podcasts and videos, and posts in FB, Telegram, whatever. So the next 1 hour, we'll have different perspectives on these different aspects. I'll introduce each speaker as she or he is invited. We'll begin the discussion with Ms. Talitha Matthews' views. Talitha ma'am is an ELT professional based in Trivandrum. She was working in Cochin for quite a long. Trivandrum is a place where I am also at present stationed. She has wide experience as a teacher. She has been a journalist for quite a long time. She's an excellent trainer. She writes articles in magazines and newspapers. She writes plays and poems. And her hobby is writing stories, within quotes, this is her own words, for children and the young at heart. She's also a member of the Kochi Reading Group, a book club which keeps its members in close touch with literature through lively readings, discussions, and analysis. And currently, she is joining us from the USA. And thank you very much, ma'am, for taking all the trouble to sitting up so late, being with us. And we would love to listen to you and your views on the topic we are discussing. Talitha, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to ELTAI for this interesting conference, and to Professor Lal for laying the foundation for our discussion. Non-literary writings will be dealt with by later speakers, and I would like to focus on the place of mass media and social media in general English. My position, I think, many of my colleagues may not agree. I recognize that mass media in the classroom is an energizing influence, and mass media has been used for decades. But don't we need to be a little more cautious when it comes to social media? So this is my basic starting point. Now, remember what media guru Marshall McLuhan famously said, that the medium is the message. Focus not just on the messages that are conveyed, but the way the medium itself affects human consciousness and society at large. And today, living and breathing the internet as we do, we cannot ignore the psychological effect of media viewing on our brains. And this is just my view. Don't you think the effect would be much stronger on the younger generation, which is far more exposed to media in all its avatars? Let's look briefly at the linguistic effect of media and social media. All pervading media usage has a linguistic impact, of course, but I feel it's a mixed bag. In his book, How Social Media is Changing Language, John Green comments that some of us, teachers, despair at how use of this informal medium can lead to an equally casual attitude to grammar. In fact, my first thought on social media being used to teach general English can be summed up in text speak. LOL, laugh out loud. So why I laughed was, I felt, how can the very instrument that has so drastically mutated the language be used to teach the fundamentals, the basics? However, quoting John Green again, looking at it from another angle, he says, but the truth is that social media is great for word nerds, for wordplay and people who love doing gymnastics with the language. So he adds that it provides a rich playground for experimenting with, developing, and subverting the language. My question is, in what sense does it enrich and how does it subvert language? Wondering whether the unbridled use of media excerpts is a really good idea, I spoke to a young creative director of an advertising firm in India. So here's what he said very emphatically. The language we teach and learn today should definitely reflect the contemporary language spoken by different ethnic and economic groups, such as the African American community in the US, who have made the language very forceful and colorful. We can trace two main ways in which the language has mutated. For one, spoken language is becoming more informal, bypassing conventional rules. Some years ago, I was really taken aback when I heard a movie character saying, "my bad," instead of "my mistake." But over time, I have got used to the conversion of the adjective bad to a noun. My bad, in fact, is quite expressive, I now feel. The second major change is that written language now reflects the informality and the colloquialism of spoken sentences. This creative director to whom I spoke quoted a now famous line in an ad. It goes, "Got milk? Got milk?" This would have been heresy in the ad world in earlier times. The correct structure, of course, would be, "Have you got milk?" But in the ad, the contraction of "got milk" worked very well and caught the attention of the target audience, or so he told me. So all these grammatical changes are what I would label the IKEAization of language. IKEA, you're all familiar. So grammar in the internet age is minimalistic. In housekeeping jargon, grammar is undergoing treatment, which is a cross between Feng Shui and IKEA. The aim is apparently to reduce clutter, to become simpler, even simplistic. But there is a disturbing thought. Are we regressing to childhood structures of grammar? For example, in social media texts, apparently the use of "why you know," as in "why you know, go here, there, and everywhere," is perfectly clear. But my question is, why not say "why don't you?" The same number of words, although the tone is more informal. So this is what I was saying. Are we going back in time to the way a child of 3 would speak? Let's look at a more positive example of how nouns are being converted into verbs simply by adding an ing. So this is one example. What are you doing? And the response would be, I am Netflixing. So not I'm watching Netflix, I am Netflixing. So this, I think, is an interesting and creative use of language. However, let's bear in mind that keeping abreast of the current trends may be a challenge for the teacher who is likely to be at least a decade older than the student. The social media changes so rapidly that it's like a shape shifter. The content of the syllabi we design would have to be both fluid and subjective. It would vary according to the choices made in each individual classroom, and much standardization would not be possible. To conclude, the impact of media of all types is a mixed bag, and I leave it to my colleagues to carry the ball forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Talitha ma'am. In fact, we would have all the presentations and then we'll have views exchanged. And there was a question about PowerPoint. Because this is a discussion and there are 5 speakers, we have decided not to use slides, so do bear with us. One comment, ma'am, you have both presented the potentials and also expressed the anxieties. I too had this anxiety, but recently I've been thinking perhaps what we see in the social media in forms of these singular use of grammar and also the singularities of spelling is perhaps an attempt to capture speech. So normally we would listen only, we are very limited oral communication is possible. Now we have this written communication widely possible. And all these short forms and all these singular grammatical features are attempts to capture the colloquialisms of actual speech in all its varieties. So perhaps in the classroom when we use social media, we need not decry these. We can keep these things at the back of our minds and work with the students. Well, thank you again, ma'am. And we would now go to Dr. Ryan. Dr. Albert P. Ryan is an academic, and he is a professional in English language teaching. He's a teacher trainer, media critic, and education columnist. He is widely known because he contributes a weekly column called English Blues to edX, a higher education supplement with the New Indian Express. He has been writing this column since 2006, and over 800 articles on nuances of English language has already appeared in this column, and books have come with collection of these articles. And the very remarkable thing that I have noticed about him is that over the last few years, he has interviewed several stalwarts in English language teaching, which is I think is a remarkable achievement. And he has kind of the transcript of these interviews have been published in the Journal of English Language Teaching. These experts include such people as Stephen Krashen, who were almost, to many of us, he's almost a legend somewhere far away. But he has been brought to us through the Journal of English Language Teaching by Dr. Albert P. Ryan. And other people include David Noonan, again, another name, which he was more of a name printed on a book than a real person to us until Sir brought him to us through the pages of the ELTAI journal. Scott Thornbury and Nick Pickey, all these, and including Jack C. Richards, again, another big name in textbook writing. So his areas of specialization is ELT, and his interests include journalism, social media and education, media education, critical thinking, and critical pedagogy. Dr. Albert, we would love to listen to your views on the topic we are discussing, which is integrating non-literary material and the social media in teaching English in the general English classroom. So.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Lal, for the wonderful introduction. Thank you, ELTAI, for this opportunity. The focus of my presentation today is on the need for giving importance to learner-generated material and integrating social media into English language teaching at the tertiary level. I'm not going to focus on the primary and secondary level, only at the tertiary level, because the age group matters a lot. Today, we English language teachers are expected to teach not only different aspects of the English language, but also different, and not merely language skills, but also many other skills. We were talking about like literacy today. Literacy has a different definition, and we have new literacies like financial literacy, budget literacy, media literacy, social media literacy, etc. So we are not expected to teach various other skills, including we are expected to teach various other skills, including collaboration and problem-solving skills. When we teach language, we teach thinking skills also. Today, there's much talk about critical thinking and creativity. Unfortunately, not much has been done in these two areas. Creativity is not taught in any school or college in India, except a few schools where the teachers take the initiative. So we are expected to go beyond the textbook and set curriculum in order to help students learn a new set of skills. I'm just okay. We can do justice to our students only when we go beyond the set curriculum and prepare them to face real world challenges in the 21st century. Most textbooks and course books have material which neither teachers nor students find interesting. Please go back to your college days. Do you remember the texts that you read? Did you really read the original novels? Like, just would like to give you an example. In 1984, when I was a student at St. Joseph's College, Trichy, we had like on the first day or the second day, we had a test, like it's a placement test, like to place students for advanced level English, ordinary level. There were 20 sections, 18 ordinary level sections and 2 advanced level sections. I don't know whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. I was in the advanced level group, and we were prescribed like Julius Caesar, Shakespeare's original plays. So Julius Caesar, the Mayor of Casterbridge, and a few other novels. And most of the students didn't read anything there. Okay, the story is interesting, literature, we like literature, but somehow to teach language, is it really required? When I go back to my college days, now I raise these questions. So teachers have been programmed to believe that a good English language textbook is a book that contains classical essays, poems, short stories, and one-act plays. Even today, we have such books. Oxford University Press, Cambridge, like so many books I've gone through, even textbooks, most textbooks have this. Do our students really find them really interesting? That's the question. In many cases, these texts are neither comprehensible nor interesting to teachers and students. Here are a few questions to reflect on. Let me just ask, like, do we teachers ask our students how they want to learn English? Are we really democratic? Do we really know the learning needs of our students? What is the role of materials in the English language learning? Do we focus on teaching or learning? Mostly, no, most of us focus on teaching. What we teach, like, just we teach, but does learning take place? As N.S. Prabhu says, like, learning, like, we can control our teaching, but we can't control the learning of learners. But it can be done in a different way, like if your teacher is creative and empathetic. Do we encourage students to contribute or to generate their own material? Do we encourage cooperative learning? So the focus on, like, today's presentation, as I said earlier, is learner-generated material. When teachers of English convert learner-generated material into lessons based on the language needs of learners, learning the target language will be easier and more effective. This I have found based on, like, my experiences, that using learner-generated material is very effective. So if the material is compelling, it's not just interesting, compelling, learning will be much more effective. As Dr. Lal mentioned, I've been, kind of constantly in touch with Professor Krashen. Even 2 days ago, I talked to him about this. I sent him an email and we exchanged a few emails regarding today's panel discussion. And he sent me a material in which he says, like, the compelling, not just interesting input hypothesis, which I find very relevant and useful. It is by now well established that input must be comprehensible to have an effect on language acquisition and literacy development. To make sure that language acquirers pay attention to the input, it should be interesting. But interest may not be enough for optimal language acquisition. It may be the case that input needs to be not just interesting, but compelling. But how do we find out that the material is compelling? That's the teacher's role. Compelling means that input is so interesting, you forget that it is in another language. My mother tongue is Tamil. The learners are from Tamil background, but do they, like, when they read something in English, they should forget that it is in another language. So compelling is not just interesting, it's beyond much more than that. It means you are in the state of flow. In flow, the concern of everyday life and even the sense of self disappear. Our sense of time is altered and nothing but the activity itself seems to matter. So flow occurs during reading when readers are lost in the book. Many research studies prove that. So is the content compelling? How do we know that it is compelling? What is interesting for the teacher need not be interesting to the learner. Certain texts will be interesting for most learners. That we need to find out by asking questions and interacting with students and getting their feedback. It is not enough for the text to be interesting alone. It should be relevant too. I add this point, like it should be relevant and useful. Do learners find them really engaging? Why is it important to incorporate social media into English language teaching? I just would like to quote Vygotsky's theory. It stresses that fundamental role of social interaction in the development of cognition, as he believed strongly that community plays a central role in the process of making meaning. Learning is a social process. And learning helps us, like, real learning means learning to think and make others, create meaning. Mass media and social content, why we should use it. Already Talitha has touched certain aspects of mass media. She also comes from the same background where I come from. Just like my first, I started my career as a journalist, then English language teaching professional. Using social media for language learning. Social media is an integral part of life. Today, anyone who is not on social media misses something important in life. From age 9 to 90, people use social media. I know a person who is quite active on social media. He's 93 years old. He initiates a discussion and responds to comments. Social media platforms are more democratic than traditional classrooms. In a traditional classroom, we don't allow students to ask questions, but social media at anytime, anywhere, we can use it. So social media content can engage learners. WhatsApp anecdotes, so many anecdotes. We say that students don't read these days. No, it's not true. They read a lot, but they read different sorts of materials. News stories, tidbits, film reviews. My recent article on Monday, I wrote about Jai Bhim. That movie should be screened in the classroom and should be discussed. It is in the Hindu. Okay, social media in the form of tweets, posts, short videos provide authentic and compelling input. Authentic and compelling input. Why are students, many of us are addicted to it? We read a lot. Like, in fact, we read many different things. We may not call it literature or literary pieces, may not be. So learners are exposed to real life language. That's what we need to do, that exposing students to real life language and learning takes place. Social media can help learners build classroom and social community. Language learning is a social process, as I have said earlier. It helps us connect with others easily. Why do we learn a language? To communicate with others. So social media, online discussion forums and others can help learners develop their critical thinking skills also. And it also helps us update our knowledge, and it encourages collaborative discussion. With this, I'll stop. I'll come back again. I just would like to say, teachers' responsibility is not to read the word as Paulo Freire says, but also to read the world. When we teach language to students, we help them to read the world by integrating social media content into English language teaching. We can help students to read the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. There are a lot of discussion happening parallel in the chat room. I'd like to emphasize one point before we go on to Dr. Ujjwala. We are not talking about the English that is used in the social media platforms, which is again another very interesting area that we need to discuss. We are concerning primarily with the with social media material as authentic material, as a resource in our English language classes, in which a definite selection is involved. When the teacher decides what content he can be selected and used, particularly in a classroom activity. And then for wider writing practice, reading practice, we can also have a more structured, guided kind of work even. So many of the anxieties we have about inexactness of language doesn't really pose a big obstacle. Sometimes they can be converted into strength as well. So, sir, as you rightly said, certainly creativity, critical thinking, etc., which are to be innocuously incorporated into our activities, will be more effectively done when we use material that are very immediate to our learners. And from the experience that we have as well, I am also thinking back to the 80s when we were doing those texts, and which in Kerala we went on doing it until the end of the first decade of the 21st century. And I do not regret that either, because in nearly 2009 time, we changed the syllabus and we brought in a lot of skill-based changes in the general English classroom. And recent revision has brought in even social media material and authentic material into the textbooks. But my anxiety has always been that there doesn't seem to be a big change in the scene as one would expect. And perhaps even those students those very small majority percentage who would have read a bit of Bertrand Russell or somebody more recent, perhaps this was 80s, those books, maybe a bit of Shakespeare. Now, even that chance is not there. And also, this is because the information we have put into these course books these days are highly dependent on the teachers being resourceful and teacher being motivated enough to try these in the classroom in the sense they are put there. So that is one challenge that we have. I think we need to prioritize teacher development a lot more than we are doing right now, because much of the content that we attempt to deliver nowadays are highly teacher dependent. And that is one concern that I'd like to put in at this point of time. So we'll listen to Dr. Ujjwala. She's a professor of English in Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Karad in Satara, Maharashtra. She is also a research guide, a course writer. She creates self-learning material for her university. And she's a member in many academic bodies and published extensively in the research journals, several research journals, and presented papers in international and national conferences. And we have been, in the last couple of weeks, all the members of this group have been in touch and we have been discussing, and there have been much exchanges that already we have done. So, Dr. Ujjwala, we look forward to listening to you. can you please unmute?
Okay. Okay. Warm greetings to one and all. Thank you, ELTAI, for inviting me for this discussion. And the focus of my discussion today is whether we can use TED books for the impactful learning of English. Okay, most of us are familiar with TED Talks, known for ideas worth spreading. TED books pick up where TED Talks leave off, as it is claimed. They are non-fiction works, come in a short, punchy format, quite suitable for today's fast-moving world, and are designed for digital distribution. They cover any topic. Many of the books come from TED speakers themselves, wherein they explain their perspectives in detail. Like TED Talk, they follow the maxim less is more. These books are available on the Kindle and Kindle Reader apps. Okay, they are for those actually who have a passion to know novel, unusual, offbeat ideas, concepts, approaches, perspectives, and so on. And they can be used for those, say, today's young techno-savvy students whose energy is trapped in rote learning and hence it's not properly channelized. I believe these books, if introduced to children or students, I mean college students, will be exposed. They will be exposed to not only innovative, intriguing ideas, powerfully, brilliantly stated by experts in the field, but exploit them for improving and or sharpening their proficiency in English. For this, they, along with their teacher, will have to put a lot of continuous efforts into it. Here, the teacher turned facilitator has a crucial role to play. The activities related with reading of TED books will be more effective, I think, if they are conducted as a group activity or in pair and in the open and free learning atmosphere, not in the usual classroom setup wherein the students most of the time remain passive learners. The students will be asked to read any TED book of their choice. This way they will feel more connected with the content in it and participate in the activities enthusiastically. Their interest in the book and the teamwork among them will motivate them to, I believe, to get properly occupied in the activities assigned to them. This would lead to a fruitful discussion wherein together they would unleash their ideas, fantasies, questions that would crowd their minds. That is, what is the author's message? Why does it appeal to me? How can I link this piece of knowledge to different books addressing same or contrary ideas? Or can I further the discussion adding my own insights? Okay, this will they will learn to form and ask appropriate questions. The repeated activity will make their thinking more focused and their questions more correct. Here, the facilitator can help them their views effectively in it. This approach will undoubtedly broaden their scope of reading, understanding of the nuances of language. This collaborative activity will further inspire real and meaningful discussion among them. What is more, while reading, if they notice different styles and patterns in the writing, they can adopt these styles to make their presentation or writing more creative. The free interaction or the brainstorming on the book will lead to a healthy, logical, analytical reasoning. This will influence their speaking or writing, wherein they will learn to construct, organize, and express their ideas in coherent manner. This exercise can enhance their vocabulary as well. As they begin reading regularly, they will learn new words, phrases, expressions, and will also learn the usage of those words. They will gradually become more comfortable with the words spelled, pronounced, and the context in which they are used. They will further enable them to, this activity actually further enable them to incorporate new words in their daily life speeches and presentations. And they will realize choosing right words is vital to convey the right message. This will complement their ability to express their thoughts and feelings in an impactful manner. So their initiative in this exercise will gradually lessen their inhibition to, as Dr. Lal was saying, their inhibition to present their views before the audience. This will build their confidence. They will also understand that to make a successful presentation, first they need to research the topic thoroughly. They need to read a lot. Now, this will widen their reading. What is more, they will also understand the impact of linguistic rhythms and the impact of body language. Okay, this is done. If the teacher appreciates their contribution, it will boost their self-esteem and affect all spheres of learning. Of course, it's always important to stay motivated and enjoy the experience of learning. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Ujjwala. Dr. Ujjwala has brought in two other aspects that's very relevant. One is this content-based instruction, where this is part of authentic, the authentic material discussion. When immediate content is brought in, something that is related to your life, of great curiosity to you, intellectually or due to emotional reasons, adolescents, for example, would respond well to topics related to their lives, TED Talks or other educational, informative talks, whether it is audio in the audio, video audio form or a written matter. So that is one kind of content that we need to talk seriously about. And again, in the chat box, an anxiety is constantly expressed about the standard English, about non-standard expressions being picked up by students. Well, my personal view, if I may be permitted to put it here, is there are two. One, the standard is not something that is fixed, as we all know. It's a very flexible thing. It's constantly changing. Another thing is, we are not advocating bringing in the whole gamut of social media English into the classroom. As we repeatedly say, there is an element of choice, element of conscious selection on the part of the teacher. Secondly, we are not talking about replacing literature with other kind of realia or authentic information. We are talking about supplementing or kind of keeping them together and using them with different intentions. So thank you again, Dr. Ujjwala. And we would now listen to Dr. Hemangi Raul. She is, Mrs. Hemangi Raul is with the Department of English, Sarda Bhai Power Mahila Arts, Commerce and Science College, Baramati, Pune in Maharashtra. She has been teaching for over 29 years now at various levels, from primary, secondary, engineering students, and currently she teaches UG students and is a coordinator of language development programs. She has published articles in reputed journals and she presents regularly in national and international academic events. She also takes care of the ELTAI Baramati chapter as the president. And yeah, we'd love to listen to you, Ms. Hemangi.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Lal sir, for introducing me so much. I thank ELTAI for giving me this opportunity to speak. We just listened to Ujjwala ma'am regarding the topic of TED Talks, right? I'll be talking about the blog writings. We are much familiar with the blogs, what we come across nowadays, which has become very popular since the world is on our fingertips and the pandemic has brought the world more on our fingertips as a daily work to be done. So blog writing actually began from 1994, which was more of a personal diary. So we usually remember when we were as students, we were taught diary writing. So nowadays, students not only students, all the people are become so netizens that we don't require a pen and paper to write, and hardly people prefer diary writing. So this was replaced by blog writings. So people like to talk, sometimes people like to share, talk about their experiences, so that they feel to be connected with the community. As I said, that the social media and the media and the internet has brought us the world at our fingertips, but there are differences even in the houses. We hardly find everybody busy on their own social media sites, and they hardly find time to express to one another and speak to one another. So this gap has increased. So blog writing, like a diary writing, is already, we have incorporated in some parts of our syllabus, but I feel this has to be introduced by the students on their own, so that they can come up with their creativity, their views, sharing of their knowledge. We all know that in 2000, it was a type of a very sweep of a political blogging, wherein everything changed, and the governments were all in a different manner due to the social media. So the main purpose actually for blogging is that it should we create a community with a relevant audience. So it is a very effective generation of knowledge, a tool for generation of knowledge, sharing of knowledge. And the very important thing of blog writing is that you get your comments, you share views, you have exchange of knowledge through this blog writing. So one gets the information from local to the global. This is what I feel through blog writing. It helps students to bring out their views, their images into a real life experiences onto a platform, whereon they can bring club into a community, form forums, can have a lot of discussions, wherein this will build in the knowledge enhancement. Of course, it will also lead to language literacy also. Some people, when you read, this will enable them to read various blogs related to their choices, which will automatically build on their vocabulary, their grammar, their content, and everything related to literal literacy. So it will also add more meaning to language, the content, and the things. I would just like to bring into light the travel blogs, because blog writing is for various purposes. We have, it's sometimes a very personal, sometimes business blogs, which create a lot of avenues for this people. Their businesses grow up with this blog writing. Even the official websites nowadays have blog writings in their on their website. So it's a platform for an expression, which I feel is the need of the hour. As I said, we think that the world is on our fingertips due to the media, but at the same time, we are away from one another, emotionally detached from the family members, the community. So we find to attach ourselves through these blog writings and express our emotions, share our feelings on a particular topic, wherein we could bring in all the same content people, or the people who are on the same topic together for a forum, which will be which is an excellent platform for exchange of knowledge, sharing of knowledge, gaining something, coming out with some new ideas. And as I move on towards the travel blogs, these I feel are very strong. They play a major role because there are certain places which are not known to the people. Because as I belong to a very interior part of Maharashtra, Baramati, we have students coming from the rural background. And when they tell up some certain types of caves they have in their village, certain type of temples they have in the village, Like we know that there is a crater, lunar crater place in one of the place in Maharashtra, very, I don't know, not known to, may not be known to all the people, that lunar crater is the third highest, largest crater on the earth in the world. It is in the district Buldana. So this type of travel blogs will give the more enhancement and more accessibility to the various places, knowledge, and also make you specific and teach us to express and find a way out. So if we incorporate our students into this writing, this will enhance their language building, their creativity, because we see nowadays even vlogging, not only blogging, but vlogging is more popular nowadays. So sometimes with videos, we do the video vlogging also, is also it shows the creativity of the person. It enriches their knowledge. It brings out their vision towards their perspective towards a particular topic. So this will help us to have more and more interactive sessions, or more and more interaction of knowledge through this blogging and vlogging. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, well, you have actually touched on all the aspects of blogging, the benefits it has on multiple levels, the psychological support that it gives to the people who created the content that is generated. And being very selfish language teachers, I also, being a very selfish language teacher, I also see blogging as a very good ways to take English language use outside the classroom, extend the learning outside the classroom in a very meaningful manner when you encourage learners. But we have a pertinent question here from Sujata here, but we'll take that after Professor Nagendra's presentation. Well, I do think that in the stream of ideas that we have been going through, blogging would be an excellent way in which we can continue, extend the learning process outside the classroom. Thank you very much for the valuable inputs. Now we'll listen to the next speaker, who Sir will conclude this first spell of presentations. Dr. Nagendra Kumar is Professor of English in IIT Roorkee and has served as Head Department of Humanities and Social Sciences in IIT Roorkee. Professor Kumar specializes in language, literature, and communication and soft skills. He has published over 100 research papers in reputed national and international journals, conference proceedings, and edited anthologies. He has supervised 12 PhD scholars, and several scholars are pursuing their PhD degree under his supervision right now. He has delivered invited talks in 36 institutions across over 36 the country and abroad, including Austria, Oman, Singapore, Canada, Poland, Czech Republic, Denmark. And he has successfully organized about a dozen AICTE-sponsored short-term courses. We are going to listen to a man with considerable experience, and we look forward to your views, sir. Professor Nagendra Kumar. Please unmute, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. First of all, my gratitude to Professor Mohan Raj and Professor Lal for making me part of this roundtable discussion. Well, I'm specialized in literature and have been teaching in an Indian Institute of Technology for last 20 years. So all these 20 years, my experience of teaching and learning English has undergone a sea change. And I consider myself a learner rather than an expert, a practitioner of language. Listening to all of you was certainly an enlightening experience. And side by side, I have also been looking at the chat box, which is abuzz with concerns and ideas. Well, what I wanted to know, rather than putting across from my side, is that as language teachers, we have always been in a flux. There is no doubt about that. We have always been also experiencing pulls and pushes. So rightly, many people have expressed their concern whether we have to make a shift from literary to non-literary, or we have to stick to literary. Then what will happen to our whole talk about purity of language or standard, so-called standard of language? Uh, well, teaching in a technological institution, what I have realized, the language has a different function altogether. So teaching in traditional colleges and universities, mostly we knew that the students might like to further pursue their career in language or literature. And we were frequently drawing from literary instances to make them understand, to make them decode. We were also somehow concerned about their moral, ethical, and critical development. Now, when we come to look at the role language plays in a technical educational institute, we are always made to realize that we are there to support the practical and pragmatic needs of students' language, ability. And that is the reason why, and again, the students also have a different attitude. They are heavily laden with technology. So my concern has always been how to reconcile to this. As somebody who is specialized in literature, I believe that literature contains the sublime ideas and thoughts. And obviously, reading literature or drawing from literary language not only develops us superficially, but also helps in building our critical ability and taking it a notch higher. But when we simply touch upon language as something in the practical domain, and we are just trying to help out our students in communicating with the world immediately surrounding them, are we doing justice? Because, obviously we are taking care of their immediate language needs, but in a way we are also restricting their critical thinking process. We are also not allowing them to have an access to that higher sublime thought which is contained in literary pieces. So in my opinion, well, we are living in a world heavy with technology and a lot of things are changing. We also know that merely talking about literature in our language classes will not really prove effective, simply because the students don't have time for literature, or they are not connected with literature that much. And we also realize that while it will be a rare occasion for all our students to make use of English for creative writing, there are plenty of such occasions where they have to deal with street smart usage of language. They have to deal with advertisements. They have to deal with photographs. They have to deal with political speeches. They have to write, uh, uh, they have to write letters. They have to write blogs. So my position, certainly is not very clear, but what I feel is I always feel that we have to look for ways in which we can integrate both literary and non-literary in such a way that we are able to complement the learning of language for practical purposes and also for proper decoding of the sublime ideas contained in our literature. It would be very enlightening to know, because we have language experts. I don't consider myself an expert. I'm a practitioner, as I said. So these are the constant points of discussion amongst our colleagues and also with our students, how to strike a balance between literary uses and non-literary uses of material. So I'll be very happy if I get an answer from my august colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We will now we have a bit more time. So shall we look at the if any of the panelists have a comment to add, we can do that, or we would look at the couple of questions that have come in. One is, let me read it out. If students don't read the texts that are prescribed, should or rather shouldn't the text they usually read and enjoy be prescribed for study? Is prescribed the right word in this context? Would Professor Albert like to comment on that?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, I'll repeat the question. It is, if students don't read the texts that are prescribed, should we prescribe the text that they love reading? And would the word prescribed be a suitable one?
No, first of all, the word prescribed should be removed. That's what I said. No, learn, it should be collaborative effort. Like learning is a social process and it should be democratic. That's what I've been like, when we say that, when we prescribe something to them, we are not consulting the students. We are not engaging them. We are not involving them in the process. Rather, that's why I said my focus is at the tertiary level. At the primary level, at the secondary level, it is not possible. But at the tertiary level, it is possible. So it should be, learning should be a democratic process. The teacher should treat students not as sponges that absorb, but as active contributors. So teaching learning effectively means teaching them to think effectively, which is possible only when we give them what they want. It's not what we want. So prescribing a text, for example, Julius Caesar, Shakespeare, how is it going to help them? You might find it interesting, as Professor Nagendra said, like not just students of in IITs or in engineering colleges. They don't need it. If they want, they will learn on their own. They will read on their own. So let's not treat students as mere sponges. Let's treat them as active contributors. They can collaborate with the teachers. They can give the materials, and let's use learner-generated materials in the classroom if we want to do justice to students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, we have another question, which is about blogging. A major issue of blogging is people are not consistent. Even teachers are not consistent in posting in blogs. How do we ensure students make consistent posting? Would Hemangi have an observation on that?
Yes, it's absolutely true that students and teachers, even teachers, are not consistent, because we are not still taken that platform as a serious platform, as a mode of or a medium for educating students and making it as a tool. So it's my urge. That's what I said, that it's very important, because it will be very helpful and enhancing for the students as well as the teachers. So first, I think the teachers should make it a practice. To make it as a practice, we can start as an activity in the class taking up with a particular topic for the students. Like suppose 1 week I may ask, or 1 month I may ask student to work on travel vlogs or vlogs. You can give certain topics, so automatically students will be into that writing of vlogging and blogging along with the teachers. So teachers ultimately will be active, and they will also start writing their blogs regularly.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to add to that. One, this is about blogging, but there is a task that we have traditionally been giving students. Maybe keep a diary and write something every day. And we are notoriously famous for being inconsistent in that, because perhaps unless you are highly logical in your outlook, it's very difficult to keep a log of your activities every day. But then when it comes to language learning, practice outside the classroom, it's a very convenient tool. So maybe when we set the task, we need to keep in mind that it's human nature not to be consistent, perhaps, and also give a more attainable target, like at least note down 3 or 4 sentences every day. And if it is okay, it's okay if you miss a day, don't worry. Don't wait for the mood to come. Start the next moment you can. It's okay to miss a day or 2. So when we don't make the structure too rigid, the likelihood of children doing it more naturally is more. This is my thought. I could be wrong, and it may not work equally with all learners as well.
Yes, so there is also, I would just add on to this, there is also a misconception that quantity should be more. But I don't believe blog writing requires more quantity every day, or I've written so many blogs and so many blogs. So it has to be quality, not with the quantity based. It has to be quality based. Even in the literature class, we can just skip up one class saying that today we won't be writing on this. I won't be teaching on this. We'll just discuss about it, and everybody can write on it. The students can write on it, and we can have it as a vlog in the next week. So have like this, like a discussion, they can have it in the class at one lecture, and we can continue with that in the next week also. So if teachers make it a habit of making one lecture for these activity-based things in literature class, I think we will develop the students with literature as well as with language also in a very strong manner. Because many a times we are very busy into teaching poetry, poems, and the short stories, but the language part is neglected. So this will be incorporated. When this will be incorporated, I think we will develop their language also.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now we'll take one more question, after which Dr. Remini wants to directly raise a question to us. So the question, I think it would be nice if Professor Nagendra looks at it. It goes like this. Today, we are looking at language as a service subject. This ties up with the idea of language across curriculum. If this is true, can we look at ways of teaching literature differently rather than throw it out wholesale? This could proverbially be throwing the baby with the bathwater. Well, this is something that Dr. Nagendra did address, but would you like to add to that, sir?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Yeah, that's exactly the point I was trying to make, that we cannot make wholesale changes. Rather, we have to look to combine both literary and non-literary, because they both serve 2 different purposes. And we never have to lose sight of our job as teachers. We are not only preparing, dead professionals, we are also trying to build their human heart. So I mean, language without literature, I think will not serve any purpose. And again, like in technical institutions, we have realized we are called humanities. So humanities, without humanity, certainly will fail in its very purpose. So I'm one who would like to integrate both literary and non-literary in such a fashion that, we are able to create good human beings with proficient language. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Now, before
I'll
we,
just like to add on to this, like what sir said, like that IITs and NITs have Department of Humanities. We do need to club into this, integrate these things. And vlog writing, I think, will be serving as the strongest media for expression of language, the expression of their emotions, the literary part of the students. So this is the best integration of blog writing as a literary and a non-literary text.
Thank you. Yeah. Before we go to Professor Ramani's question, would Ms. Talita or Dr. Ujjwala like to add anything to our discussion? Yes, ma'am. Please unmute.
May I, Talitha?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Actually, what Dr. Albert Ryan was saying, in continuation with this, actually, when we talk about books, actually, when we talk about our curriculum, actually, our curriculum is full of history, science, geography, say psychology, and many more subjects. It's full of these subjects. Yet the benefit of reading non-fiction books are rarely extolled in the classroom. And the children are taught that reading for pleasure equates to reading fiction. So often what the students encounter are textbook as non-fiction materials. So those who don't enjoy fiction are led to think that they don't enjoy reading. So, but this is not the case. They simply haven't found the, I would say, right books to engage them. So I think if the non-fiction writing along with fiction are effectively used in the classes, the students will definitely turn to reading. They will learn language along with the creative writing. And I think they will enjoy the nuances of language as well. That is, they will fondly read the books. Thank you. This is
Thank you. Thank you. Very relevant observation, ma'am. And Dr. Talita, ma'am, can you would you like to?
Yeah, so I think that I'm with Professor Nagendra Kumar in this. And I just like to say that I did once teach international baccalaureate students.
Unmute, ma'am. You're muted.
Yeah, okay. I'm with Professor Nagendra in this. I very strongly feel that man shall not live by communicative language alone. And I do have, I have experience of teaching IB students. Okay, so international baccalaureate, initially they had language A1. Okay, and I was extremely surprised to find that in 2 years, the students at standard level were expected to read 12 very demanding texts, many of which were from world literature. They were in translation as well. And higher level students had 15 books to read, and they were of extreme difficulty. In fact, the teachers were expected to do the syllabus. So it was up to us, and I really made it as difficult as humanly possible. And you know what we did? We had students from Sinhala medium who had never read a book through. They might have read a few prose passages here and there, but they had never read a book through. And I couldn't really figure out how this program would work. But believe it or not, we threw them in at the deep end. We made them read books like Antigone at higher level and Oedipus Rex. But I have to say that this really took a lot out of the teacher. I mean, we really had to be creative. We left a lot to the students. For instance, I had a teacher in my department who didn't teach the play at all. She just said, okay, this group do this group look at the textiles, the costumes. Some other group can dramatize a scene from the play. And I can't tell you how interesting it was. She did not read through the play at all with them as we do in India. And they read it all at home. They went and did their research. They presented it to the class. And then the only thing that she did was she took the choruses from Oedipus Rex and she made them read it in chorus. I mean, it was wonderful. And I spoke to the students later, and they really seemed to understand the play, and they really got a lot about the play, the conflict, the pain that Oedipus felt, the whole idea of destiny, how you try to escape, but then you really can't escape. I mean, it really deepened, deepened their understanding of life. And moreover, in 6 months, I found that in this effort to express their ideas on these extremely difficult and profound topics, they were actually speaking and reading much, much better. And IB has this advantage of having not just writing, but oral presentations. So, those who can't write too well are not really disadvantaged. You can speak and you can explain yourself and you can talk about recipes from a book or costumes from the book or whatever. It is so interesting. So I would just like to say here that honestly, immersion in literature is not irrelevant at all. It is very, very interesting. This is not to say that, okay, if you have a limited program, you want to teach students to communicate in a particular area or, that's fine. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't do that, but I'm just saying, don't give up the deepening, the extremely profound effects of literature. And I'm not talking about easy stuff. I'm talking about the most difficult literature you can find. Let's not sell the students short. They have hearts and minds, as Professor Nagendra very sweetly said, and we need to cater to that, to their spirits, if I may put it that way.
Thank you very much, Talita ma'am. That was a very, you have neatly concluded the discussions that we are having and stressed the, our priorities. So before we close, Dr. Remini has requested to make a couple of observations. Remini, sir.
Yes, thank you. It won't take more than a minute or so. It was a very interesting discussion, I should say. Different dimensions of the topic emerged from the various presentations and discussion. It was I who raised the question about prescribing or not prescribing, Albert. So this is my concern related to that question is, if you expect every teacher to be able to get the students to generate materials and work with them and all that. And there's another problem is related to social media texts, is that these are evolving, these are emerging, trends are changing. So this raises the question of how we prepare the teachers to be able to resourceful enough to do this, every teacher. We may ultimately have pockets of excellence across the country. A few teachers, innovative teachers who try this and are able to get the outcomes. But what about the formal system across the country? So are we going to do away with prescribing anything at all for learning in the classroom? Or are we expecting every teacher to be able to use whatever social media text they have access to and use them on a daily basis? So this raises a whole lot of questions related to teacher preparedness, teacher development, and teacher training. I just want to raise these concerns. If someone wants to respond to it, okay. Otherwise, we can, Professor Lal can wind up the session.
Any of the panelists would like to respond to Sir Albert, sir, or perhaps? Well, perhaps I would respond to you, sir.
Yes.
Because the many participants want to have more questions, but we need to conclude as we have exceeded our time by about 5 minutes already. So the point is that we need to prioritize where to bring in a little bit of authentic material. But I'm not for using authentic material consistently or teacher development. I mean, student developed content all the time. It's the teacher's priority when according to where we would bring in these suitably and how the right balance is struck. And as Remini sir has implied, there's a great need for teachers to be oriented in the right direction, to make choices, teachers as curriculum developers, teachers as content creators. We talk about student generated content, but then we have a serious issue of monitoring, enabling, empowering teachers to develop their own content for the classes. So where every teacher becomes a content creator, every teacher has the proficiency to create a lesson plan in the mind and the activities that need to be done in the class each day. So, the ELTAI is doing a remarkable work in the last several years. And since the pandemic, we have been focusing a lot on teacher development. And that definitely is making a lot of change. So I'd like to thank all the participants of this discussion. Dr. Talitha, Dr. Ujjwala, Hemangi, and then Professor Albert, Professor Upendra, all my friends. I'm sorry I got the name wrong, Nagendra. And to ELTAI, to the organizers, and Mohan Raj sir, Remini sir for the pertinent questions, and other friends who have asked and made questions and resolved many issues in the chat box. So thanks a lot, and we'll conclude this session with that. Thank you.
This has been a really highly thought-provoking session, as our distinguished speakers have thrown light on including the different aspects of social media, as well as striking a balance between literary and non-literary writings in the learning process. So I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers once again, and I really thanks to Professor Lal also for chairing this session. Now the next session that will be a symposium, and it would be hosted by my colleague, Ms. Anamika Thapa from School of Liberal Arts, Uttaranchal University, Dehradun. So thank you very much once again to all of you. The next session will start at exactly 12.
Dr. Ankur ji, we can continue the session.
Right, ma'am. So Ms. Anamika Thapaka will take over right now from here.
Thank you, Ankur sir. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. We'll be heading over with symposium on lexicogrammar, sounding and sensing. Lexicogrammar, term coined by Michael Halliday, who was the father of systematic functional linguistics. It will be an honor for me to introduce Chairperson Professor V. Prakasam, formerly of English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. His published works range from discussions on grammar, linguistic, religious studies. His books, New Horizons in Linguistic 1993, Semiotics of Language, Literature and Culture 1999, and Handbook of English Grammar 2019 are highly acclaimed. I invite Professor V. Prakasam to chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Sir, you have to unmute Prakasham, sir.
You can unmute now. You can check it, sir.
Sir, మీరు unmute చేసుకోవాలి. No, not yet, sir. Yeah, no, yes.
Yes,
you can hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I can hear you. So, all my friends and fellow pursuers of knowledge, today's symposium title is Lexicogrammar, Sounding and Sensing, which is actually a kind of generalized thing. Language, when we use to encode a message or when we use it to decode a message, has all the three aspects in mind. Number one, speech, oblique, spellings, writing, etc. Number two, lexicogrammar. Lexicogrammar means lexicon, morphology, syntax, and all the grammatical principles. And sensing is signification, which includes both semantic aspects and pragmatic aspects. We don't think pragmatic aspects should be totally kept away from linguistics, because when we use language, we don't use language for only denotation. Connotation is used, suggestion is used. That is how the language is used and understood. That is why it's a kind of, I call it actually Bhasha Trishula. That is sound, structure, and sense. So this symposium takes a holistic view of language, and there are 4 very active linguists or teachers of English participating today, and they have given their topics. I'm going to just mention those names. One is Professor Rajesh Kumar. He is from IIT Chennai. He obtained his PhD in linguistics from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Prior to joining IIT Madras, he taught at IIT Kanpur, IIT Patna in India, and the University of Texas at Austin in the USA. He has been a visiting faculty at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai in India. His book on syntax of negation and licensing of negative polarity items was published by Routledge in their series Outstanding Dissertations in Linguistics in 2006. And he is going to talk about English of India from the lenses of generative paradigm. He is going to be the first speaker. The next speaker, this is on the basis of topics. The next speaker is Dr. Ramarao Chevula. He got a doctorate from the English and Foreign Languages University in the Department of Linguistics and Phonetics, but actually English. He was also awarded Junior Research Fellowship in Linguistics and qualified in State Eligibility Test in English for Assistant Professorship. He has an advanced diploma in Spanish language and diploma in German language. He has been working at Geetham for the last 1 year. Prior to Geetham, there's a university. He worked in the Institute of Engineering Technology as an assistant professor of English. His research interests are morphosyntax, second and third language acquisition. The topic of his choice is meaning to expression. You can see that the Trishulam is operating. The process of realization in language. The third speaker, sorry, is Dr. Anindya Shyam Chowdhury, Associate Professor of Assam University, Silchar. He has also a PhD from FLU University besides PGCT and PGDTE. And he has a Trinity College London certificate in TESOL. His current areas of interest include world Englishes, the politics of Englishes in post-colonial context. He is going to talk about lexicogrammar and pragmatics. That means the holistic view is operating here too. The fourth speaker is going to be Satish Kumar Nadipalli. He is also called Dr. Saketa Ramaraju Nadipalli. He is the convener of ELTAI Godavari chapter, presently working as assistant professor of English in the training and placement cell, SRKR Engineering College, Bhimavaram, Andhra Pradesh. He did his PGTE, MPhil, PGDTE, MPhil and PhD in Linguistics and Phonetics from the English and Foreign Languages University. He has an MA English from Andhra University, Visakhapatnam. He published many research papers in international journals and books. His research interests include linguistics and phonetics, English language education, Telugu and Kannada syntax. The topic he's going to talk about is collocation and colligation, that is both lexicogrammar. I will just say a few words before I request the first speaker to take over. No, I mean, whatever be the theory we work within, or whatever be the model we choose to work within, ultimately, we use language and language creates meanings. language does not necessarily only convey meanings. While talking, we create our own meanings. The other person receives the meanings. And for doing that, all the three, the substance, structure, and signification are important. Substance, in writing, it will have spellings and punctuation. And in speech, our words and all that spoken, plus the intonation we are going to use. That is why the holistic concept, the symposium is going to throw light on all these aspects. So I would like now Mr. Rajesh Kumar to take over. Rajesh Kumar?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Please start.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. It's an honor to be part of this meeting, and in particular, to be talking about something under your chairmanship. I am grateful to the organization for this opportunity as well. On the topic of this type and a gathering of this sort, one would like to say so many things and rather learn so many things. But in a limited period of time, I will put my efforts together in making sense out of 2 or 3 points that I need to and that I have planned for, and there I go. Just to contextualize this discussion, I have had formal training in understanding English worldwide from Professor Braj Kachru at University of Illinois. As a matter of coincidence, and I'm only giving you an example of how world is really too small. He was one of the direct students of M.A.K. Halliday, along with Professor Sivendra Kishore Verma and Ruqayya Hassan. And I start from that point that soon after he arrived in the United States in late 50s, there happens to be a well-known event which is known as Quirk-Kachru debate. This was a discussion between Randolph Quirk and Braj Kachru. That was the beginning point of what is later known as Kachruvian eccentric circles of English. I'm sure researchers working on English worldwide know about 3 circles. So I won't go into the details of that, but just for the purpose of mentioning them, they are known as inner circles, outer circles, and expanding circles. Inner circle, Kachru keeps countries which speak English natively, like USA and UK, Canada, and so on. Outer circle has India, South Africa, etc., where I want to draw on India. And then in his expanding circle, he has countries like Japan and China. So basically, he makes the distinction between countries which speak English natively, countries that speak English as second language for multiple functional purposes, and countries which has limited domains open to use of English, like China and Japan. That's known as Kachruvian circle. It eventually emerged into 2 major contributions from Kachru, which is known as World Englishes. Many of you know the journal World Englishes and the organization International Association of World Englishes. Taking it from there, by no means I am trying to contradict Kachruvian contributions to the study of English. But if we look at English and spread of English worldwide in the present context, we would like to bring in scholars like Rajendra Singh. Then we will need to talk about Rajendra Mistry at Cape Town, Rakesh Bhatt at University of Illinois, and Ramakant Agnihotri in India. We don't have enough time to summarize their contributions, but I'll try to talk about not each one of them, but in totality, in the sense that their contributions have led, of course, beginning with the foundations provided by Braj Kacharu, make a distinction between English in India and English of India. When we say English in India, we mean a deficient variety of English. English that is not spoken natively, English that people are shy of. And I don't need to give you evidence. I was trained in Chomskyan paradigm of understanding language and language structure. You know about the strength of Chomskyan argument when he says a child can potentially learn any language and many languages at a time if the child, if she is given input in those languages. It's like the claim made by Galileo that you give me the place to stand and the long enough stuff, I'll make the world move. So the reason why I'm talking about the strength of Chomskyan argument is it's not falsifiable. And when I am talking about English in India as a deficient variety, you as teachers of English, all of us as researchers in English language, just try telling anybody, you speak Indian English, don't you? That's not a compliment. I come from Bihar. I am familiar with the distinction between compliment and comments. I think as an ethnicity or as an identity marker, in India, people of Bihar are only category who become happier if they hear people telling them, oh, you don't look like a person from Bihar. People of Bihar take it as a compliment. Try doing this thing to others, to those who speak Tamil, Punjabi or Bengali or Assamese, or for that matter even Angami or Naga. Probably you will create ruckus with these statements that you don't sound like a Tamil to a Tamil speaker, or you don't sound like a Bengali to a Bengali speaker living anywhere in the world. But the situation of Bihar is comparable with the situation of English in India. If you hear somebody saying, oh, your English doesn't sound like Indian English, people take it as compliment. Now, I leave it there for Q&A. I know I'm talking about provocative thing, but I leave it there. I think I make my point. My point is, we need to make a distinction between English in India and English of India. And I want, if Kacharu were around these days, he would talk about English of India, and that will dismantle his three circles. Because drawing outer circle around inner circle definitely makes English a deficient variety that is spoken in India. Whereas when we say English of India, we are talking about English as just another language in the multilingual landscape of the Indian subcontinent. The number of English speakers in the first quarter of 21st century alone has grown larger than the total population of United States, Canada, and UK put together. You just look around yourself outside the phone screen or television screen and listen to kids around you. They are speakers of the first language, and their first language is definitely one of their first languages is English. They are native speakers of English of India. And there are a lot of features. And as Professor Prakasam described about three things, I study structure of language. I work on the structural part of it. There I divide the study of a structure in three parts. That is structure of sounds, study of sounds, study of words, and study of sentences to create a discourse. When you look at any part of that, for the lack of time, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation or examples to show you on the screen. But allow me to give one example at least, and if you want more, I can talk about during Q&A. Look at the plural formation in English and quote unquote native English or standard English. If you have a word ending with stop sound, that is the words that end with a stop sound, the plural marker sounds as sa. Elsewhere, that is everywhere else, those who understand phonology would understand that everywhere else it is z. And in certain contexts where a vowel insertion is necessary, it becomes is. So a word like book will have plural marker books, and a word like friend, which does not end with a stop sound, it will be friends. And any other sound which is not a stop sound, like pa, ta, ka, it will sound as sa. Now hear yourself, hear people around you and how they speak English. People do say keys, friends, and clocks, and so on. That is a voice to stop. I'm familiar with that, but I'll talk about that. I mean pa, ta, ka only. Three stop sounds, pa, ta, ka. So what I'm trying to say, if you try to look at differences at the level of sounds, we can observe that. You can see the level of differences at the differences at the level of words. You can see that, and differences at the level of sentence. That is just immense. I don't even want to give you an example. We know about them. Now, these things as piece of evidence for the study of structure of English are sufficient to say that the language English spoken in India is English of India, and it must not be called English in India, because the two terms makes a hell lot of a difference. Before I conclude, I wanted to talk about looking at English language with generative foundation. You know about the distinction between psychological perspective, cognitive perspectives, and generative perspective of language acquisition. If we look at learning of English from the lens of generative parameters, we can very well see how we see evidence for the argument of English of India. And the English that speakers, a lot of people speak in India, they are not the speakers of a deficient English. They are the speakers of English of India that got naturalized in India. I'm not getting into the discourse of English as a colonial language versus all other debates. I'm trying to put them aside, but I do want to raise a question that is going to be significant for teachers to struggle with. What do we teach, and how do we teach English of India? I have a lot of anecdotal stories for that, but I avoid them at this time. So looking at English and English of India from generative parameters makes us look at English afresh, not only in Kachuvian terms, but also the way we treat English as a marker of elitism in the country like India, or a neutralizing factor across different languages in the multilingual landscape. Last point before I stop. The teaching of English needs to be revisited. We see, and I'll try to make it simpler, less academic than other discussions. There is no way one can teach English in few weeks. I can talk about it now. Until this time, I was very hesitant. I could not speak a single word of English until I was in high school. If I tell people we can learn any language, we can learn English. If I can learn, anybody else can learn. It takes time, and teachers of English need to pay attention to the structure of the language and must not avoid what makes accuracy important at the level of teaching. I leave rest of the things for Q&A, but I want to conclude by a very famous quote by Michael Halliday himself, where he talks about learning, and this precedes Chomskyan Foundation describing learning of language. And at least for this perspective, we need to pay attention to Halliday when he, in the first opening line of his paper, says, when children learn, 1993 paper, basically, when children learn language, they are not simply engaging in one kind of learning among many, rather they are learning the foundation of learning itself. Hence, the ontogenesis of language is at the same time the ontogenesis of learning itself. Halliday is definitely not talking about it only in the context of English, but nothing can be more appropriate than this for years to come for teachers and researchers of English. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. I stop here.
Hello?
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear you.
Yeah. So I will talk about this speech of Rajesh later because we are already getting late. We now go to Dr. Rama Rao, who is going to talk about meaning to expression, the process of realization in language. Rama Rao.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, ELTAI. Thank you, Prakasam sir and Mohan Raj sir. Yeah, I'm going to talk about, as you see, meaning expression. In that sense, what I'm going to state is that any expression includes, we need to consider meaning and the structure of it and the expression, how it is expressed and all. And all these three things are interconnected with the context of that situation when the text is produced or when we speak something. So according to systemic functional linguistic approach, okay, any language has certain dimensions as described in Halliday. These dimensions there are 5 dimensions as a structure, system, stratification, instantiation, and meta functions. So today's topic is on, I am going to discuss about different strata, means different levels through which we are going to analyze a language. These strata are semantic stratum, lexicogrammatical stratum, which we deal with word level, and semantic stratum, which we deal with at meaning level, and a phonological stratum, that is at the expression level. That is what today's topic is. Okay, sound level.
So how these, I'm going to state how these are realized in when we talk something. So realization is nothing but realization is the process of changing the information from meaning level of expression level. For example, a social situation creates a context of the situation for communication, depending upon what to speak, how to speak, and whom to speak. The context of the situation shapes the meaning of the speaker. Speech functions such as statement, question, request, or command. The meaning level information is realized in wordings such as clauses, for example, declarative, whether it is a declarative clause, interrogative clause, or imperative clause. And the arrangement of wording level is realized in utterances, means it is realized at sound level, phonological or segmental level. Okay, so or suprasegmental levels. The principle of realization operates the meaning making network by connecting every stratum interrelated. So what I mean to say, we can't look at some lexicogrammatical level individually or at a phonological level as it is. So we have, these are all interconnected in a context. Okay, through the process of realization, meaning reaches expression level depending on various situational contexts such as social context, cultural context. This strata can be explored for linguistic operation in a language. Thus, taking socio-cultural aspects into context or socio-linguistic things into into discussion, any language, whether it is spoken or written, can be analyzed. So, for example, when we look at a semantic stratum, according to Halliday, there are some basic functions of meaning, okay, at a semantic stratum. So when we see a sentence, for example, she takes tea, okay, the sentence can be treated at semantic level as a statement. And when we look at another sentence, does she take tea? So at semantic level, okay, it can be treated as a question. And take tea, for example, it can be treated as a command or offer. This is the basic structure of semantic stratum. And when we look at the same sentences in a lexicogrammatical stratum, okay, the first sentence, she takes tea, can be considered as a declarative clause. And the next sentence, does she take tea, can be considered as interrogative clause. And the final one, take tea, can be considered as an imperative clause. This is the standard procedure of how we look at language. And the same sentences, when we look at, when we analyze them through phonological system, okay, so the first sentence, okay, we can say that it takes a falling tone. And second sentence, okay, for example, what will she take? If there is a sentence, what will she take, it can be considered as a falling tone. And she takes tea, it can also be considered as a falling tone. And does she take tea, okay, we can see it as a rising tone. And for example, take tea, for example, if there is a sentence, take tea, we can analyze it as it has falling tone. So these are the different levels of looking at a language, basic analysis of a language. Maybe we can say that it is a kind of traditionally we look at it that way. But when we look at a sentence or a text, okay, in a context, the basic structure changes. For example, when we say, when we look at a sentence, okay, you attended the meeting, okay, structurally we can say, according to lexicogrammatical stratum, we can say it is a declarative clause. It's a declarative clause. You attended the meeting. And but when we look at it at the semantic level, when we try to analyze it at a semantic stratum, we can say it is a statement. But it is not true, because as the discussion, as my topic says, language is trident. We have to see it as as it is as any statement or any spoken text or written text is interconnected according to the context. So this can be analyzed depending on the mood of the speaker and what the speaker wants to convey in the using the same structure. He can convey different things. For example, it can be a question. Sometimes you attended the meeting. It can be a question also. But when we traditionally teach it in a classroom, okay, we separate the things like it belongs to this kind of structure belongs to this kind of grammatical category and all. What I'm trying to say here is we need to take other things also into consideration. Though structurally it is a statement, okay, it cannot be a statement always, or it cannot be a declarative sentence always. You attended the meeting can also be a question which is expressed at the phonological level, and you may have a question. Then there is another option for the speaker. For example, instead of saying you attended the meeting, the speaker can also use say, did you attend the meeting? But the thing is that according to systemic functional linguistics, or context, or which considers context, which takes the context into consideration, the speaker has a choice. Okay, the speaker has a choice of did you attend the meeting or you attended the meeting. It is speaker's choice. So based on his requirement and what kind of answer he is expecting from the speaker, from the listener and all, he chooses this. So in this case, if we teach to the children that to the learners of English that this kind of structure only states statement, or it is called a declarative sentence, the learner cannot acquire the contextual knowledge of a sentence. And even when we observe the sentence reply answer for that kind of question, the answer can be I attended the meeting. We will understand is the sentence as a proper answer to the question, as it can also be considered as a declarative sentence, but it can also be a negation. I attended the meeting. Yeah, it can also be a negation. It is not an answer. So what I'm trying to say is language is completely interconnected with another aspects. Okay, these are the three aspects I am taking into consideration, whether it is semantics or structural, or and at the same time phonological level. So we cannot deal with them separately. We have to consider all the three into the context and teach language in a context.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Hello, time.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, sir, to speak words. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Friends, again, I'm not going to take my 2 minutes as originally planned because of the time involved. We take the third speaker. We invite him. This is Dr. Ananya Sham Chowdhury, and his topic is lexico, grammar, and pragmatics.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Chowdhury.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, my guru. Two of my gurus are there. One is Professor Prakasham, and the other one is Professor Mohan Raj. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of this symposium. So I've titled my topic in a very simplistic way. It's lexicogrammar and pragmatics, some interfacial issues. This is how I've titled my very brief talk, where I'll be making a couple of points. Some points could be repetitive. I was listening to Dr. Ramarao. Many of the things that he talked about, I originally planned to do so. But anyway, So the first thing that I would like to point out is that the term lexicogramma, which is used in systemic functional linguistics, points obviously at the interdependence of grammar and lexis. So grammar and lexis are not separate domains here, like in other traditional models of language, but they together participate in harnessing the meaning potential of language. Lexis, which is a structured system of signs which serves to organize the vocabulary of a language, and grammar, which is a structured system of choices which serves to organize sequences of signs into texts, are not different in nature, but rather form a unified stratum in language, that is the lexicogramma. Now, what is interesting is that there is a functional orientation in lexicogramma, that is the orientation to meaning. Now, this means that the grammatical analysis of texts in systemic functional terms is not simply a formalized description of the individual sentences divorced from their context, that is the surrounding language, and context, the relevant extralinguistic activity, but a description of how particular grammatical units are functioning, that is making meaning, within particular clauses, within a particular text, and within a particular socio-cultural situation. Thus, from a systemic functional linguistic perspective, the study of grammar cannot be carried out independently of the study of meaning, and the interpretation of meanings construed by the grammar in a particular text is itself informed by the situation and culture in which these meanings are produced. So we find an interface here between grammar or lexicogramma and semantics and pragmatics, the division between which is taken as axiomatic in traditional models of language. So in the traditional models of language, which are regarded by many as exporting models, language is essentially viewed as syntax, as a formal autonomous system of internal sense relations, and they tend to focus primarily on the orthographic formalism of the sentence. Now, in this view, speech acts cannot be specified on the basis of lexicogrammatical criteria. Instead, the speech acts belong in a separate pragmatics of utterances in their context of use. Hence, speech acts are exported out of grammar in these traditional models of language, since these models recognize as grammatical only such structures as encode propositional meanings. In contrast, systemic functional linguistics or systemic functional grammar is an importing model which imports what others would see as pragmatic into grammar itself and allows speech acts to be specified on the basis of lexicogrammatical criteria. Now, systemic functional linguists, like Professor Prakashan himself, interpret lexicogramma from a discourse perspective. I know something that he was hinting at earlier, as a resource for making and negotiating meaning in dialogue. Meanings are not in forms, but are made in and through lexicogrammatical forms in context-dependent ways. So lexicogrammatical forms are chosen from a set of options available. The notion of choice, which Dr. Ramarao was also talking about, is absolutely central to systemic functional linguistics or systemic functional grammar, where structure, although important, is not viewed as the defining characteristic of language. Rather, language is primarily conceptualized as a system, that is, a set of choices. And each act or instance of meaning derives its meaning from what could have been selected but was not. Sometimes the choices are effective, sometimes a little less so. But the degree of effectiveness is partly a result of the relationship between choices made and the context. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Friends, again, I'll go to the fourth person because general comments, I'll leave it towards the end so that we stick to time. The next one is Dr. Satish Kumar Nadimpalli. This is also called, so he has a name, Saket Ram Raju Nadimpalli. He is going to talk about collocation and colligation. Hello, Saket Ram Raju.
Am I audible, sir?
Ah, you are.
Thank you
Visible
so
also.
much. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, the whole ELTAI community, and also the Prakasam Garu and Mohan Raj Garu in particular for giving me this opportunity to be part of the symposium today. Well, of course, I did my doctoral degree in linguistic study, and I always believe that any linguistic theory or a hypothesis or an idea, any linguistic analysis idea should always be applied to the teaching of English, not just to the universal grammar, but it should also be useful for upgrading the methods, approaches, and techniques of teaching English. And that too, we people being from India, which shelters 4 different families of languages, are expected to experiment with all possible fields, taking the knowledge that is readily available from the stream of linguistics. And with those few points, I have made a PPT presentation, of course, and which I'd like to share now with the permission of Prakasam sir. Is this visible, sir?
Yes,
Yes,
it's visible.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, is this visible, sir?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Great.
The topic for the discussion today, for my talk today, is collocation versus colligation with respect to the lexical approach. But before, let me contextualize my talk for all of you. In the 20th century, as all of us know, most of the importance, the primary importance, is given to the teaching of language grammar. For the second language acquisition, the major emphasis was on language grammar, teaching grammar for language learning. And of course, towards the end of the 20th century, people, even Chomsky's, Noam Chomsky's transformational grammar theory also gives a lot of importance to the structure of language. In the form of the speaker's internalized set of rules for generating sentences, thus giving secondary importance to the vocabulary. But however, towards the early 1990s, the linguists started recognizing, or the linguists became aware of the fact that it is in fact the chunks of language or the units of language through which the second language acquisition happens in a quicker way than through the structure. And it is that with that view, Hill, a linguist, also said that 70% of what we hear, what we read, what we speak and listen to is kind of a fixed expression. In such case, in which case the language can be more effectively learned in the form of chunks of language, or learned to be units of language rather. And we have Lewis coming up with the theory lexical approach, and lexicography as such in linguistics talks about the talks about the possibilities, the collocational possibilities or combinatorial possibilities of lexis and the grammatical categories. So I'll try to shed some light on what this collocation means and collocation means, because collocation and collocation are the nucleus of the lexicographer and the approach of through which we apply this knowledge to language teaching, called lexical approach. And I'll try to quickly take you to what it means to say lexicographer and then collocation or collocation. As you can see over here, the statement given by Lewis tells us in nutshell what it's all about. Language consists of grammaticalized lexis, not lexicalized grammar. So it gives importance to the lexis rather than the grammatical items. You know, he emphasizes on the interdependence of vocabulary and syntax. It is a compositional structure. So he also takes into account the grammar along with the combinatorial possibility of two lexis coming together. You know, and he also says he can devise vocabulary from grammar. Let's try to know what it means, what the dividing line between collocation and collocation is. Collocation talks about relationship between a lexical item and other lexical items. And it's a relationship between words at the lexical level. As you can see, there is an example there where it's with good. Here we're not talking about what grammatical category the word is, but instead we are talking about the lexemes or lexeme itself, where it collocates with good. On the other hand, for collocation, which talks about the relationship between lexical item and a grammatical category. And here you have the grammar coming into picture, and the example given for the collocational possibility is vary collocates with adjective. So in a way, we are talking about the combination in terms of grammar and in terms of the meaning or the possibility of two words going together in terms of collocation. And there is also, when we say collocation or collocation, there are two ways in which you have the words going together or conjoining. I'll first take up the paradigmatic relationship in collocation. As you can see over here, we have a sentence, I bought a book. In the aforegiven sentence, book can be replaced by almost any noun. Book is a noun, so it can be replaced with any other noun. That way we can have a sold a pen, you know, I bought a pen, I bought something, this thing, that thing, you see. So it is all paradigmatic, and in a way it is vertical. It is vertical. And moving on to syntagmatic relationship in collocation. I gave the examples, I bought a car. Here, analysis about how I bought a car together constitute a well-formed structure. So this is horizontal in opposition, I mean, on the contrary to the paradigmatic relationship. It has a horizontal structure. And here you can talk about what grammatical category can take what other grammatical category in order to form an acceptable chunk of language. And moving on to I have a problem over here trying to look at my own slide. The lexical approach to language teaching and learning. As I have already mentioned at the beginning of the session, this knowledge of linguistic analysis should be made use of, should be applied to teaching. And this is one of the primary intentions which every linguist or a language expert should have in mind. So unlike the other method, the lexical approach centers on the teaching of collocations or the way words combine in predictable ways. And primarily, De Carico in 2001 tries to classify these collocations into two types. As you can see over here, you have grammatical collocation and then lexical collocation. So for grammatical collocation, as you can see, you will have a noun or verb combining with the preposition, a grammatical word. As you can see, you have rely on, afraid of, by accident, in retrospect. For many people, they're not collocations, but De Carico tries to keep these categories as well under the collocation. And you have lexical collocation as well, which is pretty much known to all of us. I'm trying to move on to the next slide. Yes. And the advocates who always prefer lexical approach in their language classroom point out that without any attention to collocations, English language learners are prone to make mistakes such as the following. So unless you give, unless you try to know you may end up with sentences like this. You will sever this class because it's too large, or be careful, the snake is toxic, and the expressions so on. Yes. And with there are lots of collocations in the English language, and it is always for the teacher to make a list of the possibilities or the well-established chunks of language while teaching them to the learners of second language, because the teacher may sometimes feel that he can combine two words together and teach them, and also tune the students to go for the same method of doing it. But many a time we need to keep in mind that all words do not go with all other, they have certain constraints as to which word can go with which other word and so on. So this is something which the teacher has to pay attention to before he actually commits himself to teaching or dealing with these chunks of words. And they also emphasized, the proponents of this lexical approach emphasized authentic language. As I have already mentioned, we cannot take up any chunk that comes away, but rather the items or collocations which are well established are to be taught to the students. And you can also get this from corpora exam samples. So there are certain sets of the combinations which you can make use of, which you can take into consideration and see that they are taught to the students. And you have Louis saying, teachers against inventing linguistic examples to illustrate rules, pointing out that unnatural and unlikely to promote language acquisition. And these are the activities which I have given in nutshell.
Hello, can you hear me? Time.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah. Time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These are some of the activities which the teacher can make use of in order to teach the combinatorial possibilities or collocations. And when discussing a new vocabulary item such as a run out of, brainstorm a list of collocates, like what types of things can you run out of? That is how you can talk about what other words can also go with this. And I have also listed some more activities. I'll try to share this PPT if anybody wants. Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Friends, we have had for presentations, generally the plan was they speak and then 2 minutes I say something, then they speak. It did not work because of the time involved, the time taken. Let me say a few things. If any one of you, the four of you, the symposium speakers, want to take 1 minute, only 1 minute, please come back and say something, because the last 2-3 minutes I am going to take. Now we have only 4 minutes, maximum 5 minutes. So if the four of you take one, I'll take 1 or 2. Interested? 1 minute each. No one is coming, so I'm going to talk. One of the interesting things I have seen in this distinction between English in India and English of India, for me it is very, very useful, because there was a time when English was introduced into India. Even people saying, what is English doing in India? But now it is English of India. Very interesting developments have taken place. If anyone remembers Teaching English in Difficult Circumstances by Michael West, there was a time. Those days are gone. We have a great number of speakers of English and users, not speakers, users of English in India, who themselves can constitute a small European country in terms of population. And then the other day I was talking to Mr. Rajesh. Actually, some of the new generation, including my granddaughters who sometimes correct me, their English is very strong. But that doesn't mean that Telugu and Hindi is weak. No, they're good there too. Because English is not simply used in the classroom of that 1 hour for English. English is used everywhere now. So English of India has many varied levels of expertise. I heard a professor from California, don't use this non-native speaker. What is this? Who is this native speaker? There are many Englishmen whose English is very weak. So our people, actually very interesting thing is, I heard one native speaker of English. He was in Seafeld. I invited him to, I think, tea or coffee or dinner. I don't remember. He said, if I came at 5 tomorrow, would it be all right? If I came at 5 tomorrow, would it be all right? And a group of lecturers I was addressing, when I wrote this sentence on the blackboard, they said, nonsense. That's wrong English. How can you say, if I came at 5 tomorrow, past tense and future? No, not possible. Well, I said, this is not my sentence. This is the sentence of a native speaker with a PhD from New York and B honors from Oxford. Well, then I gave them an equal Telugu example. In Telugu, it's all right. Same thing with the native speakers. There are very interesting, not very commonly done, so-called slightly disturbing sentences used by native speakers in any language. That is the strength of the native speakers. So India, very peculiarly, I always refer to it, I wrote an article. English is no longer foreign language like Japanese or Chinese. Even Arabic and Persian are not foreign the way Spanish and Chinese are. English, I call it National Foreign Language, NFL. Now, after talking to Professor Rajesh, I said, it's not only that, there is a great process of nativization of 2 types. A, in pronunciation and all that, our people are picking up depending upon their orientation to America or Britain. And B, I remember way back in 1993, in one of the articles for Deccan Chronicle, I spent half of the article saying we should accept prepone because it's pre-ponere, post-ponere, it is not un-English. Then I saw, I think, Concise Oxford Dictionary introduced that expression. People are using it. So as long as structurally and semantically it is not an English, this kind of addition can take place. And we are nativizing it with our own idiom. We are also nativizing ourselves by taking right pronunciation. I've seen members of parliament also using suggestion instead of suggestion. That means someone who knew that it is suggestion, combustion, exhaustion, STION is chun, he was there in the parliament. So there is a very good process of nativization taking place. Now I'll come to this concept of collocation and colligation. I was very happy. Very good is collocation. Very plus adjective is colligation. Someone said, "Kya yaar? What is that?" Yes, it is. Every adjective may not go with very. And very will not go with nouns, verbs. It can go only with adverbials and adjectives because it is an intensifier. Some people call it pre-modifier. He has a murderous habit of using bad language. You cannot say he is very murderous, as he is very good. So good as a lexical item collocates with very. Murderous as a lexical item may not collocate with very. Someone may say, no, I will use, that will be a marked collocation or colligation. Depending upon that, I used once an example. I walked myself along the beach. How can you walk yourself? That's forced myself to walk. That is marked colligation. Walk does not take a reflexive verb, a reflexive pronoun. So this is how different expressions come into the language, metaphorically. I end with, because I've already taken 3 minutes more, I'll just give one example of my grandson. That's where I like this Rajesh concept. It's nothing like we are totally non-native. We have developing a nativization process. I told my grandson, who was in the 9th class, you can't use an article before a pronoun. You cannot use an adjective before a pronoun. So you cannot say pronoun comes in the place of a noun. It comes in the place of a nominal group or noun phrase. That he will not easily take my word. I may be professor of English outside, but I am his tata, grandfather. He said, Tata, what about this sentence? The sleeping me was woken up by a she. Said, whose sentence is this? My own. And he was trying to explain. Then I saw toward the end of his book, Halliday talks about grammatical metaphor. The sleeping me, that is, every time you cannot say the sleeping I. I was sleeping, so you want to make it one phrase. So the sleeping me. And he woken up by a she, but jate he added that she may not be a human being, it may be an animal. A 9th class boy. See how English is getting totally nativized and absorbed by our people. Only recently, my granddaughter corrected me. By chance, I said, gross, the GROSS. No, Tata, it is a diphthong, gross. I said, oh, me. She was only doing, I think, engineering. I said, well, where did you get it? From the internet? That means our facilitators of language learning, teachers, internet, English programs. So this, anyhow, all the 4 of them very interestingly saw the interdependence of lexicogrammar. And I would like to say thanks to all of them. Thanks to Mohan Raj for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Prakasam. That was really interesting. I thank you for your time and contribution. And I also thank and congratulate all the presenters for their excellent presentation. We'll be now taking lunch break and would join back by 1:45 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. అమ్మా ఎంత పని జరిగింది. హలో
Prakasam sir. This is Ramani. From Pondicherry.
అయ్యో. How are you? Where are you?
I'm in Chennai. I was very happy to know that you would be chairing the session today.
Hey, Ramani.
Yes.
You never visit Hyderabad, is it?
No. I have not been out.
You are settled in Chennai.
Yeah.
So you take my number 984848161.
I'll take it from Mohan.
Let us be at least on WhatsApp.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh, I'm so happy. You remember the dialogue we had about Kaunijus Gotra?
Yeah. Of course.
So many people with pride.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll be in touch with you. Yeah.
Okay, then. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Amma.
Hello. తినడానికి ఇప్పుడు ఆకలిస్తున్నా అన్నం ఒకటే వద్దులే అన్నం అంగే ఈ పెట్టాలని తినడానికి మీకు మొత్తానికి గంటలో చూస్తారా సార్ మీరు బుక్స్ దగ్గర మాట్లాడే దగ్గర కూర్చుంటే మీకు కాన్సెప్ట్ రాదు మాట్లాడలేదా చెప్పలేదు పులిచి కదా అమ్మ అయిపోయింది డ్రామా.
Zoomer integrates the proven Karadi path methodology with the best of child-friendly technology to create a powerful, immersive learning environment for the child. The Zoomer experience is the perfect balance between the real and virtual worlds, helping you make the best use of your child's screen time. 24 hours of the immersive Zoomer reading experience can give your child a 2-grade jump in their reading skills. With Zoomer, your child learns to zoom through texts, to decode at a fast pace, and zoom in on them for deep comprehension. From being a supporting actor in your child's learning, are you ready to become the director? Zoomer integrates the proven Karadi path methodology with the best of child-friendly technology to create a powerful, immersive learning environment for the child. The Zoomer experience is the perfect balance between the real and virtual worlds, helping you make the best use of your child's screen time. 24 hours of the immersive Zoomer reading experience can give your child a 2-grade jump in their reading skills. With Zoomer, your child learns to zoom through texts, to decode at a fast pace, and zoom in on them for deep comprehension. From being a supporting actor in your child's learning, are you ready to become the director?
Now you can share your screen. Okay? We'll start sharp at 1:45. Lavanya, are you here? Lavanya from Karadi Park. Lavanya, can you please turn on the camera?
Zuma integrates the proven Karadi path methodology with the best of child-friendly technology to create a powerful, immersive learning environment for the child. The Zuma experience is the perfect balance between the real and virtual worlds, helping you make the best use of your child's screen time. 24 hours of the immersive Zuma reading experience can give your child a 2-grade jump in their reading skills. With Zuma, your child learns to zoom through texts, to decode at a fast pace, and zoom in on them for deep comprehension. From being a supporting actor in your child's learning, are you ready to become the director?
Shweta and Lavanya, can you please unmute yourself? Shweta and Lavanya. You are muted, Shweta. Please re-log in. Lavanya, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Your voice is perfectly fine.
Okay, great. No, I had put I'd put the entire thing on mute, so I couldn't hear you speak. Sorry.
Sure, sure. No worries. Okay. Shweta, ma'am. Lavanya, as of now, you can mute yourself. Shweta, can you please speak now? Shweta, can you hear? Shweta, can you hear me? Shweta, can you hear me? Shweta?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Thanks. Let me know, Shravan, when you want me to start.
No, we are going to start. Anamika will introduce.
Okay.
Good afternoon once again to one and all present here. Sponsors are always backbone of any event, and ELTAI is blessed enough to have many sponsors like Karadi Path, DLM, OREL, Regional English Language Office, Ratna Sagar, Cambridge University Press, Trinity College London, Sage Publication, and so on. To know more about Regional English Language Office, I would like to invite Ms. Shweta Khanna, Regional English Language Specialist, followed by Ms. Lavanya, Senior Manager Learning and Development and B2C Delivery, to talk about initiatives of Karadi Path. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As you can see on the screen, my name is Shweta Khanna, and I'm the manager for, I work with the Regional English Language Office of the US Embassy. I've been given 10 minutes, so I'll try to power through this PPT, but if any of you would like to have a copy of it, I'll be happy to share it with you. Thanks for joining today. So this is just a brief overview to tell you more about our office. But as I said, I'll be really quick, and we can get in touch later if you want more information. Just quickly, who we are. I'll start by saying that we are not a teacher training institution. We do what we call public diplomacy, and English language programs for us is an important tool for that. And all our programs are sponsored by the US government. So for teacher training programs, for other English language programs we offer for students, we do not charge any fee. So if you see the third box is our office. And if you see at the bottom, what I want to emphasize here is we are based out of New Delhi. So our office is in New Delhi, but we have consulates in 4 different cities, which is Hyderabad, Calcutta, Mumbai, and Chennai. And that's how we communicate with teachers and work with educational institutions. Just to give you some idea of where we are, that's how we are geographically distributed. And on the right-hand side, you'll see names of English language coordinators who manage programs in different regions. So for South, we have Brinda Balachandran. For Central India, for Hyderabad, we have Senthil. For Mumbai Consulate, we have Simran. And for Calcutta, we have Aishwarya. I'm in Delhi. I'll just give you their contact details so that you can get in touch with more information, since I'll not be able to cover a lot of things during this presentation. One second. Sorry. So here are the details of people you can get in touch with if you're in depending upon which state in India you are in. And you can get more information about the programs I'm going to talk about in a bit. I'm going to slow down here and let you know if you have any questions or comments, just put it in the comment section and I can answer that later. So moving on to the programs and resources we have for teachers of English. These are the 3 virtual programs and resources I'm going to quickly talk about. Some of you might already know about Online Professional English Network, which was earlier called E-Teacher Scholarship Program. And this is for individuals, for English language teachers, for trainers. It's a scholarship program fully funded by the US government. The second one is more in collaboration with institutions, teacher training bodies or state governments. And the last one is a resource that you all can access on your own, again, offered by the Office of English Language Programs in Washington, DC. The first one is open program. I'll give you a few seconds to read through the slide. All the information is there. But in short, it's a certificate course in English language teaching for teacher trainers, for English language teachers, both in service and pre-service. Whether you work with private institutions or government institutions. For this semester, the scholarships are closed. Our next round of scholarships will be open in January, and it will be announced on our Facebook page. And on our last slide, I'll give you a link to our Facebook page. I think I have 4 more minutes, so I'll just move on. Again, I just want to emphasize that US government covers the tuition fee. Whoever we enroll in the program, you're expected to finish the course. It's pretty intensive. At the end of it, you get a certificate from a US university, which is like an ELT certificate you get. One important thing is that it's not happening in US time. It's asynchronous, meaning you can access the resources and do the course at any time during the day. Just to let you know, these are some of the courses, and you can check out the details at the bottom of the slide. You'll see a link. Even if you Google open online courses, you'll get information about these courses, and you can get in touch with us for more information about it. I'll move on to the next one, which is now, unlike the previous one I talked about, this is in collaboration with institution. This is not meant for individuals. So it could be if you're working with a state government institution, if you're working with a college or university, we hire trainers. These are American trainers who have a degree in TESOL, that is teaching English to speakers of other languages. And we plan an 8 to 10 week program. It could be academic reading, writing, it could be communication skills, it could be professional communication skills for NGO workers, it could be based on the theme of academic reading and writing, or something like climate change. But basically it's communication skills, it's reading and writing skills that we focus on. It's maximum 8 to 10 weeks in duration, with about 2 hours of classes each day. Again, this is a website you can explore on your own. There are a lot of resources out there. I'm not going to talk about it in details. Here are the kind of resources. There are downloadable books you can find and use it, reproduce it for your own purposes, photocopy it. You can check out all these resources in your own free time. What's also interesting is that as teachers and teacher trainers, you don't have a lot of time to prepare PPTs and resources. You'll find a lot of downloadable PPTs and resources on how to use some of these resources online. So if you're a teacher trainer, you can find a lot of good resources here. At the bottom of the slide, you'll find links to these resources. Just quickly moving on to our in-person programs. I'll just take 3 more minutes and then finish it off. Again, I'll repeat myself. Online Professional English Network is for individuals like you. If you're working for an institution or a university and you want to partner with us, these are the 2 programs. Again, fully sponsored by the US government. We only look for administrative support and partnership with whichever institution we are working with. So we have a fellow program and a specialist program. One simple difference: fellows are, again, American trainers. They work with students on academic reading, writing skills. As I mentioned, it's a virtual program also, but in-person programs for us will start in September 2022. If you are interested in it, please get in touch with us. But again, it's for institutions, especially if you're working with a government institution, state government, Directorate of Education, or a government university. And it's essentially meant for students, but you have to get in touch with us ahead of time. English language specialist programs are essentially teacher training and curriculum development programs for teacher training institutions, for government institutions, for NGOs. And again, it could be both virtual or in person, depending upon the kind of program you want. Here are a couple of pictures, which takes me to the last point. We work in all different states, again, not necessarily through our office, but through the consulates, depending upon which state you are in. And different programs in from public speaking to teacher training to curriculum development, curriculum revision, all of that. I'll just stop here for 10 seconds for you to, this is a summary of what we talked about today. Again, I'll share my contact details and how you can get in touch with us, but please ensure you send very specific queries, because we receive a lot of emails on daily basis. So the first one is for you if you want to apply for it. As I said, it will come out in January 2022 on our Facebook page, so we won't be able to give any further details. If you work with undergrad, college or university and are looking for support, that's the fellow program. And if you need something in teacher training, or you work with an entrepreneurship institution or journalism school, that's a specialist, which is shorter in duration and a more specialized in nature. This is how you can get in touch with us. Join us on Facebook. That's where we post opportunities. And these are 2 emails where you can send information and questions and communicate with us. With that, I'll stop. I will share this email, this PPT with Shravan, and he can share it with you if you're interested. Thank you very much. Thanks, Shravan.
Thank you, Shetal. Over to you, Lavanya.
So I hope I'm audible to all of you here.
Yes.
Okay. So a very warm welcome to everybody who's come here to attend the session today. I am MS Lavanya, and I come from Karadi Path Education Company. Let me start by telling you what we do at Karadi Path and what is Karadi Path, as an organization. Karadi Path is a social enterprise that has its own pedagogy for language acquisition. So when I say pedagogy for language acquisition, I'm talking about how we have developed methodologies which replicate the mother tongue learning, which replicate how you or I would have learned learned a language naturally, or for that matter, anybody in any part of the world would have acquired a language. We use the same process, we use the same elements to recreate a certain environment in classrooms, so that in classrooms, English language, is acquired easily and effectively. Our pedagogy is indigenously developed by musician, social innovator, and the co-founder of Karadi Path Education Company, Mr. C.P. Vishwanath. Before I go ahead talking about how we bring this environment into the classrooms, I would like to share a link of Mr. C.P. Vishwanath that covers almost everything about language learning, that talks about early childhood learning, and how India plays a major role in teaching the world how to acquire language. So I would, for the, in the interest of time, I would want to share all of these links in the next 5 minutes on the chat for all of you to, watch it. So just give me a second while I do that. Yes, so here is the link for Wish Uncut. Please have a look at the different episodes that are released in the link in the series called Wish Uncut. Now, moving on to what we do at Karadi Path. Karadi Path, like I told you earlier, replicates an environment that we have all grown up with at our homes, particularly about how we learn a language, how we've all acquired our mother tongues to start with. We've always had a certain scope for immersion at home. Anybody around us would talk in a certain language that we listen to, that we observe. The actions that they do is is keenly observed, and at regular intervals we've reciprocated. we have predicted, and at one point we have started to transfer the language or apply the language, and that is how you and I have been able to learn a couple of languages or even more than that, and are very comfortable in interacting in these languages. Now Karadi Path does exactly this in the classrooms, but for English language. We have our presence across 18 states of India, and whatever we've been doing in the classrooms is a result of a 20-year long research on how languages can be acquired and how it can be acquired naturally, and how as Indians we have always mastered it, and how we need to teach the rest of the world how to do the same. So that's one thing that we've been doing, and in the process we have deconstructed certain elements that were prevalent in our homes to acquire a language, and reconstructed the same in the classrooms. For example, we have created scope for unconditional immersion to happen, for which anybody in the English classroom or in the Karadi classroom would require to talk only in English. So not just talk. When I say talk, it does not mean you teach from the book or you write something on the blackboard. I'm talking about how you create a mother tongue learning experience in the English classroom, in the Karadi Path classroom, by allowing the child to unconditionally immerse themselves into everything that's around them, everything English that that is around them. In this process, you also get them to predict the meanings of certain words, because there is always a context. You gradually get them to comprehend the language, and then finally at one point you make sure that the children are now in a position to start talking themselves. So unconditional immersion is required for listening to happen. It is required for observation to happen at all angles, and then the child starts to discover various words, the meanings, pronunciation, comprehension. All of that starts to happen naturally to the child, and at this point you can expect the child to come out of the classroom and start talking, and that's where the actual implementation or the actual application happens. Now this is brought to the classroom by creating again scope for learning, and this learning we believe should always happen through the process of discovery. And what do you discover? You discover the various aspects of language, for which the very important elements that we require are same as what we all had for a mother tongue acquisition: voice expression, facial expressions, actions, and objects or visuals. I'd like to bring in a small example here to tell you how this could work wonderfully if done with utmost conviction. So let's say, for example, we have a child who's moved from Chennai, where where Tamil is spoken widely, to let's say a place like Delhi or Assam for that matter, and this child knows only Tamil and maybe a little bit of English already, but with Tamil and English the child cannot survive in the neighborhood. In a Guwahati or in a Delhi, the child would necessarily have to learn the regional language there, and that can happen if there is scope for the child to listen to people speak in Hindi or Assamese, watch people as they speak the language, because you have a lot of facial expressions that deliver language. So there's verbal communication and there's non-verbal communication. A lot of it can be predicted by just observing a person's face, because even a yes and a no has so much expressions that the face covers. And then actions, of course. So even for me to say either aao, I need to I can't say robotically. I can't say either or robotically. I have to always use my actions. I have to show them that this is something about distance, about a person going from one place to another, all of which the child observes keenly in the given period. And of course, the usage of objects and visuals at a later time. Now, when a child from Tamil Nadu has the scope to unconditionally immerse himself or herself in an environment of Assamese or Hindi, where there is voice expression, there is facial expressions, actions, and objects or visuals. In no time, the child is going to naturally learn or acquire an Assamese or a Hindi, without having to go to the school, without having to sit in the classroom with a textbook or a grammar book or a notebook. This is something that would happen naturally, not just for a child who goes from Tamil Nadu to Assam, but also for an Assamese kid who comes down to Chennai. He's going to learn, he's going to acquire Tamil in no time if you make sure these elements are prevalent around the child. Now, the same applies for English as well. That is what we believe in. So in our Karadi Path classrooms, we make sure that anything that we do in the 40-minute period has scope for voice expression. There is something that we, there are exercises where you expressively read a passage, you mime certain passages from a story, you listen to an entire story with the perfect voice narration with a background music. You do a lot of actions for, to acquire the syntax of the language. Plus, there's a lot of objects that you use so that there is also a lot of kinesthetic learning along with visual and auditory. So this is how we actually make sure all that we discussed so far is implemented in a classroom for English to happen at its best. There are 4 modules: action, story, music, and reading. Action module is all about action. So anything a teacher does will involve actions, even as simple as stand, sit, walk, or jump will have the child observe the teacher perform these actions as the child listens and performs themselves, as the children perform themselves. And then there is story. There is nothing like a storytelling experience for a child or for even an adult to learn something new. So there is this entire story that builds into that the child gets to listen to. So there are audio books that we introduce to children at regular intervals at for different age groups that the child listens to, and this story will have audio to it, will have narrative expressions to it, it will have songs composed as part of narrative. Then you have the music module, and then you have music module, of course you teach English to them using a lot of songs. And then you have the reading module that that covers the the sight approach and the phonic approach both, allowing the child to start to read gradually. So this is to sum up. Yes, to sum up what Karadi Path does, this is all we do. By way of action, story, music, and reading, we make sure English happens effectively and enjoyable way. I would, in the last minute that I have, I would like to share 3 more links which I'd want you to go through, which is the Karadi Path page, the Zoomer Karadi Path page, and the Zoomer Karadi Path blog, which I'd want each of you to go through, because this is this will have the details of all the programs that we've been engaging with, that we have created, which again allows us to create many young readers in India, across India, irrespective of their irrespective of their demographic, or irrespective of the background that they come from. So I like to quickly share all of these. Please let me know if they're clickable before I end the session. If one of you could let me know if these links are clickable, I'll be happy to.
Say it again,
Yes,
Lavanya,
all
what are you
right.
asking? Yeah.
All right, great. So I think some of you are saying yes. So that's great. So please go through all the 4 links to know more about what I've just briefed on Karadi Path. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope I've been able to sum it up in the given 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Khanna and Ms. Lavanya, for your insights. Now, I would like to introduce Chairperson Professor Maya Shankar Pandey, Banaras Hindu University. He has published 5 books, including 2 co-edited books, and contributed more than 40 articles and papers in various anthologies and journals. Recently, he was a member of the core committee to design the learning outcome-based curriculum by the UGC. I request Professor Pandey to chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Professor Mahapatra has joined?
Yes, sir, he has joined.
So he has joined.
That's good.
May we please request you to, sir, turn on your camera?
Okay. Yeah. Sound?
Yes, sir. I can ask him on the phone. Huh? I'll do that, sir.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, fine. So good afternoon to all of you. I warmly welcome everyone to this session who have gathered here to listen to the address of our illustrious poet, Jayant Mahapatra. It is special pleasure for me, as well as momentous occasion, to be with him today. Professor Jayant Mahapatra is one of the best known Indian English poets, physicist, bilingual poet and essayist. Jayant Mahapatra holds the distinction of being the first Indian English poet to have received the Sahitya Academy Award in 1981. In 2009, he was awarded by the Government of India with Padma Shri for his outstanding contribution to the field of literature. Mahapatra has a long list of books of poems. I just want to mention a few. Swayamvar and Other Poems, Close the Sky 10 by 10, A Rain of Rights, Waiting, Life Signs, Selected Poems, Relationship, Temple, and Bare Face. His poems have appeared in prestigious poetry anthologies. Besides poetry, he has experimented widely with myriad forms of prose. He has also translated poetry from Odia, written stories for children, and edited the journal Chandrabhag. He is also a recipient of the prestigious Jacob Gladstone Memorial Award, the Allen Tate Poetry Prize, the Sark Literary Award, and the Kanhaiyalal Lifetime Poetry Award. Sir, your gracious presence at this conference is a matter of pride for all of us. I warmly welcome you. With these words, I invite you for your address. Over to Professor Jayant Mahapatra, sir.
Good afternoon, teachers of the English Literature Association of India. It's a privilege. As a matter of fact, it's an honor for me to be with you this afternoon and to share some of my views. I should like to inform you that I'm not a literature person. I'm just a person who has written some poetry. And I don't know why Professor Pandey wanted me to be here to share my views on poetry with you all. But it's a pleasure, even at this ripe age that I am in. And I will go straight to what I have to say. Thank you very much, Professor Pandey, Professor Mohanraj, for asking me to be here. Now to what I have to say. Simply speaking, a poet is a poet by virtue of what he sees or what he hears. Living as I do, beside a crowded road lined with shops, there is always something going on around me. And I am witness to things both trivial and catastrophic. Early mornings, I am awoken by the poignant bleat of goats and sheep being led to the municipal slaughterhouse a few yards away. And this causes me to look beyond the boundaries of this commonplace event. When I walk down a half kilometer to the riverbank, I can see bullock carts piled up with bales of hay, pulling the loads they did not choose. In their rheumy eyes, you can discern the muchness of tears. There is no crisis here, It is an everyday happenings that I see and hear. I can see the cripple in his little wooden cart using both his hands to be pulled down the crowded road. And this commonplace thing, these events have definitely an effect on us because we are sentient, thinking creatures, very different from animals and birds we find in nature. Perhaps that's what makes a poet. I cannot say. I do look around me and into myself, and when I begin to write, something leads me to find meaningful connections between the intimate and the imaginative. So poetry has to be a sort of witness. We have to know what is there before us. It goes without saying that we have to have a clear and relatively detailed condition of our world, of the human condition, and be reminded again and again of what is really in the world, of what is there before us and within us. As a boy, I remember one of those simple pleasures which seemed to provide me with a new beginning or give a new meaning to my days. This was when I would let my feet hang still into the waters of a flowing stream and feel the flow go past me, or climbing up the old mango tree, lying on a low torn branch. I appeared to be in another world, perhaps giving me a glimpse into the world inside of me. But it was not merely the flow and the feel of the water that gave me the pleasure I'm speaking of now. It was something else, something I was not conscious of at that time, something that had its roots in what I wanted to do, and then without any thought of the world that stood there beside me, without being aware of the grass and the earth, and perhaps of the stars that swung on pleasantly through the skies. What do I remember now of the simple moment of the past? What is it that sticks in my mind today? Did I have the slightest idea what it might be, not knowing for sure whether I was searching for something or was I really trying to get away from it all? Today, years and years later, I have come to realize that this simple pleasure, which could make me feel strange and sad and light at the same time, was something I can call freedom. And in this freedom rested the beginnings of a faith, of an inexplicable lightness, which was like the spreading glow from a lamp, moving away, carrying me away, as it were, from everything else. And then, if I go into the poem happens, this poem, which celebrates the essence of life, it does this through the faith of the arbitrary coherence of the words of the poem. So this opening happens, the opening of the poem, to pass through, but at least to look through, and most of the time towards yourself. Perhaps it is unknown places of the heart, this path being both unreal and of a transcendent nature, and at the time the poet being aware of the event of death. Broadly speaking, one tends to feel that there are two kinds of poetry being written today in almost all countries of the world. The one which caters more or less to the establishment and which is relatively safe poetry because it carries no sort of risk or danger to the poet. The other one, and this type of verse has been written in other times as well, and in many places, including our own, this poetry becomes a sort of dangerous occupation because generally such poetry is critical of the establishment and therefore is against the well-being of the poet. Here I'm not talking of a deliberately written verse which can be labeled political, but of a poetry which the poet or writer should be responsible to. Such a responsibility only becomes possible when the poet is for the poet is in some way, the poet in some way is taking or is doing the work of the philosopher or of the man of religion. But the poet is experiencing all over again that voice from deep inside himself and maybe just doing what he has always been doing or always he has been under the necessity to do in the many lives facing him in the world where he exists. When I think of my own self, I feel that much of the poetry I have written has been all the time asking questions of my life so that one comes up suddenly somewhere and encounters an image of oneself one had not seen before or had merely glimpsed in some vague form sometime. Even such questionings have surfaced on the edge of answers. All this makes me realize how confused a person I am, a person very much like the nameless person I pass by every day on the street. I try to understand what is happening with the poetry I write, and I suppose it would be right to assume that the same sort of process is defining poets everywhere. I look at the poem I have written, I look closely into it, peer into it, look into the words, listen to it, and it makes a demand on me to make me ask myself, have I written the poem for my own sake, to show to myself and to others how clever I am? Is it a mere game I have played, this poem of mine, a game with time and that absence which comes alive at the thought of death? Or is the poem there on the page facing me because something has been happening? If there is any humility left in me, in this part of me where nothing really happens, then it is time I feel I should ask myself, am I living my life as well as a human being who feels and cares for his fellow beings? If my answer is yes, and the poems I write make sense of life, then there is evidence enough that poetry becomes freedom and the human spirit reaches toward fulfillment. Even though the world today is constantly in a state of flux and things aren't what they were a decade ago, one has the feeling that very few poets are not responsible to the dictates of their consciences, for very few of us indeed have given up the purest of ties that exists between poetry and truth. Is this unending process of writing poetry one is he, this one, is he always trying to recognize himself, finding out ultimately which part of himself will finally outcast the other part of himself? Poetry is a stranger within oneself, the man inside one is unaware of. And the poet is almost always in the quest of finding out this other one. Therefore, his question, who am I? Where am I? Where have I come from? Where is it that I am going? How should I live? How can I see that other whom I had not seen before clearly? Where are you, my other one? Have I no right to my own death? These are very simple questions, yet difficult to find the appropriate answers. Only silences stare back at me, like the sound of the waves beating against the wall of the sea. Our thought is a process. The poem itself is a process. And the process holds considerable amount of freedom and energy. And the poet, in his poetry, is trying to find something that will endure beyond the many mask-free encounters, the many masks he makes or he faces in himself and in other people perhaps. Maybe something that would in the end help to clarify his own vision, and which he does through the very act of his own writing. All these years gone, and still I have found no answers. I ask myself, what am I made of? What am I made of? Am I made of hunger and of earth and of homesickness? Yet I realize I cannot help being affected by the world around me, by a sensitivity to issues that plague my country and the world today. And in order to understand who I am and who I will become, I shall go on writing my poems on and on as the sun goes on shining, both on the carefully tended roses in the president's vast gardens in Delhi, and also on the rat-riddled, torn shacks in my town, where starving children with tuberculosis and hunger, still pray to God. And weary, perhaps abandoned, surrounded by my own words which crowd me down, I try to escape, thinking of another kind of freedom. I ask myself, who will cry the cry of the dropping leaf? Who will whisper the whisper of the summer breeze? The politician or the poet? Or the silent pain of the pebble kicked by a child? Or the sob of the rose plucked off its stem? Who will mourn who will mourn the moan of the trampled grass? Only the poet. And perhaps poetry shall always remain an attempt to remove the burden of time from the world. And poems will continue to be written to do this through images, metaphors, symbols, time, ever present, ever passing, making us wakeful while we are asleep, making us hear our pulse in the silence of the night. I quote a line from the Atharva Veda. Time drives as a horse with 7 reins, thousand-eyed, unaging, possessing much seed. Him, the inspired poet's mount, his wheels are all beings. And one asks, finally, does a poet use time to get away from time? Does he surrender to this right, capturing on time a fragile moment of meaning, merely for the sake of the feeling of freedom? So maybe the need to be human is important in a poet than in anyone else. Worse in a poet, because a poet's business is to see and hear, which he should do, listening to the voice of his inner self. Let the poet not bother about the conscience of the world. Let him simply be the water that flows, finding its own level, even it is soaked away by the earth with no trace left behind. In this, in such a poetry of today, committed to the many worlds we live and believe in, the human, the historical, and the moral, can one touch the heart of a poet's freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is such an honor to have you here and listen to you. And in spite of your ill health, you have taken the pain to give us your time. We are we really appreciate. And I also thank Professor M.S. Pandey for your time.
Anamika, madam, let Pandey sir say something. Okay. Then you need to wrap up. Yeah. Pandey sir, over to you.
Sir, I heard you live for the first time in my life, and it was really a wonderful experience to listen to you. Retrospective accounts of your life, your works, your poetic experiences, and philosophy. Really, what I could understand as a student, because I teach your poetry in the classroom, and I take their responses too about you, about your works. And for the first time, actually, you enlightened me with some of the ideas which we discuss in the classroom. First, 2-3 things that I would like to make here. One is you emphasized the need to be human and certain philosophical questions to be addressed. That is, who am I? What is life? They are the vital questions before the artist. And the unique point, what I find in Mahapatra poetry, in your poetry, sir, is the unique way that you connect life with poetry. This is wonderful, and the way you accommodate without any conscious effort, a wide range of experiences into the imaginative world. Your poetry comes straight from the heart. This is what I can say, I can feel. But your creative process, to my mind, is not, that is one dimensional. It is many layered. It has many layered, multi-dimensional. And it is multi-layered because of your spontaneous fertility of metaphors, images, and myths that you use, and the cultural constructs that you project. When I ask my students in the classroom what appeals you most, some of them say better metaphors. The way you describe Puri and hunger and other poems, oh, super. So these are, what I'm saying is my own experiences about your poetry after hearing your accounts and my students' account as well, which I hear from the classrooms. So really, I'll repeat, it's what wonderful experience to
Thank
me.
you, sir.
So I'm extremely grateful to you, sir, for your insightful and erudite address, despite your age and health condition. We know. And thank you so much for this act of kindness.
Excuse me, can I put in a line?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it is definitely, I prefer to be a human being more than to be a poet.
Really, sir, I can understand through your retrospective accounts. Yeah, that is definitely learning for me as well. We are your students that way, sir.
We all feel blessed, sir. We all feel blessed.
You please
listen.
bless us at this occasion beyond our blessings. I'm also thankful to all the scholars, participants, invited guests, and coordinators who have attended this session, Creative Writers Retrospective. Also, I express my sincere gratitude to my teacher who taught me at CIFL Hyderabad, and he is also one of the organizers of ELTAI conference, Professor S. Mohan Raj, for his help and support. So I think we are not in a position to take any question with the permission of the organizer. If it is so, then I think we should disperse and for another session. What's the opinion?
Sir,
That's over.
I'm Ramani from ELTAI.
Okay.
We feel really blessed to have listened to you, sir.
Professor Mahapatra, sir, please bless us.
Yes.
We want to hear from your words, your mouth. This
Please
is what
bless our association.
Seriously.
No, I am to be blessed by you all.
Oh, no, sir. Please.
We all are blessed.
We
So
should
we
be
all are
blessed by
blessed.
you. We should be blessed by you.
Now, look, let me confess. I never wanted to be a poet. And I don't think a poet is something very different from an ordinary human being who is walking down the street. So I'm happy that way. I don't have any problems with my colleagues because I don't keep my poetry on my shoulder.
Sir, as readers, actually, we have also autonomy, and we know, as very fine, accomplished poet, yeah, that you are. From the reader's point of view.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Giving us your time.
Thanks.
And thank you to Professor Pandey also for.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Anamika, over to you.
Thank you, sir. It is such an honor to have you here and listen to you. In spite of your ill health, you have taken the pain to give us your time. We really appreciate. I also thank Professor Pandey for your time and contribution. And now we'll be moving forward with the parallel paper presentation. The links are being shared in the chat box along with their room number. I request all the paper presenters to join the link accordingly. Thank you.
contact.
ବଢିଆ ଲାଗିଲା ମୁଁ ତ ଶୁଣିକି ରହିଗଲି ସେମିତି
Paper presenters are requested to join their sessions. The link has been shared room-wise, and the audience can go in different rooms to listen to the other paper presenters. This is room number 1. So the paper presenters for room number 1 can stay here, and the audience can be also here. They can also go to other rooms. Apart from this, after paper reading session, we'll conclude the entire conference with valedictory session. So I would like to humbly request all of you to join valedictory session after paper reading session in the same room, room number 1.
Shravan,
Yes, sir.
did we not decide not to have parallel session in one? Because many people tend to stay here. They don't attend the other sessions. Yesterday's review, we thought if it's possible, but otherwise, okay.
I think so. Now we should go ahead with this.
Sir, actually, it is not for this, sir, that we discussed like that. It will go in all the 9 rooms, sir.
Okay. If there are people, okay. But
yes, sir. In all the 9 rooms, we have the sessions because it's already been sent to them.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is, what I'm suggesting, Anita, is you can tell people, the other attendees in room 1, to distribute themselves into the other rooms also.
Yes, sir.
Encourage the paper presenters.
Yes, sir. Yes,
in
sir.
the other rooms.
Yes, so that's what I'm requesting all the audience, sir, that they can move to any rooms. 9 rooms links have been already shared.
Please support and encourage the other paper presenters in different rooms. Distribute themselves and come back for the valedictory session to this room later. We'll make an appeal. Once you begin the session in room 1, you can appeal to them.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
I hope the chairperson of room number 1 has joined, and the concerned teacher for this room. You can now speak, ma'am. And the concerned person for this room. Can you speak now, ma'am? Kirti, ma'am?
Yes, thank you. Now I can speak. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was not able to unmute myself.
No worries.
Yeah.
Ma'am, we'll start shortly in this room.
Sure.
Meanwhile, may I please request all the audience and the paper presenters for different rooms, they can go to other rooms by clicking at the provided links in the chat box.
उन्होंने सारे कंट्रोल अपने हाथ में रखे हुए हैं ना। ये क्या हो गया? I've lost the link again.
No, Kirti ma'am, you are very much here. Don't worry.
Okay, but I can't see you. Something's gone wrong.
No, nothing else. Not to worry. Not to worry.
Yeah, okay.
I have turned off my camera. Can you see me now?
Yeah. I can see you, but I can't see. Aha, now I can see. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Ma'am, just a second. Maybe if you have pinned yourself, then you can't see others. You can, there will be 3 dots in your window. Okay.
Yeah.
If you just click on that, you can see pin and unpin. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You can see the others.
Yeah, now I can see everyone and I can hear you also.
Surabhi and Dr. Pinky
It's
Chuk,
okay.
can you start the session now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are about to start. Give me a few minutes. Just 1 minute. Very good afternoon, Kirti ma'am. We are really overwhelmed to have you here with us today. This is such an overwhelming opportunity to get enlightened with your talk. And when we are just waiting for the participants to join, so give me a few minutes so that the other participants join, and then we'll start the session. Okay.
That's right. That's right. We'll wait for them.
Yes, ma'am.
It is actually their session.
Yes, ma'am.
In this room, Omar, Win, Dr. Divya, Yemon, Asha, Dao, Mary, Ruchi Arya, Sengnu, and Nini Han are going to present their papers. Dr. Pinky Chuk and Surbhi. This is room number 1. This is
Yes,
room
sir.
number 1.
Sir, actually, I am getting some calls that some participants are unable to join their respective room. So I would like to say that there are some technical problems. They will take a few minutes as the other persons are trying to open their rooms. It will take a few minutes only. After
Okay.
this, the link will be functional and all the participants will be allowed.
Links
to
are
access
functional.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, sir. It will take only a few minutes as the student is starting.
Good afternoon. This is Ramani.
Yeah, I request all the participants to please be patient as the rooms are being unlocked in a few minutes. So that's why some participants are facing some issues. We are going to open all the parallel sessions room. Just be patient, please. Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Ramani, sir. Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ramani sir. How are you?
And do you remember me?
Yeah.
Do you remember me?
Yeah, of course I do. I've been meeting you at every ELTAI conference.
Yeah, and you were at the.
To point to attend each and every conference. Okay.
You're on the panel at the Golden Jubilee Year Conference.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Standards.
Standards, yes. So you still remember.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I, Surabhi Gaur, on behalf of School of Liberal Arts, Uttaranchal University, Dehradun, welcome you to the 15th International and 51st Annual Conference of English Language Teachers Association of India. I welcome you to day 4 of parallel paper reading session. Unfortunately, my video is not working, so I'll just be emceeing through my voice. I take this opportunity to welcome our esteemed chairperson, Professor Kirti Kapoor, ELT expert and teacher trainer at NCRT. It is an honor to have you here, ma'am. I hand over the session to you. Please chair this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Surabhi. And I'm looking forward to chairing this session. And shall I invite the speaker or will you invite the speakers?
Now, whatever you're comfortable with.
Okay, then I will invite the speakers.
Yes, ma'am, you please invite the speakers.
Yeah. So first name over here is Onmar Win. I hope I have pronounced the name correctly.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely
Yeah.
correct. Yeah.
So, is the speaker there? Surabhi, there is no response. So, shall we move on to the next one?
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Yeah. So, the next is Dr. Divya Gupta.
Ma'am, just a minute. She is
Sure,
there.
sure.
Let me make him co-host. Just a minute.
All right. Okay, fine. We'll wait.
Ravan,
Yes, sir.
somebody is posting a message in the chat box saying, asking for the links to be sent again.
Okay, I'm sending it, sir.
Yeah.
Omnar, you can now share your screen.
Yeah. Hello. Omawet is here.
Okay. Okay. Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome, Ohma. Now I invite you to share your topic and give your presentation. And as you know that each speaker has been given 8 minutes to speak. So let us begin with the session now. So I request you to, share your presentation with the audience.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you see?
Yes, we can
visible.
see. Yeah.
Yes. I can find to expand screen.
Yeah, you can.
Yes. Slideshow. Slideshow
Ma'am, you can use the present screen option at the top.
Yes. Are you? Can you see?
Yes, we can see.
Yes. Yes. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Auspicious day to you all, and very nice to meet you all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Omar Wen. My name is Omar Wen, and associate professor at Molamia University. I special thanks to English Language Teachers Association of India for giving me this chance to share my knowledge. Today, the topic I would like to present is teachers' perceptions teachers' perceptions on blended learning in higher education in Myanmar. With the increase in internet availability, online teaching has become more popular in this teaching and learning process. The use of technological tools in education improves teachers' instructional process and students' learning process, according to UNES et al. 2030. Blended learning is an innovative instructional approach which combines severe delivery strategies of online and face-to-face components. Implementing blended learning in the teaching and learning process, it's easier to provide students more personalized individual support and their progress. Thus, the purpose of this story is to investigate the perceptions in blended learning, and the objectives of this story are to identify the perceptions of teachers from the selected universities in Myanmar towards blended learning and to find out the views of the teachers. LEM 2004 argued that e-learning designers should choose learning strategies that motivate learners, facilitate intensive processing. The opportunities of blended learning for students to communicate with their classmates and teachers. There are many implications for using blended learning that can take advantage of new opportunities, such as video communication, e-portfolios, and social networking tools such as blogs and wikis. In this session, participants are 70 university teachers from Myanmar universities, and 27 questionnaire items and 5 interview questions are used as the materials. The survey consisted of 2 factors. The first one is teachers' view toward blended learning process, and the second one is teachers' views toward blended learning content. The participants give response varied from 1 to 5 in the form of a 5-point Likert type scale. The data are firstly collected, and the collected data are analyzed, and finally, the data are also interpreted. And this table shows the teachers' views towards blended learning or process. A majority of teachers, 90%, believe that applying blended learning in teaching lessons will help students to improve their learning. 77% of the teachers stated their agreement upon their statement. Applying blended learning in teaching lesson will make students like the lesson more and more interested in learning it. And blended learning will help me teach better. They answered 70% positive attitudes of the question item A5. Blended learning improves communication between students and teachers. According to the collected data, 81% of the selected university teachers in Myanmar disagree with the fact that blended learning is just a waste of time, and I don't want to take part in this blended learning process again. The next slide is teachers' views towards blended learning of content. The total amount of strongly agree and agree of item B70 shows that about 90% of the teacher participants agree that using visual aids with blended learning will make learning process more interesting. Likewise, the data of B40 and of teachers thought that the teachers will be able to encourage their students to listen and watch videos more than once to improve their learning. Similarly, the 85% of the data B50 of the teachers assume that blended learning will give them the chance to teach the lesson through discussion forums. According to the response of 84% of the data B20 of teachers, the online video will allow the students to listen to native speakers. And 67% of the teacher participants disagree with the fact that the discussion forums do not encourage them to interact with their students. And the selected 5 teachers are contacted from the different universities of Myanmar for the interview. There are totally 5 interview questions in data collection. According to the interview questions in Myanmar, face-to-face teaching and learning is the most popular way and most students lack technological skills. According to interview response, blended learning activities will motivate to learn better in English language learning inside and outside the classroom. Blended learning activities such as watching videos and getting engaged in discussion forums, in error analysis exercise, doing an online quiz will motivate students to learn better in the future. Using visual aids with blended learning will make learning more interesting, not only for the teachers, but also for the learning in 21st century learning. By incorporating technology into classroom instruction, teachers are freed up to reach more students. And discussion. And figure 1 is the teacher's view on blended learning or process. Blended learning in teaching lesson will help students to improve their learning skills such as respective and protective skills. So the teachers believe that the students will listen to native speakers. They will listen reading and writing techniques from native speakers by using blending. They also prefer blended learning than traditional approach, which is used in their classroom, because applying blended learning in teaching lessons will make students like the lesson more and more interested in learning. This figure is the teacher's view on blended learning of quintet. The teachers knew and understood the quintet of blended learning, and most of items got higher response and agree and strongly agree. The findings contribute to the importance of blended learning in developing pronunciation and vocabulary in general. Students will have the chance to listen to the native speakers more often and how they pronounce words properly. The blended learning stimulates students' interest and increase their satisfaction by using emails and forums. It gives both teachers and students more time to learn with an active environment that provides new experience and outcomes. The teachers from selected universities in Myanmar can it can handle it well as they understand the content of blended learning very well. It can be said that teachers from selected universities in Myanmar can apply blended learning effectively as their teaching and their understanding on blended learning is positive and clear. Conclusion. Findings from analysis of that analysis, it concluded that the teachers from selected universities in Myanmar have a very positive perception on the use of blended learning, and they also have a clear understanding on the blended learning in the process and content of teaching and learning. They believe that blended learning will make students more interested in learning English, and it will help them to improve their language skills. By quantity, one part of the subject in classroom and using the internet for another part, the teachers will have plenty of time to talk with their students and to use more communicative activities. In relation to teachers' views on blended learning of content, teachers believe that listening and watching videos of native speakers develop their students' listening and speaking skills. It will help in preparing them to communicate with native speakers in real life. Discussion forums give shy students self-confidence and reduce anxiety levels. Blended learning encourages the students to be active and independent. Blended learning is a simple learning model and provides a lot of content and activities for students and teachers. Conclusively, this study also proved that a wide variety of online interactions between students and teachers can be conducted to promote students' learning skills through blended learning. Blended learning enables the students to access the materials from anywhere at any time while enjoying the benefits of face-to-face support distributions. The internet gives students and teachers the opportunity to use different learning and teaching styles for a given task.
It is 10 minutes now.
Kindly thank you for attention, please. And you have any questions?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Oma Win, for your beautiful presentation. And I think we are all talking about blended learning, and we cannot think otherwise, because after COVID, we all had to think about ways and means, innovative ways to reach out to the students, to reach out to the students and continue with the education process. But I have just one question that came to my mind while listening to you. It was that, how do you propose to reach out to all the students? Because children come from different backgrounds. Some will have the access to technology and some may not have. So under those circumstances, how does one ensure that every child is going to be connected with via technology?
Yes, teacher. In Myanmar, most of the university use offline learning in which the teachers and students only meet in the class. And there are many difficulties in Myanmar because of electricity and some places of Myanmar, internet connection is not so great and too much cost in mobile data. And the students cannot rent online and offline learning. So some difficulties to use blended learning. But most of teachers accept blended learning allows the students to set appropriate learning goals as well as helps them to be responsible for their own learning.
Okay.
Thank you, teacher.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I think we will take the questions at the end because we have already taken 12 minutes. And now I invite the next speakers, that is Divya Gupta and Prateek Pandey. Divya Gupta. Divya?
She's not here.
Okay, sir. So then I move on to the third speaker, that is Ye Monchu.
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Okay, you are welcome. And now I invite you to share your topic with the audience and give your presentation.
Yes, please wait a moment, ma'am, because I can see my PowerPoint in the share screen. So I will try again. So can you see my screen?
Yeah, this is visible, ma'am.
Yes, this is visible. We can see.
So let me start. Hello, everyone. It's an honor and I'm really nice to see you all here today. First of all, my special thanks go to the chairperson and all the participants in this section. And it is a great day for me to present my paper in this 15th International and 51st Annual Conference. Let me introduce myself. I am Shimuncho, and I'm originally from Myanmar. Now I'm an assistant lecturer at Bakogu University, Myanmar. The topic of my research is youth participation and global citizenship, challenges and recommendations for university students in Myanmar. In today's presentation, I'm hoping to cover 4 main parts: introduction, methodology, results, and conclusion. So to begin with, let me present my introduction first. In recent years, the idea of global citizenship has grown in scholarly circles and developed into a nascent discipline known as global citizenship education. And the focus is often on young people's positive response to global issues and their actions taken in pursuit of the change. There has been a great consideration on learning about the SDGs in education system around the world. What is SDG? SDGs mean the Sustainable Development Goals or Global Goals, which was set up in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly and are intended to be achieved by the year 2030. This is a collection of 17 interlinked global goals designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. As you see, global citizenship education has recently gained importance in education systems around the world, especially in the field of English language teaching, ELT. That's why the aim of my research is to explore the challenges and recommendations of youth participation in practicing global citizenship education in ELT courses. This slide is for methodology. So this presents about a detailed description or research methodology. The first one is data collection. The data were collected using questionnaire survey and interview questions. The participant consists of 91 English major students. The first set of questionnaires focus on the participants' academic background, life experience, and demographic questions. The next set of interview questions cover the 5 different themes. They are sense of identity, engagement in society, social networking, and the role of internet. Young people's participation and engagement in global themes and issues, and their views about the skill they need to be effective and engaged citizens. For data analysis, the recordings of the interview were transcribed and memorialized the findings in a report as follows. So let me collaborate briefly. So firstly, the observation was documented and the interview recording was transcribed up into written text and began to organize and analyze relevant documents. And then the data were began to describe and classify into codes or category. Then the patterns coding process was studied and distilled the categories or information into broad themes. And the last step is the results or meaning of the case were reported and drawn conclusion. So let me present about the results of my research. So in this table, when I collect the data of the participants, focus on 3 main points: gender, level of study, and field of study. According to the research, they will be focused on the participant academic background, the experience, and demographic information. Then students' opinions were taken regarding how they describe global citizenship, youth participation in global citizenship education, and challenges and recommendations they were facing in practicing global citizenship education in ELT courses. Now, table 2 shows about the youth views on the most important topics from the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Among the 17 goals, I have collected the highest points and the least. So according to the research of the table 2, the students' cooperation about global citizenship and how they understand the meaning of global citizenship in terms of their values and attitudes and what characteristics they emphasize more than others. So why some students put the greater emphasis on concerning with their inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities, and other participants express the less interest to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. In the table 2, I collect the data about youth participation and global citizenship by focusing on 5 main themes. According to the research undertaken, the specific evidence from the discussion with young people indicates that they are mostly interested in the skills which influence them directly in the education system or ELT courses in 21st century. So although the finding regarding social networking and the role of internet presented at the least, the participants achieved positive altitude and outcomes in implementation of the SDG for global citizenship education in the future. So let me collaborate my findings in brief. The finding in this research suggests that much more attention needs to be paid to the promotion of global citizen education within a university. And then young people also need increased opportunity to develop the skill to enable effective social and political engagement and to know how best to begin involving campaigns through the social networking and internet during the pandemic crisis. So let me conclude my research. According to the research undertaken, the conclusion can be drawn that the meaning of citizenship in young people's lives, how they experience citizenship in the community, participatory youth development is essential in exploring the challenges and recommendation for university students to implement global citizenship education. This finding expressed more complex conception for the youth. They are not global citizens unless they are interested in learning beyond our communities and actively participate and collaborate across the board to bring about positive change for all of humanity in social, cultural, political, and global issues. That's why our citizenship also brings benefits for school, other educational organization, and for society at large. That's why for the schools and other educational organizations, it helps to produce motivated and responsible learners. Moreover, for society, it helps to create an active and responsible citizenry willing to participate in the life of the nation and the wider world and plays a part in the democratic process. That's why, in brief, global citizenship education, adult learning, and education refer respectively to widely recognized domain of political, professional consent. So positive change and today's that inclusive and equitable equality education can be achieved through empowering and engaging the youth and the society. Let me present about my research limitation. At the same time, more study can examine how teachers can prepare students to think critically on controversial global issues. Moreover, various stakeholders will benefit from this study, including students, teachers, administrator, curriculum writer, and policy maker. This is the end of my presentation. Let me conclude. Globalization presents major challenges to the rules and regulation and the relationship of the individual to society. This is more evident to relation to young people. That's why it is very important to provide opportunities for young people to learn more about global and development issues. Thank you very much for your kind listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Himuncho. I hope I am pronouncing your name properly. And your topic is really very important in the sense that we need to prepare our students for global citizenship because, there is a movement not within the country, but across nations. People are, moving from one country to another. And we must prepare our students to be able to communicate effectively and collaborate meaningfully. And it's a very good study. But, may I ask you one question, that what are the aspects that you feel should be brought in the educational process that will help us achieve this?
Yes.
Some of the things that should become, you please answer in 1 or 2 lines only because we are running out of time. Yeah.
Yes, actually, at the present, there is no practice in Myanmar for global citizenship education, but I like to find out and to carry out this education system in my country because I'd like to know the key factors about the university students in Myanmar, how they view their roles and responsibility in today's world, and they are interested in global citizenship education because I think if the teacher and the student, they know the global citizenship education, it will affect in our education system. For example, we can improve our students from national student to local student to national student, and then national student to global student. Like this, we can also how can I say, incorporate our education ELT courses into the global content. That's why I forget it. Yes.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to the next presentation. May I invite, thank you so much. May I invite, and we will take the questions at the end depending on the time. May I invite Asha Khurana? Asha Khurana. Professor Kumar, is she there? I mean,
I don't think she's there. I don't see
okay,
anyone.
fine. All right. So we move on to the next presenter. That is Daw Mary. Is she there?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
here.
you're very much there. You're welcome. And now I invite you to present your topic, share your topic with the audience, and start and present your work. Thank you so much.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yes, we can see.
Please let me start. Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. Please let me introduce myself. I'm Mary, Associate Professor from English Department, Moobin University, Ministry of Education, Myanmar. Mingalava. Today, the topic I'm going to present is perceptions and roles of university teachers on supervising undergraduate students' research. Firstly, I'd like to introduce my research. In our culture, Myanmar, the final year student of English program have to submit their term paper research to get a degree in universities of Myanmar. So the role of English supervisors in university is increasingly important in these days. According to Miller 2002, the benefits of a term paper research include greater understanding of our research topic, social and personal growth, and acquisition of skills for future employment. Concerning the responsibility of the supervisor, Patent and Broker 1955 claimed that the primary function of supervisions of all types is the leadership plus the encouragement and recognition of leadership in other people. Also, Rory and Flagg 2004 stated, the supervisor needs to be continually learning about the students' learning process as well as developing their own subject knowledge, networks for access, ability to navigate electronic sources, and repertoire of research methodology. And according to Cullen, Pearson, Soho, and Spear, 1994, the characteristics of a good supervisor are as follows. First, approachable and friendly. Second, supportive and positive attitude. Third, open-minded and prepared to acknowledge error. Fourth, organized and thorough. And the last one is stimulating and convey enthusiasm for research. These qualities are required for a good supervisor. And James and Baldwin 1999 suggests 11 priorities of effective supervisor. The first one is supervisor must ensure the right partnership for the project. They will get to know the students and carefully assess their needs. And they also have to establish reasonable agreed expectation. And they should work with students to establish a strong conceptual structure and research plan. And supervisors should encourage students to write early and often. And they will have to initiate regular contact and provide high quality feedback. And supervisors have to get students involved in the life of the department, and they will also have to inspire and motivate the student. And the supervisor have to help if academic and personal crisis crop up. And they also have to take an active interest in students' future careers. And the last one the supervisor have to do is they will have to carefully monitor the final production and presentation of the research. These factors are to be considered in supervision. There are always some gaps between the students and teachers' perceptions and attitudes towards supervision. So the aim of my research is to pinpoint university English teachers' perceptions and expectations on supervising undergraduate English specialization students' research. The objective of my research are to find out the university English teachers' attitudes on supervising the undergraduate research process and to investigate the university English teachers as supervisor expectations on students' performance in supervising undergraduate research process. And secondly, I would like to present the method I use in my research. Supervising research plays a significant role in university English teachers as they must supervise 2 or 3 term papers in a year. It is unavoidable and challenging. In supervising research, there are some perceptions, responsibility, and expectation of teachers as supervisor on the student. Doing this research is to pinpoint some perceptions, responsibility, and expectations of teachers as supervisor. To achieve this goal, the data were collected using a questionnaire adopted from Gatman 2000. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the data were collected through the online pool. A total of 128 English language teachers from selected research-focused universities in Myanmar participated in my research. Thirdly, I would like to discuss the results I found in my paper. And table 1 shows English supervisor perception. Table 1 shows English supervisor perception and roles in supervising undergraduate English specialization students' research. In the questionnaire of this research, there are 2 sections. Each section contains 12 questions each. They can be divided into 2 categories. English supervisors' perceptions and roles on supervision of undergraduate English specialization students and English supervisors' expectations on the English specialization students' performance. A teacher's perspective is important in creating a supportive, caring learning environment. The correlation between the learning environment created by the teacher and its impact on the academic achievement of the student is important. Teachers have a significant role in maintaining and sustaining a learning-friendly environment and in achieving how well the teachers can facilitate this for students towards language learning. According to the data, English supervisors strongly agreed on the statement, a warm, supportive relationship between supervisors and candidate is important for successful outcome with a higher mean score 4.23. As well, most English supervisors were also in favor of assisting in the writing of the research if necessary based on the mean score 4.06. According to the analysis, I can share if I had pen. I can see my sharing screen. What happened?
We can see your screen. Maybe you go to those 3 dots and unpin yourself.
3 dots and
we can see your screen. We can hear you also. Now you have stopped sharing. You can conclude your talk.
Yes, please let me conclude.
Yeah, please.
From
Yes.
English foreign language teachers' perception and expectation regarding their research practice, it might be suggested that English as a foreign language teacher's engagement with research in ELT context can develop their professional teaching performance and contributes to their students' English language learning. Thank you for kind listening, ma'am.
Thank you, Mary, for this very interesting research study. And I think we all appreciate and understand that, teachers play a central role, whether it is school or it is college or it is a research area. Then they play a pivotal role. And teachers' role is that of mentoring and hand-holding. And that's what you were focusing on. So did you take the students' perception also while you were, doing your research study? What was their opinion?
I only did the perception of teachers on teachers.
Okay. So like the students' viewpoint also, that how they feel about it. Do they feel connected with the teacher, or they feel that those things?
Yes.
How, academic relationship, how they, it becomes a lifelong kind of a student-teacher relationship. They learn from their teachers.
According to the limitation, I have to make only one teacher's perception.
All right. Thank you, Mary. So we will take the questions from the audience at the end. So we move on to the next speaker, Ruchi Arya and Dr. Jitendra Jain. Are they there? Ruchi Arya. They are not there, it seems. So I move on to the next speaker, next presenter, Sen Nui Mai. Hello, Sen. You can unmute yourself. Yes. So I invite you to present your paper. Please introduce your topic and present. Thank you so much for being with us.
Let me share my PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Is this visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to send my sincere gratitude to ELTAI Association of India for giving me this chance. Let me introduce myself. I am Sengdumai from Myanmar. I'm honored to be with you here and have this opportunity to share my research. The title of my research is Students' Perceptions of the Impact of the TOEFL versus IELTS on their English learning practices and their effective conditions. As we all know that the language proficiency tests are used for many purposes as one of the important aspects in professional life. TOEFL versus IELTS is a kind of standardized test designed to measure the students' language ability to meet the requirement of the highest institutions. According to Jane, the test scores have been used to determine whether university students are eligible for resident permits in some major cities. The TOEFL versus IELTS has a far-reaching educational and social impact in our country, and its impact has become a correspondingly important and highly controversial issue, not only in academia, but also in society. This study investigates the students' perception of the impact of the TOEFL versus IELTS on their English learning practices and on their effective conditions to enable university administrators, teachers, parents, test designer, as well as students to become better informed about the TOEFL versus IELTS influence the students. It is not surprising to find that many undergraduate students focus on reciting English words and practicing English grammar exercises. The TOEFL versus IELTS was important in motivating to adhere to the national curriculum and induce administrators to attach greater importance to English courses. These studies agree with GU 2005. The TOEFL versus IELTS has a greater influence on the content than on teaching methods. Let me share about the methods. This study took place at selected university in Myanmar. However, the university do not require students to achieve a certain score on the TOEFL versus IELTS to receive a bachelor's degree. 116 students from different university years completed a questionnaire that asked them how they felt about the impact of the TOEFL versus IELTS. This is the information of the contest and participants in this slide. Copies of the questionnaires were constructed to ask for students' perceptions of the impact of the TOEFL versus IELTS. The survey was created under two headings such as learning content and learning method, goal orientation and motivation. To mention about the result of data collection in table number 1. Due to the result, over 80% of the students would work hard to practice English speaking if it is required on the language proficiency test. Over 70% of the students are more attentive in class if the teachers lecture on contents related to the TOEFL versus IELTS. Let me move to table number 2. In table number 2, learning methods. Over 70% of the students had taken or would take coaching classes before they take the test. And over 60% of the students show about their feelings related to taking or preparing for the TOEFL versus IELTS influence the way they learn English. Over 50% would buy or had bought the coaching materials before they take the test in our country. As shown in goal orientation table number 3, it summarizes over half of the students agreed and strongly agreed that taking or preparing for the TOEFL versus IELTS led them to have clearer English learning goals. Only 22% agree and 19% strongly agreed that passing the TOEFL versus IELTS was their major purpose for learning English. The results reflect few students would have a need to present scores from international English tests. Let's move to table number 4, which related to motivation. More than half of the students strongly agree that the TOEFL versus IELTS make them feel that English was a very useful tool. 80% reported that their motivation was to prepare for the TOEFL versus IELTS by spending more time reading English newspaper. Moreover, 73% were motivated to improve their English language abilities by listening to English broadcasts. Likewise, 78% of the students would spend more time practicing English listening if it were more heavily weighted in the TOEFL versus IELTS. In conclusion, based on the results of the questionnaire data, the TOEFL versus IELTS seem to have a pervasive impact on the participants in this study. First, the TOEFL versus IELTS has a greater impact on learning content than on learning methods. Second, over half of the students felt that the TOEFL versus IELTS had caused them to clarify their English learning goals. Over 80% were more motivated to make a greater effort to learn English. Therefore, most students were willing to put more effort into listening and reading and less effort into writing and speaking. All the findings of these studies provide some evidence for the range of the impact of the language proficiency test on students' English learning. Let me share about the research limitation and future studies. For the university that use a certain score on the language proficiency test as a degree requirement, The TOEFL versus IELTS is likely to have higher rates for their students, and it may bring stronger effects. The perception of the TOEFL versus IELTS could be different at different universities. The impact on the students may interact with their individual characteristics, such as their English proficiency, gender differences, socioeconomic status. According to Green 2006, students with lower English proficiency may experience a greater negative impact from the test. However, some of the students had not taken the language proficiency test. There is a lack of common measure of students' English proficiency in the present study. Thus, it is necessary to expand this research to involve students from different universities with different English proficiency levels and family backgrounds to explore individual differences related to their perceptions. Another limitation is that imbalanced symbol size by gender and university years were used in this study. More male students and more fourth-year students should be included to gain a more balanced perspective on the TOEFL versus IELTS. To conclude, it would be helpful to collect other types of data, such as observation and interviews, to gain a more in-depth understanding of how and why students have perceptions of the impact of the TOEFL versus IELTS. The current study constitutes only a first step in investigating the impact of the TOEFL versus IELTS on students at selected university. Additional long-term and follow-up studies at different types of university are still needed to learn about the nature of the TOEFL versus IELTS and its impact in a variety of settings. Thank you so much for your kind listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sang Numai. It was Sang Numai. It was a nice presentation. And of course, this is a reality everywhere. You know, students have to appear for TOEFL or IELTS to, you know, move ahead. They have to have that score in English language teaching. But my question over here is that, you know, they take special training for this before they take the exam. But can we connect it with the, you know, school curriculum or college curriculum so that it becomes part of the learning process throughout the year? Is it possible?
Yeah, I think it's possible. Yeah.
How? I mean, I have not seen it happening in most of the countries. Therefore, students, you know, go to coaching centers and learn. You know, they practice. But why can't it be done at the, you know, with the school process or the university process?
Yeah, I think it will become in the future, like in the current situation in Myanmar, this is a kind of transforming process in recent situation. So I think the student will not, when the student will not attend the coaching classes before they take the class, they take the test. I think all the school curriculum will change, and it can give any advantage for the students, for those who have a plan to take the test.
Okay, thank you. Let's hope for the best. And now, next speaker, I invite Professor Nini Haing. I hope I pronounced your name properly. Otherwise, you can correct me. You can.
That's quite right.
Quite right. Okay, thank you. So please introduce your topic and present your topic. Make a presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So let me share my screen.
Yes, please.
Yes. Is it visible?
Yes, visible. It is visible.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me start my presentation. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, let me introduce myself. I am Professor Nini Lai from Ministry of Education, Myanmar. The topic I'm going to deal with today is social justice practice in the EFL classroom of Myanmar context. So firstly, let me introduce a little bit of my literature review. Although social justice, SJ, has emerged in the last decade as a popular line of inquiry in language pedagogy, the foundations for social justice education, SJE, have been presented for much longer. So researchers have been concerned about the superficial treatment of culture in world language curriculum development and instruction, and have called for more critical approaches for the kids. It is also challenging and intentional work, although social justice education is compatible with the world language curriculum and can be rewarding. So integrating this type of pedagogy requires the critical deconstruction of various political, institutional, and linguistic power structures that exist in the development of curricula. Because the foundation for social justice in language education has already been laid, current community of teachers and scholars must continue to build on that foundation with social justice in the world language classroom. Faculty have long been teaching students to re-evaluate their worldviews based on their new understanding of other languages, cultures, and communities. So the next steps involve operationalizing the factors, developing strategies and materials, and sharing success. The objectives of language education in Myanmar have always been shaped by the social, historical, and political context in which the construction takes place. These contexts have influenced methodologies from grammar translation to proficiency-based approaches, as well as language offerings from classical language curricula to modern world and community language curricula with specific language throughout the past. So many researchers have called upon language educators to take a more critical approach to curriculum development. According to O'Malley and Kappa 2015, generally, social justice can be defined as the equitable sharing of social power and benefits within a society. In the context of language education, this will include the curricular elements as well as the instructional choices. Now, we have come to the methodology section. The English teacher participants of interview study were 51 and over 100 students who were chosen based on the idea of purposeful sampling. The researcher used the interview survey and qualitative content analysis method to interpret the participants' expressions in the study. Now, let me present my results. So in my results section, there are two phases. In phase one, so we have got the findings based on teacher participants' interview responses on social justice in language education. For the purpose of this research, we imagine the scope of social justice to include any aspect of the language classroom through which participants come to a greater understanding of or make progress towards equity in society. So social justice is related to at least 4 other areas: critical pedagogy, intercultural competence, transformative learning, and community-based learning. So in the interview survey, we asked participants what they associated with the term social justice. The participants gave answers such as equity, sharing of power, response to bias, fairness, reconciliation, etc. So these answers suggest that social justice is a subjective term that takes on different meanings in various contexts. So as we want to prescribe the definition of social justice, we cannot speak critically of social justice education without some sense of common reference about what exactly the term entails. Here in table 1, so you can see the interview data of teacher participants' responses. So based on the themes under the title of social justice. So in the interview survey, participants discussed about the themes under the title of social justice that have emerged in the current generation of world language education. So according to them, when teachers' pedagogical choices and learners' experiences are all prepared around a critically conscious view of the cultures and communities, language classrooms become sites of social justice work. So in the phase 2, so we have got the data of student interviews on social justice in language education. In some classrooms, community engagement is limited to the virtual or hypothetical. So in others, students travel, they do surface learning, or in other ways experience actual contact with communities. In the current social and political climate, the need is clear for students to be able to communicate not only in the most efficient way possible, but also in ways that set the stage for relationship building and problem solving. Here, so we should look at in table 2, students, participants' responses on the themes under the title of social justice. According to the data in table 2, to engage in social justice in the classroom, students need to develop their intercultural communicative competence, which is often a transformative learning process that fundamentally alters the way students interact with their teachers. When students engage in this kind of community-based learning, teachers cannot ignore historical and current injustice forced upon those communities. So according to one of the participants, students cannot effectively engage with the communities about which they learn without understanding the social, historical, economic, and political interactions. Through community-based learning, students come to understand that entering into authentic relationships with people from another community requires getting to know people as individuals and not as representatives of a community through community-based learning. So community engagement, when done well, it can also lead students to develop empathy and courage, building relationships in their own and other communities. So let me discuss my research very briefly. So in teaching and learning a language, text written by members of a culture for members of that culture is of great importance because they provide evidence of the culture in its most robust form. So through these resources, learners could encounter to analyze other cultures. Such constructed tests serve a clear purpose if language acquisition is only goal of language instruction. If language education is about assessing other cultures through language and expanding learners' views, then authentic texts provide essential opportunities for language and culture learning. So any discussion of community-based learning and intercultural communicative competence must connect with the culture and community standards. So in conclusion, it is clear from a knowledge-based understanding of cultures and communities, social justice education is a powerful vehicle to move students toward a deeper, more critical understanding of the notions of cultures and communities so that they become individuals who can interact with high level of cultural competence. According to the research findings, incorporating SJE activities into the EFL-ESL classroom increases students' interest in real-world issues and helps them understand the authentic linguistic context around them. Furthermore, by using SJE materials, students are actively engaged in learning, they are attracted and challenged, and they grapple with understanding complex situations using the English language. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Nini Hayang, for this presentation. It's very relevant in today's world. Intercultural communicative competence should be there. We are talking about, social justice, equity, and empowering the students. And it can happen only when we have those activities, those tasks in the classroom. And but I have one question that, what strategies can be used to, deal with these activities? What strategies approaches can be used?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes. The goals of language education in Myanmar have always been informed by the social, historical, and political context in which the instruction takes place. So in this research, my own idea is the different perceptions of language teachers on social justice practice in all language classrooms where the strategies we have to explore. So the researchers should utilize a mixed method approach to collect both, qualitative data for analysis. So here in my research, participants were asked about their understandings of social justice in education and how they worked to create a socially just education environment in their university. So the findings indicate that social justice practice is related to at least 4 things that have emerged in the current generation of world language education, such as critical pedagogy, intercultural competency, transformative learning, and community-based learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think with this, we have come to the end of this presentation session. Dr. Pinky?
Yes, ma'am.
I hope we have covered all the participants.
Yes, ma'am. We have covered all the participants.
We can ask Dr. Pinky. We can ask if anyone is left in this group, in this room, so he or she can present his or her paper. He or she can raise his or her virtual hand.
Yes.
Ma'am, you can unshare your. Good. Thank you. If there is anyone, that person is welcome to present their work.
I think there is no one, ma'am. I think the presenters have already presented,
Okay, the presenters have presented. And then, if anyone wants to ask any question to the presenters, please do ask. You can write the questions in the chat, or you can raise your hand and then you can ask the person who you want to ask. So the floor is open. How many minutes are there, Dr. Pinky?
Ma'am, we still have around 20 minutes for the valedictory session. So we will be waiting here for all the other participants from other sessions to finish up their sessions, and they will be joining us in this room only. So valedictory session will start from here at around 4:20. This is what we are expecting. And there are some sessions going on in the other rooms. So slowly and gradually the others will be joining us here only.
Okay. So yes, sir. Do you want to ask? Yes, sir. Please share your views. Sir, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Xavier, can you please make Ramni sir as a co-host?
Done, Shravan. Sir, now you will be able to unmute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not a question about any of these presenters. I only wanted to ask Ravan and Xavier to check whether the other groups, there are any people who may not be able to make the presentation. They can, at least one or two can come over here. Kind of redistribute them to make sure that everybody winds up by 4:20.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please try. So let's close this session until we hear from the others that they are okay, comfortable.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Kirti Kapoor.
Yes, sir.
I hope you don't mind waiting for a few minutes more
Yeah.
to check
No,
whether
no.
some other participants, can come here.
Absolutely, they are welcome. We shall wait.
Since we have a lot of time.
Yeah.
Xavier, please check. There are 2 or 3 presenters, those who are coming from room number 8. Can you please check and please announce? Is there anyone who is from room number 8 to present the paper? Any presenter? Is there any presenter who come from room number 8? If yes, please raise your virtual hand. Your paper can be presented here. Anyone? Okay, I think no. Kirti ma'am, please take care if anyone comes.
Yeah, I am waiting. And if they raise their hands, I am alert.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Use the valedictory function.
Xavier, our Vice Chancellor, sir, has joined. Can you please make him co-host?
Yes, Shravan, I made him the co-host.
Yeah, he
Okay.
has done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, very good evening.
Good evening, sir, and welcome to this session. We are just waiting for the participants to join so that we can start formally.
Yeah, no issue. No, issue.
So, sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
No issue. It's okay.
Welcome, Mr. Vice Chancellor.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry for keeping you all waited. There are a couple of few presenters whose presentations are still going on. We are about to end those sessions. So please bear with us, and we'll be starting the session very soon. I hope by 4:30 sharp we will be starting the valedictory session. And I'm again apologizing for this delay and keeping you all waiting here.
Thank you, ma'am. We are not late. We'll start sharp at 4:30 our valedictory.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
We all are waiting for other participants. Those are in another room. Yeah. We'll start sharp at 4:30.
All right, sir.
Before we start, may I please request Bahuna sir to speak something by which you can check audio is okay. Bahuna sir, can you please unmute yourself? Bahuna sir, unmute yourself.
Good evening, Dr. Sarwan Kumar.
Good evening, sir. Good afternoon.
Good
Thank you,
evening,
sir.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Good evening, sir.
May I please request?
Good evening, Dr. Chuk.
May I please request Mr. Sahil Agrawal?
I think Sir Ramani sir wants to say something.
No, I just want to say welcome.
Yeah, very good evening to everyone. Very good evening.
And thank you for hosting.
Good evening, sir.
Today's conference. Good evening, sir.
Okay. Sahil sir, can you please? Yeah.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
We are fortunate in having the last day and the valedictory at your university.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we knew that we could depend on Professor Shravan Kumar.
Sarwan Kumar is an asset of Uttaranchal University.
Yes.
Sir.
It's an asset to any institution.
Of course.
Very dynamic and
energetic, dynamic,
proactive, takes the initiative.
Ramni sir, we are going to start our session within 2 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
Thank you, Shravan Kumar. Wonderful. The session was very good. I enjoyed all the papers very much.
Thank you.
Health issues, so I have not been very regular as such, but I know all the ELTAI conferences are always wonderful. And Mohan Raj sir, Arora sir, all of you, good evening. Congratulations for organizing this wonderful conference. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shravan sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
May I please request Elango sir to come on the screen? And Pinky ma'am, over to you.
All right, sir. Yeah. A very good afternoon to all the honored guests, patrons, all the faculty members, academicians, supporting staff, and dear participants of ELTAI's 51st Annual and 15th International Conference. I'm here to present the valedictory session on the behalf of School of Liberal Arts, Uttaranchal University, Dehradun. The 2 weekends collective journey has reached an end today. The day bygone and the last weekend were certainly full of new learning, new experiences, new intellectual relationships. Today we have gathered here to embellish the memories of the journey that we have embarked together towards learning ELT in India. New needs, new demands, new trends. So without much ado, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Rajesh Bahuguna, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Uttaranchal University, Dehradun, a man of tremendous energy who always stimulates us with his cheering words and gestures. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Chuk. All right. Honorable Chancellor of the University, Sri Jitendra Joshi ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dharam Buddhi ji, Patron of ELTAI, Dr. S. Rajagopalan, its President, Dr. Sanjay Arora, Vice President, Dr. Sarvan Kumar and Dr. Reddy, and of course, Secretary, Dr. K. Elengo, Vice Chancellors and official of host universities and colleges, and participants from India and abroad. I extend my greetings to all of you. I take this privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory session of 51st Annual and 15th International Conference organized by ELTAI. I welcome you on behalf of Uttaranchal University from the land of God and Goddess, Uttarakhand, land which has given birth to several movements to save nature and our indigenous culture and heritage like Chipko Andolan. Ladies and gentlemen, this mega event was possible only with the efforts of dedicated people. I congratulate ELTAI and the host institutions, namely GLA University Mathura, Pillai College of Engineering and Holy Cross College, Tiruchirappalli, along with my team of School of Liberal Arts for their tireless exertion. In these 2 weekends, international conference, we got the opportunity to interact with academicians from 18 countries. I congratulate Dr. Raja Gopalan, Dr. Sanjay Arora, Dr. Sarvan Kumar, Dr. Reddy and Dr. K. Elengo on successful organization of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are standing at a juncture when there is an urgent need to formulate our own approaches and evolve good practices based on those indigenous approaches that are firmly rooted in our land. Following the pursuit of advancement in learning, I feel greatly elated to share that ELTAI has signed an MOU with Uttaranchal University for launching a reading club. We at Uttaranchal University ensure ELTAI that our bonding will unveil exquisite horizons which will be of advantage for the student, not only for Uttaranchal University, but ELTAI fraternity also. Together we shall have the path, the way towards the bright future of our nation's academy. I am delighted to share with you that Uttaranchal University is working to preserve ancient knowledge. Research is going on to identify, collect, and documentation of traditional knowledge of our indigenous community. We have identified initially 5 tribes of Uttarakhand and hope that the research will come up with the good traditional knowledge bank. So collaborating with quality academicians across the globe and bringing them together on a single platform obviously require unending, intense mind-boggling, flawless planning, and perfect execution. The things which could have been merely impossible were made possible as we opt for the virtual platform. The pandemic has taught us a great lesson. We have to accept that conventional method of teaching have to be replaced with blended mode. In broad context, further aggravated by loss of schooling for quite a long period owing to this COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on teachers and students. The theme of the conference held great significance. This intellectual congregation has provided an ideal opportunity for English teaching professionals to network, interact, and benefit from one another as well as explore prospect for increased collaboration in order to foster the sustained interactive workshops. This international conference present an opportunity to promote effective teaching strategy and to share cutting-edge research aimed at enhancing the quality of English teaching and learning in India and throughout the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I congratulate ELTAI, host institution, eminent speakers, and the participant worldwide for being a part of this gala event. We hope to have more such events in future. Also, my heartiest congratulations and all the blessing to Professor Son Kumar, Dr. Preeti Chugh, and the entire team of the School of Liberal Art of Uttaranchal University for giving their 100% to make this conference a success. And before I end, I invite all the teams of the ELTAI, including Patton, President, Vice President, to once come to this land of gods, Uttarakhand, or let us have it physically in Uttaranchal University. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And thank you so much for these enlightening thoughts. And I would also like to say this, that in the times to come, we should definitely have a physical conference like this so that we all can meet together on a same platform. And we would like to all of you to come and visit this university. And the beautiful aura of this university will definitely make you more happy. So moving ahead, Professor Dharam Buddhi ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor Uttaranchal University, an embodiment of wisdom and perfection, has joined us in spite of his immensely demanding schedule. Thank you so much, sir. And I would definitely like to steal this opportunity to share with all of you that Professor Dharam Buddhi ji has recently been featured in the list of top 2% scientists of the world by Stanford University. So this is a really tremendous achievement, sir. Heartiest congratulations to you, sir, for this incredible achievement. It is always a great pleasure in listening to your sagacity, sir. I would like to request Professor Dharamji to please propose the presidential address. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Preeti Chugh. My Honorable Chancellor of the Uttaranchal University, Shri Jitendra Joshi ji, my colleague, Professor Bahuguna, President of the Society, Professor Raja Mohan, Secretary, Dr. Sanjay Arora, Shri Sahil Agrawal ji, Shri Vineet Panchi, my next colleague, Dr. Sarun Kumar and his team, dear participants. I think the conference of ELTAI, which was inaugurated last Sunday, unfortunately, I could not join it, but today I am fortunate enough to be a part of your team. It's really a great honor to me. I feel any platform of any creatures, which I feel creatures means when there is a group of persons is meeting through some platform, through some association, definitely exchange of thoughts are there. When I say the exchange of thoughts, it means we are interacting with each other and we are getting something and learning something from each other. It's a teaching and learning process through which we can understand the issues across the globe. And I'm very honored to share that, as Dr. Bhavana has mentioned, 18 countries participants have participated in this particular conference, international conference. ELTAI, I feel, ELTAI is English Language Teachers Association of India, which itself shows that how they can introduce the language, how they can propagate the language among others, how this particular language can be made easier to learn, to teach to others. This is one of the, I feel this is one of the major objective, should be one of the major objective of the ELTAI, that how we can understand the others' languages, others' culture, others' teaching methodologies, others learning methodologies, which can help us to make a better teacher, to make a better researcher, to make a better human being. I personally feel that when we study the language or the literature, then directly we connect with the nature, environment, and people. And when I say the nature and environment, Uttarakhand is one of the best places to connect with the literature, language, and environment. So I personally feel that we, as Professor Bhogana has mentioned, please next time organize physically the international conference in our campus, and we would be happy to provide you all facilities related to the conference. I hope that from the proceedings of the conference, the recommendation of the conference should be shared with others so that one can understand the information shared among all teachers of the club, of the association, and the others can take benefit of it. Generally, I always used to suggest whatever the findings you have got from this conference, they might be shared with the state government, with the central government, because it's an international conference. We can also share the recommendations of the conference with internationally with the other countries also. And if they are looking something for their policies, which can improve the overall environment of academic or the curriculum design, or it may be something else, then definitely it is going to make a positive contribution towards the English Teacher Association. I feel connecting for 1 week with each other, it's a long time. And such kind of the FDP must be organized by other subject teachers so that they can exchange their views, their knowledge, their research with each other, and finally can find out new thrust areas of the research which they can work in future. With these words, I thanks everyone and congratulate the team ELTAI, including the Uttaranchal University team of Professor Sarwan Kumar and his team. They have organized a wonderful conference for 1 week. Also the GLA team, they also have been associated from last 1 week. I must congratulate everyone and hope the next concluding of the conference is going to be a future dimension of research and teaching in the English language. With these words, I thanks the organizers to provide me an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your deep insights about the working strategies of ELTAI. Thank you so much for pointing out the relation between the language, literature, and nature. This is rightly pointed out. And we thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Next in the queue of intellectuals, we have Mr. Sahil Agarwal. Mr. Agarwal is a social entrepreneur and an educator. He is a co-founder of Rishihood University and Rashtram School of Public Leadership. He is a trustee and board member at Gateway Education, Sonipat. I would like to invite you, sir, for the valedictory address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure for me to come here, an honor for me that you invited me for the valedictory address. Although I have nothing to do with English language teaching per se, but still looking at the very hard work that all of you have gone over the last few days in terms of getting into this training program and very dedicatedly reaching the final stage of this program that tells about your passion and sincerity for your profession. And I congratulate each one of the participants and also the ELTAI, the entire association, for taking this wonderful initiative. I want to share some of my thoughts of what is the evolving role of a teacher, because the role is evolving very fast. And I think as an association, especially as people who not just are teachers but also are willing to learn, which is demonstrated by the fact that you were participant in this program, I think I can very honestly share my perspectives with you that there was a time when teachers were knowledge providers. Our role was that students do not have a certain knowledge or a certain information. Well, the teacher has, and we provide them that information. And very soon, because of books, resources, they became so vastly available. And then because of digital technology now, knowledge is available to all the students, sometimes even before it comes to the teacher. So our role has shifted from being a knowledge provider to more of a knowledge processor, information processor. That there is certain information, we need to process it in a way that it becomes more and more meaningful for the student, more and more understandable for the student. I'll encourage us to take one step further and think of becoming a knowledge producer, because unless we can create new knowledge, our own self of being an educator will not feel satisfied, right? So through our teaching, we must have learned so much of teaching so many. I'm assuming that each one of you must have taught thousands of students in your journey. So from that experience, if we can also extract our learnings, our experiences, and produce new knowledge for the future generations of not just the student, but the future generation of teachers, I think that will be fulfilling the evolving role of a teacher. In this respect, this shift from teaching to mentoring, that is becoming a very evident shift. And I think technology is going to replace those of us who do not internalize this shift towards mentorship. So mentorship is going to be the key role of every one of us who are involved in the field of education. And even the students and the parents, they're looking for us to fulfill that role. Then there should also be an evolving role of language, because all of you here are into the process of teaching language. So there was a time when language was a certain, and there is still a time. So language is a certain selection criteria. We need to learn language in order to do something else, right? Language in itself is not the end for most of the people, although the people who are involved in literary, in literature, in arts, they are devoted totally to language. For them, language is the destination. But for large population of the society, language is not the destination. Language is a means to reach a certain destination. Sometimes it became a selection criteria, kind of a barrier, especially in a place like India, because it has gone through a colonial history. English is not a native language to us. We have gone through a colonial history during which a new language was given to us, was in some way imposed on a population. We picked it up. Now India is perhaps leading in many fields, including English as a language. But I think this role of language will also change, and it will not remain a barrier or a selection criteria like it is now, because again, because of technology, translations will become seamless. So if I am speaking right now in English, we'll come to a stage very soon, in a very few years, we'll come to a stage where seamlessly you will be hearing my speech in some other language. You don't have to later go and translate it. The softwares are becoming so much dynamic and real time that live translations will become very much of a reality. So I think we should not end our teaching as English teachers to teaching language. Just like education serves a purpose, language should also serve a purpose. And for me, the kind of educational models that we are trying to create, the purpose is always an integral human development. So can we develop holistic human beings? I found a very interesting statement once by a spiritual guru. He was talking about language, and he said that the purpose of words is to create silence in the mind of the listener. If our words do not create peace and silence in the mind of the listener, but rather they lead to creating confusion and agitation in the mind of the listener, then what is the purpose of language? So while teaching communication is very important, we have to develop the skills of communication in the students. We also need to develop a perspective on what is worthy of communicating. Whatever I'm speaking, is it worthy of communicating? Otherwise, in today's age of social media, just to catch attention, if we keep communicating, or because of so much of aggression, if we just keep communicating, the kind of sentences, the words, the emotions that come out of our speech, rather than creating silence and peace in someone else's mind, they will disturb the mind of the other, and that will not serve the purpose for which a language should have been built. So I think that is also the evolving role of language. And my final thing that I want to state is, what is my request? I have a few requests to the English language teachers, because I am involved in the field of education, And we are in a higher education setup. So students who are coming out of schools, who have been your students, they come to us. So what kind of a society or a world we want to see in the future, and a major and a big role that all of you as English language teachers can play in that. So while language is a tool, my request is that English has, for some reasons, become a factor of some kind of a social hierarchy for discrimination between those who know English and those who don't know English. And those who don't know, sometimes it becomes a load on them, because they feel that they are inferior to the others. We go into some malls, we go into some fine dining restaurant, we feel that people like security guards, like a driver, they when we're trying to communicate with them in English, although we don't need to, we can very well communicate in the local language. There is some kind of a cognitive load on them, and they're feeling inferior, as if they've missed out on some opportunities. I think that kind of a factor of loss is something that we can prevent as English language teachers. And I mean, if you go to any foreign country, we realize that the people, they speak in their native languages, and even we, when we go there, we try to become like them, although we cannot speak that language every time, but still we make our best attempt to understand whatever they are speaking in our broken forms of communications. So why can't we do that in India? Why do we necessarily have to suddenly shift our speech from our native language to English when we enter into a so-called formal environment? So as much as our role is to teach English, our role is also to build empathy in the students, so that they take pride in their local languages, in their local cultures, and this feeling of superiority, if we learn English, I think it has become very unfortunate. It has become more unfortunate than the lack of knowledge of English. So that is also the role of English language teachers, that you have to build that empathy, and that is my request to all the teachers here. So let us treat language as a tool, as a method, right? And let us teach it in a way that rather than it becoming a destination, it becomes the joy of learning one language also helps a student learn some other language. And that is possible because the fundamentals of learning languages are similar. So if we build our pedagogy, our curriculum in a way that when we are teaching English, we also eventually lead to teaching other languages or building the capacities in the students to pick up another language soon, I think we'll do a great service to the future generations. And finally, I want to share that, as Sir Vice Chancellor also said in his speech, that although this is specific to English, I think this should become prevalent in all the subjects, this kind of an FDP, this kind of a training exercise. And fortunately now, after NEP, more and more educators are becoming aware of these kinds of initiatives. So one of the initiatives that I became aware of for like a positive teaching kind of a network. So I'll share the link in the Zoom chat, and I think people who are interested in some kind of a progressive, innovative teaching, they can easily be a part of this network. It's called the Plus Teachers, and it's a free of cost network. So I'll just put the link in the chat box. I think those of you are interested in becoming a part of an online community, of a free online community of teachers, progressive teachers, most welcome to join. And I want to thank all of you for inviting me here. I had a wonderful time interacting with you all. And I also invite all of you to visit our university. We are in Sonipat. We are a social impact university. So we want your support in taking this concept of social impact to more and more people. And I think language is an important method through which we can take this concept further. So I welcome you to partner with us, and let's build a great future together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. And you're absolutely right, sir, when you are saying about the role of teacher. Yes, the role of a teacher has undergone a remarkable leaps from merely a guide to a processor and then to a mentor. And no doubt, we, the teaching fraternity, owe the responsibility to be empathetic and to save our future generations and the society at large. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. And now moving ahead, Shri Vineet Panchiji, a renowned poet, a writer, and a motivational speaker, is our guest of honor today. He had delivered various TEDx talks. He is not only a poet, a writer, and a speaker, but also a filmmaker, voice over artist, and a communication consultant. Reminding of his own quotes, वक्त आ गया है कि जिंदगी पे गौर किया जाए, वक्त आ गया है कि जिंदगी पे गौर किया जाए, सब कुछ तो कर चुके हैं, अब कुछ और किया जाए. So with these words, I would like to invite Shri Vineet Panchi ji to share his enlightening words with us. Over to you, sir.
Pinky ma'am, he is traveling, so he could not share. He could not join, but he has shared his message, and I'm playing it. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, it is visible. But it's not moving, sir.
Is it audible now? Is it audible?
Yes. Yes, sir. It's audible now. Yes, sir. Ramani sir wants to say something. Not audible. Not audible now, sir. The voice. Yeah, the voice is little bit breaking, so it's coming and going on.
Okay, I'm sharing it once again.
Yeah.
Just give me a minute.
Sure.
Is it audible now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Namaskar. मेरा नाम विनीत पंछी है and I am honored to speak at the 51st annual conference of English Language Teachers Association of India. It's funny, when I was being invited by Shravan and Mohan Raj to speak today, naturally my first question was कि भाई मैं तो हिंदुस्तानी में नज़में वगैरह लिखता हूँ. Why would you want me to speak at a conference of English teachers? And I was told that I appeal equally probably to people who speak English. इसलिए आज मैं यहाँ पे हूँ. And thank you for the honor. I want to start today with clarifying a few things before we take a deep dive into the topic I have chosen to speak on today. My subject is Hindi, Angrezi, Angreziyat. And what role can and should English as a language play for a very Hindi Bharat today? And it's quite a tricky topic to discuss today, especially because of the political climate in India and how we brand people patriotic and unpatriotic depending on the popular narrative. And the popular narrative is that we should prove to the world that we can survive without English and should try to use Hindi as a national language. I'm going to explore that with you a little today and present some commonsensical ideas, some background about me first before we go into that. So I was born in a Punjabi family, grew up in a Hindi, Hindustani, Urdu, Punjabi speaking town, Dehradun, which was earlier in UP and is now in Uttarakhand, and I'm educated in an English medium school and have later worked for companies that had their origins across the world, mostly UK, USA. My grandfather, the original poet, Captain Krishna Prakash Panchi, used to write in Hindi and Urdu, and which is why the family name Panchi. Today, I am known as a Hindustani language writer, and all my work happens in Hindi, Hindustani. I also run a project जिसमें हम अंग्रेजी और अन्य भाषाओं की कविताओं को हिंदी में ट्रांसक्रिएट करते हैं, जिससे हमारे बच्चे जो अंग्रेजी नहीं बोल सकते या अच्छे से नहीं समझते, उन तक दुनिया की चुनिंदा कविताएं पहुंचे. मुझे कविताएं पसंद हैं. I made this clear so that it does not seem like I am peddling an ideology or I'm against an ideology or I'm either against English or Hindi or any of these ideologies. मैं हिंदी अच्छी तरीके से बोल सकता हूँ और अपने काम के लिए नियमित रूप से इसका इस्तेमाल करता हूँ और अपनी भाषा से बेहद प्यार करता हूँ. ये मेरी मातृभाषा है और मैं हिंदी साहित्य, कविता और कला पर गर्व करता हूँ. मैं ये भी जानता हूँ कि जब मैं हिंदी में बोलता हूँ तो मैं कई लोगों से सहजता से संवाद कर सकता हूं और वे समझते हैं कि मैं क्या कह रहा हूं. पर जहां कई मुझे समझते हैं, सब लोग नहीं समझते, क्योंकि आधे से ज्यादा लोग हिंदुस्तान में ही हिंदी नहीं बोलते। नाउ every North Indian like me, especially the ones who came from the Hindi belt, we have all grown up believing and being told that Hindi is and should be the national language of India, because the largest number of people in India speak Hindi or a dialect of Hindi. Fact is, Hindi is not our national language, but the official language of India. Our constitution says the official language of the union shall be Hindi Devanagari script, article 343 shall. Hindi and English are both in fact official languages of the country, matlab to be used for official purposes by the government. Moreover, the constitution provides that each state may adopt its own official language. There is no mention of a national language in our constitution. So let's first settle that. In fact, whenever we have tried to nationalize Hindi, we have always alienated our own country and its people. Some time ago, Amit Shah had said that if any language can unite the country, it's Hindi. Why? Because it is the most spoken language in India and it can unify the country and should become part of the Indian identity. The problem with that thinking is that when I, let's say, go to a Tamilian and say, I think you should speak Hindi because there are more Hindi speakers like me than Tamil speakers like you, he rightly says, take a walk. Because my identity is Tamil and my language is as rich as yours and I see no reason to adopt your identity. I mean, if I was forced to learn Tamil or any other language, I would have reacted in exactly the same way. So instead of unifying us, it already creates division, because the Indian identity is not one identity, and that we have many languages behind which are our unique cultures and regional influences and literature and poetry and art and folk culture. But a Tamilian or a Naga or a Kashmiri or a Marathi, everyone is okay with English, right? We all send our children to schools that can train them to be successful in the way success is conventionally seen. If you honestly leave politics and political narrative apart, the reason India can communicate with its own parts and the world at large is English. So no one has a problem with that. It's a no-brainer. Nobody minds that. And I understand that any nation which has been ruled by foreigners like India naturally wants to assert its own culture and find pride in what is uniquely ours, our languages, our culture, our food, our way of thinking, our living, languages being the most visible. And I agree that we must continue to do that. But there are two things we forget at that time. One, that there is a difference between becoming English and using English as a language. If I like eating parathas and dahi and achar and papad and lassi and makhan for breakfast, this is who I am. And dare anyone tell me that the only way to eat is bacon and sausages and baked beans and bread and mashed potatoes. I mean, I will eat that too, but I will never be ashamed of a paratha in my hand. Or for that matter, an idli or an appam or a bowl of fish and rice, because I do not find Angreziyat a higher or better way of living. Just not me. Similarly, when I speak Hindi or Tamil or Odia or Bangla or Kashmiri or Marathi, I am no less. But neither am I going to be shamed by reverse psychology that if I speak English, I am any less Indian, because as a secure person, as a secure Indian, I know that the use of language, the purpose of any language in the world is to communicate. That's it, communication. A few years ago, I remember at a party, I met someone who was constantly talking in Hindi of a kind that is only used in official sarkari purposes. मतलब इतनी मुश्किल हिंदी के एक वाक्य को समझने के लिए शब्दकोश निकालना पड़े. Now, as a Hindi speaker, if I find it so tough, I can imagine what people who do not speak Hindi may be going through and how frustrating it can be for them. And I told them कि साहब आप जिस किस्म की भाषा इस्तेमाल करते हैं वो तो जनता को समझ में नहीं आती. खैर उन्होंने मुझे बड़ा ज्ञान दिया कि आप जैसे लोगों की वजह से ही हम दुनिया में आगे नहीं बढ़ रहे. जर्मनी को देखिए, अपनी मातृभाषा बोलते हैं. जापानियों को देखिए, रूसियों को देखिए, और तो और चीनियों को देखिए, कहाँ से कहाँ निकल गए और सिर्फ अपनी मातृभाषा के बलबूते पर. खैर बात खत्म हो गई. उन्होंने मुझे पूछा कि भाई बच्चे कहाँ पढ़ते हैं आपके, मैंने बताया, मैंने भी पूछा भाई आपके बच्चे कहाँ पढ़ते हैं, उन्होंने जवाब दिया कि लड़का इंजीनियरिंग करके यूएस में आगे की पढ़ाई कर रहा है और छोटा वाला जाने की तैयारी कर रहा है. एनीवे, सो every society and every nation gets its pride from how well that nation is doing, mostly in terms of development and economics and how its citizens live. When they are doing well, we cite their example, Germany, Japan. When a country does not do well, even when they speak their own language, their native language, they do not even count. No one cares about South Sudan or cites that they speak Swahili and we must follow their example. So, we are very selective in trying to prove our point. The practicality of language in our nation is that we are each proud of our mother tongues, on which basis most of the states have been created. And each has its own literature and poetry and stories that can only be understood if one knows the cultural context. And each deserves a place and contributes to our national pride. But only non-Hindi speakers must learn another language because the majority speaks that. So, a Bengali speaks Bangla but also must learn Hindi and English. So, 3 languages. One as a mother tongue, Bangla. One as an international language without which one cannot be relevant internationally, English. And one because the country believes it should be the national language, Hindi. And I know it is politically sensitive, but we cannot continue to be hypocritical about what we know really works. English is one of our official languages, not just because the English ruled us, but also because this is the only language that none of us have anything against. We know we cannot survive without it, internally or externally. For example, when our soldiers talk to the Chinese on the border and we are trying to show strength, both the Chinese and our troops speak the language that can help us communicate, English. When our Prime Minister goes to address students at IIT Chennai, he does not speak Hindi, he speaks English because it works and it's practical and everyone will understand him there. The wise decision. We can today go around the world and be known as a powerhouse of intellectual and technical people because we speak the language of the world. In fact, even countries that we cite, like China, have mandated the learning of English in their schools because they know that is the future. What does, however, need to change in India is Angreziyat, not Angrezi, Angreziyat. It's time we start looking at English only as a language and not as a way of living and attach pride or shame with knowing or not knowing the language. For the fact that all of us in India, irrespective of where we come from and irrespective of our native languages, have very little problem learning English. What we need to change is the way it is taught. Use stories and context that is relatable to the kid in school. So our novels and our poetry and our literature, our science examples, our comics and fictional heroes and all this narrative becomes Indian and local. That's it. We do not even have to be English men and women. But we can also not put our head in the sand and pretend that we are okay with our kids not learning English. I mean, who can afford that, right? So I told you I run this project called the Good Poetry Project, in which we translate poetry to Hindustani. And I'm hoping to do that in other Indian languages whenever I have the resources. And the first one we translated was Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore's Where the Mind is Without Fear. And of course, he says, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out of the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert stand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom. My Father, let my country awake. जहाँ दिल में कोई डर ना हो, जहाँ झुका कोई भी सर ना हो, जहाँ दिल में कोई डर ना हो, जहाँ झुका कोई भी सर ना हो, जहाँ इल्म आज़ाद हो जिंदा हो, जहाँ इल्म आज़ाद हो जिंदा हो, छोटी छोटी दीवारों से जहाँ बटा न हर बाशिंदा हो, जहाँ सच से सोच निकलती हो, लफ्ज़ों में जान मचलती हो, जहाँ बाजुएं कोशिश करने का हर दिन कमाल दिखलाती हो, जहाँ अच्छी सोच की धाराएं सहरा में नहीं खो जाती हो जहनो दिल में सोच खुली, मुश्किल ना कोई भी काम लगे, ऐसी आज़ाद सी जन्नत में ए मेरे खुदा मेरा वतन जगे, ऐसी आज़ाद सी जन्नत में ए मेरे खुदा मेरा वतन जगे. So, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. If I was to give a formula to unite this country, I'd say, one, let everyone speak their native language first and well, so we can attach pride to who we are and discover our roots. I love my Hindi. No one can take my poetry away from me, right? Or my Hindi. Two, please do not impose that anyone across India should learn one language and alienate them. But let's all learn English, each one of us. It's a neutral language that everyone can benefit from, will contribute to our international status, give our kids better jobs, help us understand the world better, and most importantly, will keep all of us together. The Naga will be able to talk to the Gujarati and the Kashmiri with the Malayali using English. And we can talk in our accents, but at least we will communicate as a nation, which is why languages exist in the first place. And with time, we will develop our own national style of speaking English, which is uniquely Indian. To all the teachers who are trying to make English more Indian and relevant for our kids, thank you very much for doing what you do and how you contribute towards teaching our children, and the fact that you are thinking and making English easy and understandable for our children and taking the Angreziyat out of Angrezi, while still making sure that we do not lose out on communicating within ourselves and with the world. Jai Hind.
Yeah, this is just a coincidence that we talked about the national language of India in our inaugural session. Professor Bahuna ji has also pointed about the same thing. And here in the valedictory session, we are again talking about the same thing. And I hope this is the objective of this conference, to deliberate on the various aspects of language along with new trends, new demands of ELT in India. That was really nice listening to Vineet Panchi ji. And we wish if he could have joined us in person too. Thanks to the technological advancements that has made difficult things so smooth. So we really and wholeheartedly thank Mr. Panchi ji in absentia. Well, the beautiful journey, this intellectual journey, has reached its last juncture, the report and vote of thanks. And to propose the formal vote of thanks, we have with us Dr. Shravan Kumar, the National Vice President ELTAI, who is also functioning as Dean Student Welfare and Dean School of Liberal Arts, Uttaranchal University, Dehradun. A multitasker, a perfectionist, a visionary. These are a few adjectives that describe the personality of Professor Kumar, who not only dreams but also works for the betterment of things. Please take over the session, sir, and lead it towards a formal close. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pinkicho. Before I present my report, I just want to mention that Vineet Panchiji, I have shared many screens with him as in virtual world for our Hindi poems. As many of you know that I also write Hindi kavitaएं, Hindi poem. I just want to mention everyone that ELTAI has started doing so since 2006, means many years. In 2018, we have written a book series with Cambridge University Press, Monsoon, where we are talking about Indian culture. I'll talk about in detail someday if I get time. But before this, me, श्रवण कुमार, आप सभी को उत्तरांचल की पावन धरती देवभूमि बाटी की सादर प्रणाम कर दूं एवं आशा कर दूं कि आप सभी स्वस्थ ELTAI की वैलिडिटरी मीटिंग में स्वागत छ. You must be wondering why I'm speaking Garhwali. Just to show that we are very much alienated towards our culture. And you'll be surprised that when I came to Dehradun and I asked many people that how to speak this word in Garhwali language. And to surprise me, they were unable to tell me. But few people are here, those who can speak very well in Garhwali. So good afternoon, everyone. on behalf of the School of Liberal Arts, Uttaranchal University, and English Language Teachers Association of India, I welcome you all and hope you all are fine and healthy. I have been given the responsibility to read the report of the conference. However, reading may bore you, so I'm presenting few highlights of the conference. Before I talk about the conference, let's listen to the feedback of our participants.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to talk to all of you at valedictory ceremony of 15th International and 51st Annual Conference of ELTAI 4-day virtual conference in India. Firstly, let me introduce myself. I am Professor Nini Lai from Ministry of Education, Myanmar. Let me express my appreciation towards organizing committee for their energy and time to have this conference. This conference is all about the new needs, demands, and trends of teaching English in India. It is a call for all English language educators to reflect on the need to formulate our own approaches and evolve good practices. The 4-day virtual conference has many interesting plenary talks, interviews, panel discussions, debates, and symposiums on various topics. Secondly, all the speakers, congratulations for excellent presentations, as all of you managed to be delivering in a professional manner. Also, researchers presented their research papers and research posters on teachers' perspectives and practices towards English language teaching. We have learned many things regarding the current research issues in English language education from this conference. Finally, the conference was excellent and very informative. I appreciate the insight on the global and local research trends and issues in English language education, research trends, and dimensions of English language teachers' professionalism. They were really thought-provoking and well-presented sections. I look forward to working with ELTAI. Thanks again. All the best.
Another feedback. Just a minute.
Hello, my name is Anusha Ramanathan and I represent Tata Institute of Social Sciences. I want to say commendable efforts to have organized this wonderful 4-day conference of ELTAI across the 2 weekends. As you can see, I'm traveling and I'm still connected to the efforts made out here, to the learning that has been granted us as opportunities to connect with the best practitioners across the world, not just in India. It would be an injustice to point out just 1 or 2 sessions because they have all been very illuminating. The first 2 days in the last week and yesterday and today as well. For instance, Vilir and Adaya's session where there have been so many resources that so many people have so generously shared with knowledge of what we can use in our classrooms almost immediately. That's been great. It has also been a wonderful opportunity to listen to people who are practitioners, educators, early researchers, students who have presented papers. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me and my students opportunities to present. And it has the great warmth that has been shown by the organizers. I must mention Professor Anita Devi has been truly marvelous in reaching out, responding, being understanding, accommodating. It has been a very smooth experience, and my students have also said that they have liked it on the whole, and that's great news for the future of what ELTAI can deal with. So thank you all. It's been a pleasure. Hello, my name is...
Thank you. I hope you must have understood the length and breadth of the conference. But just to it's my duty to read the conference report. So in 2019, as National Vice President of English Language Teachers Association of India, I announced that our conference of 2020 will be organized by GLA University, Mathura. But who knew at that time that destiny had some other plans? The pandemic led us to choose an entirely new platform to experiment in making this conference unique. 2020 didn't allow us to play well on the field, but it could not stop us by organizing the webinars to make our permanent attendees of the conference acquainted with the metallic sound and virtual screen. In the history of 50 years of ELTAI, for the first time, we thought to involve more than one host institution and started collaborating with other institutions to make this conference special. First time ever after 50 years, this conference is being organized by 4 host institutions: GLA University, Mathura, Pillai College of Engineering, Mumbai, Maharashtra, Holy Cross College, Trichy, Tamil Nadu, and School of Liberal Arts, Uttaranchal University, Dehradun. All started joining. You can see a ball. All started joining the hands, and the ball started rolling for 2021. It came up with the theme ELT in India: new needs, new demands, and new trends. I'm happy to share that we organize 31 sessions in which 4 plenary, 4 interviews, 4 paper reading sessions, 4 panel discussion, 2 roundtable, 1 debate, 3 pair discussions, 1 keynote, 1 lightning talk, 2 symposium, etc. And many more were there in the plateau. And this conference witnessed 360 presentations in the form of research paper presentation, action research presentations, and poster presentations. All these sessions were attended and participated by more than 550 participants in total who attended this conference in one or the other sessions of this conference. And the participants are from 20 states of India and 18 countries in the world. And to talk upon various topics, we invited more than 100 resource persons in the form of plenary speaker, keynote speaker, panelists, debater, chairpersons, etc. English Language Teachers Association of India always believes in inculcation of Indian culture with English language. We want to have our own Indian pedagogy for teaching English as a language, and the presence of creative writers of India like Padam Shri, Padam Vibhushan Ruskin Bondji, Professor Jain Mahapatra, Indian English poet from Orissa, and we thank profusely for the pains he has taken. Today he was not well, so considerate of him to give the talk despite his pain. And Sri Vineet Kamal Nayan Pankshi, Hindustani writer, poet, motivational speaker, were special attractions of this conference. We all believe that one should always be rooted with its culture, and language is one of the roots. We need to be rooted to uproot any problem of our lives, make sure. And somebody has said, mother tongue first, English next. And our Dr. Ilango says, English everywhere, elusive to everywhere. I personally second his thought, and we can find English in reality if we would be able to formulate some Indianized theories to inculcate the Indian culture amongst the learner. To know more, we have, just to name few, we talked about developing indigenous methods in ELT is a pipe dream. We also talked about the way forward, learning, unlearning, and relearning. And we also talked about addressing the needs of 21st century language learners. And in all the deliberations, it was found that every speaker has said, we need to understand the need of our students, what they are trying to find. We should teach as facilitator, which we should guide. And we also deliberated upon learners' dictionaries. What happens in the world of words? I must say, to find out the approach of a country, and you should know this, what I'm going to tell, it is very important, that we had 2 interviews with the president's awardee and another UP state awardee. And it was discussed that we should always think about the need of the student. Primary aim is to understand that teachers are meant to facilitate these student need, that to in our homegrown approaches. For this, we also invited their homegrown theories of ELT. And we invited other countries' associations, Teflon from Indonesia, Melta from Malaysia, Nailta from Nepal, for their homegrown theories. We are trying to find out what people are doing for their countries. And we also discussed new movement by ELTAI, which is reading movement. And we believe that everyone should read the books for their own culture and of their own regional languages, to understand the culture and tradition of its very much own native place, which will definitely inculcate the fluency and proficiency in speaking, as well as understanding the core values of human being. It reminds me, Professor Jain Mahapatra was saying that, I want to become human being. I don't want to be poet. And very rightly mentioned, he rightly mentioned that core values of human being, and which are totally missing in today's human being. We need to understand our core values. So, few moments to cherish. The souvenir of the conference were launched. The Journal of English Language Teaching, UGC Care Indexed journal, was launched during this conference, and our newsletter was also launched during the conference. As the convener of the conference, Vice President of English Language Teachers Association of India, and a member of organizing committee, we try to set humble start for adopting Indianized way of learning and teaching English for New Bharat, New India, and that is all for the report of the conference. And you can see this, the clock on the screen. It reminds the clock of Bapu, and it reminds me also that it's time to propose the vote of thanks. People are not interested to listen to me now. So formally, on behalf of English Language Teachers Association of India, I'm expressing highest sense of gratitude towards the 4 institutions: GLA University Mathura, Holy Cross College Trichy, Tamil Nadu, Pillai College of Engineering, Mumbai, Maharashtra, School of Liberal Arts, Uttaranchal University, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. As Dean of School of Liberal Arts, I express my heartiest congratulations and gratitude to English Language Teachers Association of India for providing us the opportunity to witness its 51st and 15th International Conference. I take this opportunity to thank Sri Pushkar Singh Dhami, Honorable Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, for his best wishes for our souvenir. Let me read his best wishes. Just a minute. मुझे जानकर ये प्रसन्नता हुई कि उत्तरांचल विश्वविद्यालय देहरादून व्यावसायिक एवं बहुभाषा पाठ्यक्रमों की श्रृंखला के अंतर्गत देश में अंग्रेजी भाषा शिक्षण कार्य से जुड़ी संस्था भारतीय अंग्रेजी भाषा शिक्षक संघ के 15वें अंतरराष्ट्रीय 91वें वार्षिक सम्मेलन का आयोजन किया जा रहा है. He is saying that he is happy to know that ELTAI is organizing its 51st annual conference of its association. And he also says, भाषा कोई भी हो, उसके मौलिक स्वरूप को बढ़ावा देने के प्रयास होने ही चाहिए. I'm not reading it much, but the crux of his welcome message, blessings, he also corroborates with all our speakers that we all need to try to find the original form of our language. Now I take this opportunity to thank the management of all 4 host institutions for extending the full support and guidance. My special thanks to the Chancellor of my university, Uttaranchal University, Sri Jitendra Joshi, whose enthusiasm compelled me to bring School of Liberal Arts, Uttaranchal University, as one of the host institutions. Thank you, sir. I express deep sense of gratitude to all the conveners. I can't take name of all the conveners, long list, all the organizing committee secretaries, members of organizing committee of GLA, Holy Cross, Pillai College of Engineering, School of Liberal Arts, for coordinating this conference seamlessly. But it could not be possible. And I want to take these names, and I would like to request all of you to unmute yourself, those who can, and clap for these two names. I'm again reiterating that it could not be possible without the tireless efforts of Dr. Anita Devi, Dr. Xavier Pradeep Singh, and our dear Dr. Mohan Raj sir. May I please request everyone to clap for them? Thank you. And on behalf of ELTAI, we thank Karadi Parks, our sponsors, Relo, Ratnasagar, DLM, Orel, Cambridge University Press, Sage Publishing for their support as well. ELTAI and all 4 host institutions would like to thank all the speakers, resource persons, chairpersons for their wonderful deliberations, and media for their wide coverage. In Uttarakhand, they published us in Dainik Jagran, Garhwal Post, and many of the iNext, many of the newspaper. Thank you. We all are honored to have all the speakers with us, and your deliberations, every speaker's deliberations compelled us to delve into the deep ocean of new demands and new needs. With this, we are at the verge of end of my vote of thanks. But before this, again, it's my responsibility. Organization has given me responsibility to announce next conference. So our next conference, 16th International and 52nd National Annual Conference of ELTAI. It will be held in Mumbai, Janardhan Bhagat Shiksha Prasarak Sanstha. And dates, more or less, we are going to have it in first week of December 2022. And the theme, Indian ELT. Again, we are trying to evaluate what are we doing in a year, imitative or generative. And for this, Dr. R.V. Yavle, he is not here as of now, so he can be contacted and his number is written. We'll very soon will come up with the ELTAI conference also. And I just want to mention that we started with Right to English in 2019, and now ELT in India, new needs, new demands, new trends, and now this Indian ELT, imitative or generative. And at the end, once again, I would like to thank all the resource persons, sponsors, office bearers, and members of national body of ELTAI, committee members, participants, and each and everyone involved in the conference. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe, stay healthy.
Thank you so much, sir, for acquainting all of us with the journey of ELTAI in such an interesting way and presenting the report so meticulously. So the time has come to close the curtains. But before we depart, we have some useful announcements for all of you. For these announcements, I would like to request Dr. Shaila Mahan to please take over. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I think we've had very active and eventful sessions, and everyone has enjoyed, not just enjoyed, there are so many takeaways. All of us have learned in an online platform, which is something new, which we have not been doing so far. And there are a couple of, I think just 1 or 2 announcements. One is, as far as the attendance is concerned, please, those of you who are unable to get yourself registered for the attendance, kindly contact Dr. Anita Devi. And of course, Professor Kumar, he has announced the next conference, and we are all looking forward to that. If there's something else anyone really wants to ask, or if there's a query, you can just address it.
Dr. Shaila Mahan,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
you would also include the announcement about the certificates. Participants are asking about it. Please make the announcement.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Anita, do you know the deadline by which certificates will be sent?
Yeah. I think Dr. Anita mentioned that all the certificates, all the participants will be getting their certificates latest by 15th of December. But when we just specify latest, that doesn't mean that you have to wait till the 15th. You will get much more in advance, and in a couple of days, almost all of you will get the certificates. And still, if there is some, clarification, additional information, query regarding the publication or anything, I think you feel free to contact any one of us, and all your, issues would be addressed. Anything else, sir? Mohanraj, sir? Ramni, sir? Ilango, sir?
Yeah, there are a few queries about the souvenir and the proceedings. We will write to all the participants regarding the souvenir and the proceedings. All the full papers will go through a review for publication. So we'll be writing to you with regard to the souvenir as well as the proceedings. I hope that makes it clear to all the participants. Thank you.
That's it.
I think, should we wind up now?
Yeah.